Chapter 1, Exchange a Tricycle for a Bugatti. That's it? Xin Lang looked at the dilapidated courtyard in front of him speechlessly, too tired to complain. His father sent him a message, gave him an address, and asked him to inherit the family property. He didn't even attend the graduation party, and immediately took a taxi to the address his father gave him. The result is this? This dilapidated little building barely has the shape of a courtyard house. Of course, it's just a prototype. If it weren't for the plaque with the words Lushan Academy hanging at the door, Xin Lang would definitely have mistaken this place for a dilapidated house. After a long ideological struggle, Xin Lang finally accepted the reality. Never mind, no matter how small a mosquito leg is, it's still meat. At worst, I should be able to make some money by selling this piece of land. By then, the pressure on my shoulders will be much less. After graduation, I can pay the down payment and build a warm love nest with my girlfriend Xiai. Swish! Just as Xin Lang was about to step into the courtyard and count his private property, a sharp brake sound reached his ears. On the street in front of the academy, a flamboyant red Ferrari stopped in front of the academy. There was a man and a woman in the car. The man is ugly and looks terrible. The woman was beautiful and had exquisite makeup on her face. When Xin Lang saw the girl in the car clearly, he was stunned for a moment. Xiai? Looking at the woman in the sports car, Xin Lang couldn't help but shout out. The girl in the sports car turned out to be his girlfriend Xiai. Didn't she go to get her best friend's hair done? Why are you here? Moreover, in another man's car. Xin Lang? Xiai was also surprised. She didn't expect to meet Xin Lang here. However, the surprise only lasted for a moment on her face and then disappeared. Seeing Xiai's expression change, Xin Lang's eyes became bloodshot and gradually turned red. He knew with his ass that this woman was cheating. I treat her so well and give her all my living expenses. In fact, when I saw this courtyard, my first reaction was to sell it and buy a new house. However, all the longings were shattered by the scene before him. Xin Lang clenched his fists and his breathing became heavier. Looking at the couple snuggling together in front of him, Xin Lang wanted to kill them. However, there was still a last bit of rationality in his mind. Killing is against the law. There are hundreds of ways to deal with one person. There is no need to kill 1,000 enemies and lose 800 of your own. Besides, a woman like Xiai is not worthy. Now that you've discovered it, I won't pretend anymore. Let's break up. I've been your girlfriend for half a year, but I haven't had as much fun as being with Master Chen for a week. Xiai looked at Xin Lang with disdain, not caring about Xin Lang's reaction at all. She didn't know that her words were like sharp knives piercing Xin Lang's heart. Xin Lang's heart was bleeding. It turned out that all my efforts were so insignificant in her eyes. Why? Xin Lang stared at Xiai and asked word by word. Xin Lang didn't understand why Xiai became like this. He. Why? Funny. It's because you're poor. Mr. Chen took me for a ride, bought me a crystal necklace, and gave me expensive cosmetics. And you? What can you give me? Love? Wake up, we have graduated. Xiai held tightly onto Mr. Chen's arm, wishing she could stick her whole body against him. Her eyes were full of flattery. Looking at Xiai's true face revealed in front of him, Xin Lang felt nauseous. Fortunately, I just held her hand before and there was no further communication. Otherwise, I will be disgusted to death. Are you Xin Lang? Xin Xiaotian's son? I was just looking for you, please sign this contract. At this time, the ugly-looking Mr. Chen spoke. At the same time, Chen Xiao waved his hand and threw over a stack of contracts. Xin Lang picked up the contract and took a look at it, his anger surging again. 200,000? A small courtyard covering an area of 200 square meters, and only 200,000 yuan in compensation? At this price, it's not even enough for the down payment on a commercial house. Sign quickly. I've been eyeing this place for a long time, and I don't have the patience to waste time with you. After Chen Xiao said this in an annoyed tone, he waved his hand and several thugs immediately appeared behind him. These people glared at Xin Lang fiercely, as if they were ready to fight if they disagreed with them. Xin Lang was not afraid of these people. The arrogant ones are afraid of those who don't care about their lives. If they dare to take action, he will fight them to the death. A small courtyard of 200 square meters, and only 200,000 yuan in compensation? Do you think I'm a fool? Xin Lang gritted his teeth and tried his best to suppress the anger in his heart. Just then. Ding! The host's emotions have been detected to have reached a critical point. The universal redemption system is being activated. Activated. Loading. Loading 30%. 70% loading. Loading completed. Congratulations to the host, you have received a novice gift package. Do you want to open it? An electronic sound rang in Qin Lang's ears. Listening to the continuous electronic sound, Qin Lang was confused. What's going on? Is there a ghost in my body? The system is not a ghost, please be careful with your words and actions. Damn, this thing has a temper. However, this great gift package is now delivered to your door, so why not take it? Open. Congratulations to the host, you have won the lucky 10 consecutive draws. Please make your first draw. Now that things have come to this, what is there to hesitate about? Qin Lang muttered in his heart, pull. Congratulations to the host, you won a god-level sister. Damn, what the hell is a god-level sister? It seems that I have wasted a chance to win a lottery. Second draw. Congratulations to the host, you won a god-level sister. What fuck? Come again? Another wasted chance to win a lottery. The third draw. Congratulations to the host, you won a god-level sister. Coming again? Qin Lang was completely speechless. What the hell is this god-level sister? And this system, is it crashed or is it just this one line? Host, please be mindful of your words and actions. Okay, no crash. The fourth draw. Congratulations to the host, you won a god-level sister. Qin Lang. The fifth draw. The sixth draw. The seventh draw. The eighth draw. The ninth draw. Congratulations to the host, you won a god-level sister. Qin Lang was already sick of hearing this. He had long been numb. Never mind. The 10th draw. As expected, she is another god-level sister. Qin Lang no longer had any hope for this final draw. However, as the electronic sound rang in his mind, Qin Lang discovered that the 10th draw, which was expected to be unpredictable, actually had an unexpected result. Congratulations to the host, you won an unlimited redemption card. Oh my god, it's finally different. Hey, are you fucking stupid? I have the final say on how much this land is worth. In my eyes, your land can only buy me one wheel. At this time, Chen Xiao's voice woke Qin Lang up. As Chen Xiao spoke, he pointed at his sports car arrogantly with a very proud expression. Looking at Chen Xiao's smug look and then at Xia Yi's pretentious appearance, Qin Lang gritted his teeth. System, what's the use of unlimited exchange cards? Qin Lang asked silently in his heart. Unlimited redemption card can be redeemed for anything. In Lushan Academy, there is a tattered tricycle. The host can exchange it for any luxury car. Okay, exchange. Exchange it for a Bugatti. Regardless of whether you succeed or not, you have to try to know the result. Ding! The broken tricycle has been successfully exchanged for a Bugatti Vision GT. The Bugatti has been parked in the academy, please check it out. Damn, so fast. Qin Lang was shocked. Is this the end? At this moment, he felt something extra in his trouser pocket. When I took them out, I saw that they were two strangely shaped car keys. Qin Lang was shocked when he saw the two keys. Could it be that this is all true? Qin Lang turned and ran towards the almost deserted courtyard. Squeak! Push open the heavy gate. Looking at the Bugatti Vision GT with exaggerated lines and full of power in the yard, Qin Lang was stunned. Real. This is actually true. Moreover, this is the Bugatti Vision GT that has been discontinued. The price of Chen Xiao's Ferrari is not even a fraction of this Bugatti. Touching the carbon fiber body, Qin Lang felt like he was in the clouds. After a long time, he came to his senses. Boom boom. He stepped on the accelerator lightly, and the Bugatti immediately let out a crazy roar. This isn't a sports car, it's a beast. Boom. As soon as the accelerator was stepped on, Bugatti rushed out of the yard. On the street, Chen Xiaozhan was bragging to a group of his men with his back to the courtyard. That poor boy was so dumbfounded by my scolding that he must have packed up and was about to leave. At this moment, a wave of sound swept over. Boom! Boom! The sound wave rushed over, making Chen Xiao's scalp numb in an instant. He felt like there was a tiger standing behind him. When Chen Xiao turned around, his eyes suddenly lit up. This is actually the discontinued Bugatti. However, when he shifted his gaze and saw that the person sitting in the driver's seat with one hand on the steering wheel was Qin Lang, he was stunned. Chen Xiao stared at Qin Lang blankly, with a storm in his heart. How can this poor boy afford such a luxurious sports car? However, at this moment, Qin Lang had no intention of looking at Chen Xiao's foolish appearance. Because, just now, a prompt sound came from his mind. Ding! A god-level sister is rushing over. Qin Lang was very curious about who the god-level sister was who had wasted his 9 chances to draw the lottery. A new book has been released, please feel free to add it to your bookshelf, I will write an interesting story. Chapter 2 The First Sister Appears. You rented this car, didn't you? At this time, Chen Xiao woke up from his daze. He didn't believe that Qin Lang, with his clothes costing no more than 500 yuan, could afford a luxury car of this level? The answer is obvious, no. It must be rented. I've been with him for half a year, and I don't know him well? Before Qin Lang could say anything, Xia Yi spoke first. She couldn't believe it and couldn't accept that Qin Lang had suddenly changed so much. Today is the day of the graduation party. He might want to rent this car to show off in front of his classmates. I didn't expect that he would spend a huge amount of money to rent such a luxury car just to show off in front of his classmates. Looking at Qin Lang sitting in the Bugatti, Xia Yi felt sour and unhappy. Didn't he give all the living expenses to himself? There is still money to rent a luxury car. Hearing the clownish conversation between the two, Qin Lang suddenly laughed. It turns out that this is the real version of the frog in the well. Pushing open the car door, Qin Lang slowly walked to the front of the car. Go away, stay away from my horse. Can you afford to pay for the damage if I scratch off some of the original paint? Qin Lang waved his hand and drove Xia Yi and Chen Xiao away. It turns out that when the two saw the high-tech Bugatti Vision GT, they couldn't help but touch its hood and feel the charming curve with their own hands. Rent a car? Only people like you can think of this word. That Ferrari of yours is only good enough to fool a woman like this who has never seen the world. As he spoke, Qin Lang took out a car purchase contract and threw it at Chen Xiao's face. This car purchase contract came with Bugatti when it appeared. When Qin Lang heard them say rent a car in the car just now, he was ready to slap them in the face. When Chen Xiao received the car purchase contract wrapped in special materials, his expression changed instantly. He had never seen the packaging materials of this car purchase contract. When he took out the contract and saw the eye-catching words Qin Lang, his face changed again. This Bugatti, is actually a luxury car under Qin Lang's name. Chen Xiao's expression gradually turned ugly. I didn't expect that this poor boy could hide so deeply. Xia Yi's face was full of disbelief. How is that possible? How could Qin Lang afford a luxury car of this level? Could it be that Qin Lang is a hidden super-rich second generation? Were all those things that happened before a test of myself? Thinking of this, Xia Yi slowly let go of Chen Xiao, her eyes flashing, and she didn't know what she was thinking. Seeing the changes in Xia Yi and Chen Xiao's expressions, Qin Lang's mood gradually improved. Is this what it feels like to be slapped in the face after pretending to be cool? Very cool. Qin Lang walked up to Chen Xiao and snatched the car purchase contract. If Chen Xiao held on to the contract for even one more second, Qin Lang would feel that it was disrespectful to the Bugatti. Looking at Chen Xiao, whose face was red with anger, Qin Lang sneered, "You want to buy my courtyard for a mere 200,000? Roll. I don't need your 200,000. After saying that, Qin Lang threw the stack of contracts back. Qin Lang originally thought that after seeing his luxury car, Chen Xiao would feel ashamed and leave in disgrace with his tail between his legs. Unexpectedly, Chen Xiao suddenly rushed forward and grabbed Qin Lang by the collar. I don't care where you got this Bugatti. Today, I'm going to tear down this courtyard. In Binhai, there's no land I can't demolish. Chen Xiao looked at Qin Lang in anger and roared. In Binhai, Chen Xiao is also considered to be a little famous. The demolition company run by their family has certain influence in Binhai and has connections with both the black and white worlds. Since his debut, Chen Xiao has never suffered a blow like today. Therefore, Qin Lang's luxury car could not defeat Chen Xiao at all. Looking at Chen Xiao with a ferocious expression, Qin Lang suddenly remembered something. These guys who make a living from demolition are all ruthless and unruly. Without strong strength, they will not give in easily. Warning, the host is in danger, please fight back immediately. Listening to the voice in his mind, Qin Lang was speechless. Damn it! Someone grabbed my collar. How could I not know that there was danger? But counterattack is necessary. Qin Lang kicked his legs hard and knocked Chen Xiao to the ground. Acting tough in front of me? Are you risking your life? Come on. Who is afraid of whom? Qin Lang was taught since childhood, don't cause trouble, but don't be afraid of trouble. I already have the system, how can I still be bullied by you? Thank you for the host's recognition. However, after system determination, the host has not yet redeemed any martial arts skills. Once the conflict breaks out, the host will be badly beaten by the strong men on the opposite side. Listening to the electronic sound in his head, Qin Lang was so angry that he wanted to curse. It's already this late, and the system is still making sarcastic remarks. This damn system, is it from someone else? After Qin Lang kicked Chen Xiao down, he immediately kept a safe distance. At the same time, he also picked up a brick. Damn, I didn't grow up eating vegetarian food. On the other side, after being kicked down, Chen Xiao lay on the ground in a daze for a few seconds. I was kicked. He kicked me? How dare he kick me? I was actually kicked out by a poor student who just graduated. Rub. Chen Xiao suddenly jumped up, furious. What the hell are you all standing there for? Didn't you see I got beaten up? Superior. Fuck him. Today I'm not only going to tear down his house, I'm going to tear him down as well. Chen Xiao's face was twisted with anger. He pointed at Qin Lang and ordered his men to step forward and take action. The fingers he pointed at Qin Lang were trembling slightly, and it was obvious that he was extremely angry. When Chen Xiao's thugs heard the order, they clenched their fists and strode towards Qin Lang. Boom! Boom! At this moment, a series of dull roars reached everyone's ears. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and saw a long line of luxury cars speeding towards them. Swish! There was a sharp brake sound and the convoy stopped next to Chen Xiao's Ferrari. The first sister has arrived, please be mentally prepared. The electronic sound of the system rang out, which made Qin Lang's nervous mood relax slightly. Be mentally prepared? What's the meaning? Is this sister ugly? Qin Lang shifted his gaze and looked at the sports car at the front of the convoy. It's Koenigsegg. It's half as expensive as my Bugatti. Looking at the sporty lines and exaggerated shape, Qin Lang's heart moved. How luxurious must the person who drives this car be? At this time, Koenigsegg's scissor doors opened. When the people in the car came out, Qin Lang's eyes suddenly widened, and his eyeballs bulged out. What a charming woman! Chapter 3 Mission, Hug Sister. To simply summarize this girl, fair skin, beautiful face, and long legs. She has a slim figure and a beautiful appearance. She was wearing a fitted white shirt and a black skirt with stockings on her legs. Long and straight legs, wearing a pair of black high heels. She exudes the aura of a strong businesswoman. As soon as the woman got out of the car, a group of tall bodyguards in black walked out from the convoy behind Koenigsegg. These bodyguards all wore sunglasses, had communication equipment hanging on their ears, and had bulges around their waists. They looked like they were not to be trifled with. The bodyguards were scattered around the woman, protecting her safety at all times. The woman looked around, as if searching for something. When her eyes passed Xia Yi and Chen Xiao and saw Qin Lang, a brilliant smile appeared on her face. Then, she strode towards Qin Lang with a group of bodyguards. Hearing the noise behind him, Chen Xiao turned around and looked back. When he saw the fair-skinned and beautiful woman and the smile on her face, the furious expression on his face gradually disappeared. Instead, there was a look of infinite admiration. This woman turned out to be Gong Lu, the richest woman in Binhai. A legend in Binhai's business world, the dream of countless men. Young Master Chen looked around and realized that he was the only one who could talk to Gong Lu here. Could it be that Gong Lu came to find him? When he thought of this, Chen Xiao was secretly delighted. Could it be that my romantic luck is about to come? Young Master Chen straightened his clothes and prepared to welcome Gong Lu. If I could leave an impression on Gong Lu, and then... Thinking of the bright future, Chen Xiao's mouth curled up into an obscene smile. Looking at Gong Lu's majestic appearance, Xia Yi felt extremely envious. Who doesn't want to be the center of the crowd as soon as they appear? Who doesn't want to be surrounded by people and have a group of bodyguards? This kind of life is what I dream of. Xia Yi stared at Gong Lu blankly, her heart unable to calm down for a long time. Get out of the way. At this moment, Xia Yi's shoulders were pushed by a strong force, almost pushing her to the ground. She turned around and saw that the person who pushed her was Chen Xiao. Looking at the perverted light flashing in Chen Xiao's eyes, Xia Yi was shocked. Didn't he say that he fell in love with me at first sight and would only love me in this life? Xia Yi's self-righteous heart was shattered in an instant. She thought that she had already bewitched Chen Xiao. Little did she know that Chen Xiao had already played with many girls like her. Without even glancing at Xia Yi, Chen Xiao walked straight past Xia Yi and headed towards Gong Lu. Hello, Mr. Gong, I'm Chen Chang from Rinshan Group. Chen Chang is the full name of Chen Xiao, the prince of Rinshan Group. Chen Chang stretched out his hands, ready to feel Gong Lu's white jade hands. Unfortunately, what greeted him was a pair of rough big hands. A tall bodyguard pressed Chen Chang's head and pushed him aside. What? How dare you block Mr. Gong's way and even want to shake his hand? The bodyguard glared at Chen Chang coldly, and scared Chen Chang so much that he felt cold all over. Chen Chang quickly took a step back to create some distance between himself and the bodyguard. He knew that this bodyguard was definitely a master who held lives on his hands. At this time, some bodyguards rushed to the thugs, one by one, and directly controlled them. Brother, are you okay? Gong Lu came to Qin Lang and looked him over with concern to see if he had any injuries. Looking at the beautiful woman in front of him with a face full of concern, Qin Lang felt a little confused. This is too enthusiastic. This is the first time we meet. No wonder the damn system made me mentally prepared. Qin Lang sniffed the pleasant fragrance on Gong Lu's body and thought intoxicatedly, this is too exciting. I love so much. Hey, you're not hurt, why are you acting so silly? Brother, don't you recognize your sister? Gong Lu's gentle voice sounded in Qin Lang's ears. Her tone was a little surprised, and it could be heard that she was a little nervous at the moment. As soon as Gong Lu finished speaking, the electronic sound of the system appeared in Qin Lang's mind. At the same time, several more options came to his mind. Ding! Mission 1, answer your sister's questions adorably and dispel her doubts. Mission reward, IQ +1. Mission 2, hug your sister and act coquettishly towards her. Mission reward, martial arts entry exchange card. Task 3, say who are you, to your sister. Mission reward, 1 million in cash. Host, please make a choice within 10 seconds, otherwise this mission will be cancelled. Is there such a thing? Task 1 can be ignored directly. My IQ is so high, do I still need to recharge? Task 2, hugging my sister, was so embarrassing. Is it necessary to do such intense actions when we just meet for the first time? The who are you in Task 3 is so annoying. I will definitely get beaten by my sister if I say it out loud. However, 1 million cash is also very tempting. Should I choose to hug my sister or choose the million in cash? However, I still feel ashamed to hug such a beautiful sister. Because time is tight, there are only 10 seconds to consider. Qin Lang only wasted half a second before opening his arms and hugging Gong Lu's slender waist. Sister, why did you come just now? I almost got beaten up just now. After saying that, Qin Lang couldn't help but take a deep breath of the fragrance. Smells so good. It's refreshing. Could this sister be a fairy? She looks like a fairy. Qin Lang's sudden action scared Gong Lu. However, not only was she not angry, but she patted Qin Lang's head lovingly and said with a smile, you are so old, but you still act like a child. Don't worry, sister will definitely help you vent your anger. Loosen up a bit, I can't breathe. It turned out that Qin Lang was a little nervous when he hugged his sister for the first time, and he hugged her too hard in a hurry. Oh. Qin Lang smiled awkwardly and immediately let go of his hand. At this time, the electronic sound appeared again. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing a mission and obtaining a martial arts entry exchange card. Qin Lang simply ignored the system's voice. He followed Gong Lu excitedly to seek revenge on Chen Xiao. Are you from a demolition company? Gong Lu walked up to Chen Chang and asked coldly. Her state at this moment was completely different from her state in front of Qin Lang. Looking at his sister who had become cold and beautiful, Qin Lang felt warm in his heart. I want sisters like this no matter how many there are. So delicious. He completely forgot that he had previously complained about the god-level sisters wasting his lottery card. On the other side, Chen Chang adjusted his expression in response to Gong Lu's questioning. Boss Gong, I'm Chen Chang, the son of Danny Chan, chairman of the Rinshan Group. Just now, I was discussing the sale of this courtyard with this young brother. Chen Shang tried his best to appear neither humble nor arrogant, and to create an image of being extremely graceful in his dealings. However, Gong Lu didn't buy his tricks at all. "Don't talk about it, it's a waste of time." Gong Lu was still very cold and his tone was icy. Hearing this, Chen Shang became anxious. It's not him who wants this piece of land, but someone above him wants it. He's just an errand boy. Chen Shang asked anxiously, "How about we talk about it again?" Gong Lu glanced at Chen Shang calmly and said in a deep voice, "You may not understand what I mean. What I mean is, I'm going to buy your company soon, so there's no need to waste time talking about this." Chapter 4 Regretful Xiai. What? Buy Qin Xiao's company? When Qin Lang heard Gong Lu say that she wanted to buy Qin Xiao's company, he was so shocked that he couldn't close his mouth for a long time. He wants to buy someone else's company as soon as he opens his mouth. This god-level sister is too rich. Doesn't that mean that I won't be short of money in the future? My sister's money is my money, isn't it? In an instant, an incomparable sense of happiness surged into Qin Lang's heart. Happiness comes so suddenly. At this moment, Qin Lang just felt dizzy. The first god-level sister is so powerful, the other 8 will definitely not be any worse. Xiai was standing not far from Gong Lu and Qin Lang. When Xiai heard what Gong Lu said, her chest heaved violently and her breathing became extremely heavy. Buy Qin Xiao's company? Qin Xiao's company is worth hundreds of millions. Can ordinary people buy this kind of company just by saying so? However, when Xiai thought of the grand ceremony when Gong Lu appeared, she no longer doubted Gong Lu's words. For a moment, Xiai was filled with regret. Qin Lang has such a rich sister, why didn't he tell him earlier? If he had said it earlier, he wouldn't have ended up like this. Xiai looked at Chen Shang with disgust and distanced herself from him. You don't like me, but I don't like you, you ugly guy, even more. Xiai looked at Qin Lang, her eyes filled with lingering affection. However, at this time, Chen Shang no longer had the energy to pay attention to Xiai's little movements. Gong Lu's words were like a bolt from the blue, exploding in Chen Shang's mind. He knew that if Gong Lu, the richest man in Binhai, really wanted to buy his own company, he would definitely have countless means and methods to achieve it. But why? You buy it just like that? This is the result of years of hard work by our family. Chen Shang said in a deep voice, Boss Gong, although you are the richest man in Binhai, you can't do whatever you want in Binhai. Do whatever you want? Oh. Gong Lu glanced at Chen Shang with disdain, picked up his cell phone and made a call. Let's do something and buy out Renshan Group at the lowest price. What does lowest price mean? It is to suppress the commercial value of Renshan Group through a series of complex business means. It would be easier to deal with if Renshan Group had ever engaged in business violations. If you think about it carefully, is it possible that a company that started out by doing demolition would not have any illegal operations? Of course. And there are a lot of them. With Gong Lu's ability, it would be easy for him to deal with a company like Renshan Group. Hearing Gong Lu's words, Chen Shang was so scared that his face turned pale. He didn't expect Gong Lu's attitude to be so tough. After a while, Chen Shang's cell phone rang. He looked down and saw that it was his father Danny Chan calling. Where are you? Come back here. There's a big problem at the company. How do you become a manager? You didn't even notice the company had such a huge flaw? Danny Chan started scolding him so harshly that he couldn't even raise his head. Chen Shang quickly said, Dad, I'll be back right away. It was not until this moment that Chen Shang realized the weight of Gong Lu's words. So scary. It's so scary. Chen Shang looked at Gong Lu in horror and rushed towards the sports car. Want to run? Qin Lang rushed forward and kicked Chen Shang on the butt, knocking him to the ground. Chen Shang stood up angrily and wanted to beat Qin Lang. However, when Chen Shang saw the tall and strong bodyguards, the anger in his heart gradually dissipated. Chen Shang snorted in humiliation, rushed into the sports car and fled. As for Xiai and those thugs, he had long forgotten about them. Seeing Chen Shang fleeing in panic, Gong Lu smiled and said to Qin Lang, Don't worry, brother. I promise you that within one day, I will take over the Renshan Group. When the time comes, I will make sure that Chen Shang has nothing. When the people around heard what Gong Lu said, they were secretly shocked. As expected of the richest man in Binhai, he speaks with great generosity, and his words naturally carry a sense of heroism. Yes. Qin Lang nodded heavily, Sister, I believe you. At this moment, Gong Lu slapped his forehead, as if he suddenly remembered something. By the way, brother, didn't you just graduate from college? I'll give you this company to practice with. Once you're familiar with business management, I'll give you a bigger company. Gonglu said these words lightly with a calm tone. It seems that giving away a company is as easy as eating and drinking. Upon hearing this, Xinlang felt light all over, as if he was about to ascend to heaven. This is too dreamy. I was still worried yesterday about finding a job with a higher salary. And now, I am about to own a company of my own. I became a boss right after graduation, and I feel so happy just thinking about it. Thank you, sister. Xinlang hurriedly thanked her. Gonglu frowned and said unhappily, brother, what are you thanking me for? Has the relationship faded? You are my brother, and what belongs to my sister is yours. Gonglu felt that it would be too awkward for siblings to be so polite to each other. Seeing his sister frowning slightly, Xinlang reached out and smoothed her frown. Sister, I know. At this moment, a weak female voice broke the warmth between Gonglu and Xinlang. Xinlang, let's make peace. I was deceived by Chen Chang's sweet words before. Actually, I still have you in my heart. Nothing happened between him and me. I didn't do anything to offend you. The person who spoke was Xia. Xia looked at Xinlang innocently, hoping to get Xinlang's forgiveness. I have to say that Xia is a master of acting. At this moment, her eyes were slightly red and covered with a thin layer of mist. It was as if the person who cheated first was not her, but Xinlang, and she was the victim. If Xia had this expression in the past, Xinlang would have been completely dazzled. But it's different now. Times have changed. Xinlang had already seen Xiaoyi's true face, so how could he take her words seriously? He sneered disdainfully. You really have the nerve to say these words. Luckily I didn't eat lunch, or I would have vomited all over your face out of disgust. Do you think I will still believe your nonsense? Please, get away. After saying that, Xinlang turned his head away, not even willing to look at her again. Xinlang, we've been together for half a year, is it true that we have no feelings for each other anymore? I was wrong before, I promise I will never lie to you again. I beg you, please give me another chance, okay? Xia yelled these words in a crying voice, seeming very sad. However, Xinlang remained unmoved. If a person is not ruthless, he cannot stand firm. Xia treated herself like that before, why could she be forgiven just by saying sorry? If I hadn't bound myself to the system, who knows what would have happened to me now? At this time, Gonglu, who had been silent, spoke. Please stop bothering my brother. If a broken mirror is glued together, can it be considered a whole again? What about the crack in the mirror? Besides, your condition is not acceptable. She has no height, no pretty face, no breasts, no butt. She really has nothing. My brother is such an outstanding person, are you worthy of him? Which of my best friends isn't 100, 1,000 times better than you? When Gonglu opened his mouth, it was like a machine gun, making a non-stop de-de-de sound, which directly left Xia speechless. Moreover, her extremely critical eyes made Xia feel uneasy. Then, Gonglu smiled and said to Xinlang, Brother, there are still 100 shops waiting for us after this village. My best friends are not only beautiful, but also excellent in all aspects. They are at the top of their respective industries. Moreover, several of them are direct descendants of major forces. You, the ex-girlfriend, are not even worthy of carrying their shoes. I'll arrange a time for you two to meet and get to know each other in a few days. Xinlang was overjoyed when he heard Gonglu's words. Oh my god, what kind of fairy sister am I? This is too good to be true. Chapter 5 Martial Arts Genius. At this moment, several options emerged in Xinlang's mind again. Ding. Mission 1, thank you for your kindness, sister. Tell her I like boys. Mission reward, intermediate singing skill exchange card. Task 2, tell your sister loudly, I want 100. Mission reward, primary martial arts upgrade card. Task 3, reject your sister's kindness and tell her I only want you. Mission reward, a beating from your sister. The first and third options were simply ignored by Xinlang. Is this damn system messing with me? How could I refuse such a good sister's kindness? Xinlang muttered to himself, I choose task 2. Then, he looked at Gonglu with a smile and said, Sister, how many are enough? I want 100. Xinlang felt an indescribable sense of comfort from Gonglu. Therefore, he felt no pressure at all when saying these words. What? 100? Brother, you are making things difficult for your sister. Where can I find 100 girlfriends for you? Gong Lu looked at Qin Lang speechlessly, feeling powerless. At this moment, Gong Lu's eyes suddenly lit up. A light bulb went off in my head. Suddenly, she had a great idea. Gong Lu smiled and said, "Don't worry, I'll notify the Human Resources Department for an open recruitment soon. It's just 100 girls, right? It's easy. When the time comes, you can be the interviewer. If you find someone you like, feel free to pursue them. If you need money, just go to the finance department and report my name." Hearing this, Qin Lang swallowed his saliva and was a little dumbfounded. This is just a system task. He himself took this as a joke. I didn't expect that the god-level sister would be so serious. That warm feeling of happiness appeared again, filling Qin Lang's chest. Beside her, Xia Yi was stunned. 100? Let Qin Lang be the interviewer and choose at will? Where did Qin Lang's sister come from? She's so wild. The bodyguards were also dumbfounded. Ms. Gong is a famous ice beauty. There were countless rich second generations, children of aristocratic families, and powerful men who tried to fawn over her, but she was too lazy to even take a second look. Unexpectedly, she would be so obedient to this little boy. In the bodyguard's impression, President Gong is usually polite to everyone, and his face is as calm as a still pond. However, this little boy can make Mr. Gong frown or laugh. Where did this boy come from? I've never heard anyone say that Mr. Gong has a younger brother before. This kid is so lucky. When the bodyguards were puzzled, Qin Lang vaguely exuded a unique aura. As soon as Qin Lang's temperament changed, the bodyguard captain noticed it. The bodyguard captain's eyes lit up and he quickly came to Qin Lang. He asked excitedly, "Young Master Qin, did you just have a breakthrough in martial arts?" A breakthrough in martial arts? Qin Lang was startled. How did this person know? He scratched his head and pretended to be confused and said, "That should be it." It turned out that Qin Lang took advantage of the time when others were confused and asked the system to redeem the martial arts entry exchange card he had obtained before. Then, he exchanged the elementary martial arts upgrade card he had just obtained. You know what, these two redemption cards are really useful. He now felt warm all over and seemed to have endless energy. Now, facing those four thugs, he doesn't even need to pick up the bricks. He believed that he could defeat those four men with his bare hands. Gong Lu saw the bodyguard captain's expression and asked in confusion, "Wang Hu, what's wrong? Is my brother's health not good? Not feeling well?" Hearing these four words, Qin Lang almost vomited blood. "Sister, I am your dearest brother." Wang Hu shook his head excitedly and said loudly, "It's not impossible, it's absolutely possible. It's unbelievable that young Master Qin could achieve a breakthrough in martial arts just by standing still. Ever since I debuted, I've only heard of such a supreme martial arts genius in legends. They call this breakthrough method, He Dao. It means that in this world, we should stand tall and upright. Standing on the ground, we can become one with the world and have a different kind of communication with all things in it." Hearing these words, Gong Lu's eyes became brighter and brighter. Unexpectedly, my younger brother is actually a little genius in martial arts. When Xia Yi came back to her senses and heard these words, her face was full of shock and regret. At this moment, she wanted to cry but had no tears. Why didn't I realize Qin Lang was so powerful before? If she had known this earlier, she would never have hooked up with Mr. Chen. When Qin Lang heard what Wang Hu said, he rolled his eyes secretly. Damn, it's getting more and more mysterious. If you are given a system, you can also make a breakthrough on the spot. Not only can you break through on the spot, you can also break through while singing. Qin Lang was fed up with what he was listening to and tried to change the subject. "Sister, these four guys just tried to beat me up. I want to fight them one-on-one." Qin Lang looked at the big man who had just wanted to beat him up, with a playful smile on his face. "One-on-one? There are four of us. Brother, are you sure you can beat four of them by yourself?" Gong Lu looked at the four thugs with some concern, not quite trusting Qin Lang's skills. When an ordinary warrior faces 2 or 3 ordinary people, it is very scary. These 4 people are obviously not ordinary people. They are veterans who have been fighting on the streets for years. These people are experienced in fighting, and it would be difficult for an ordinary warrior to fight 4 of them. Qin Lang was slightly stunned. His sister misunderstood him. He laughed and said, "Sister, it's not me challenging the 4 of them alone, it's the 4 of us challenging one of them." The four of them just wanted to attack me. Now, I want them to have a taste of the same. Sister, send 3 people to assist me. After hearing this, Gonglu finally reacted. My younger brother has a strong desire for revenge. But this is good. Gonglu nodded slightly and signaled his bodyguard to send a thug over. At this time, Wang Hu volunteered and walked to Qin Lang with 2 bodyguards. Master Qin, let me accompany you to attack. It was obvious that Wang Hu was a master, so Qin Lang naturally would not refuse. The thug who was released was stunned when he saw Wang Hu and the other 2 tall bodyguards. Bodyguards for such large companies are generally experts with practical experience. Moreover, retired military experts are particularly favored by large companies. Facing such a person, he couldn't gain any advantage. The thug took a few steps back in fear and said in a trembling voice, "Don't mess around. We have nothing to do with Master Chen. We are just here to help him hold up the scene. Also, we are Changnan Biao's men, so you should think carefully." When the thug saw that Qin Lang wanted to take revenge, he quickly brought out his backers. Brother Biao is a well-known underground boss in the south of Binhai City, and everyone in Binhai knows him. If ordinary people heard of Brother Biao's name, they would naturally not dare to attack Brother Biao's men. Moreover, it is said that Brother Biao has a very powerful background, and several major families in Binhai dare not provoke Brother Biao. However, a 1,000-mile-long dike can be destroyed by a small hole. Neither Brother Biao nor the superpower behind him had expected that soon after, Qin Lang's sister with incredible fighting power would take action, and the source of the catastrophe that brought them disaster was actually these ordinary little brothers. Hearing the gangster's threat, Gonglu became angry. Gonglu sneered and said, "Brother, feel free to attack. I was wondering why the Renshan group was so arrogant. Turns out they're in cahoots with Li Dabiao. I want to see how brave Li Dabiao is to provoke me." Hearing this, Qin Lang instantly felt confident. Qin Lang sneered, "You're quite arrogant. You still dare to threaten me. Today, I'll use you as a training ground." Chapter 6, 1 verses 4. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Lang rushed out. He rushed to the thug and swung his fist at him. Qin Lang now has never learned any martial arts. He has all the strength but doesn't know how to use it. Therefore, he had no choice but to use this most primitive method to fight the enemy. After a brief moment of fear, the thug was aroused. He threw a fierce punch straight at Qin Lang's face. Looking at the swinging fist, Qin Lang felt his blood boiling. He raised his fist and punched the man in the chest. Even though he has no martial arts skills, Qin Lang is no match for this thug now. Boom! A dull sound reached everyone's ears. The thug who had been so arrogant before was knocked to the ground. After rolling several times, the gangster's body finally stopped. Feeling the blood boiling in his arms, Qin Lang's blood boiled. Is this what it feels like to be strong? He really couldn't beat these thugs before. But things are different now, times have changed. Qin Lang looked at his arm and then at the 3 bodyguards around him. I feel particularly relaxed. Qin Lang looked at the thug with blood oozing from the corner of his mouth and said coldly, "Come again, I haven't really started yet." The thug slowly got up, his face looking extremely gloomy. In Binhai, he was the only one who got to beat people up, and he had never been bullied like this before. He looked at Qin Lang coldly, then looked at the bodyguards beside Qin Lang, and said coldly, "Let's fight one-on-one if you dare." When the thug saw the bodyguards beside Qin Lang just now, he became frightened. He was very confident that with his many years of experience in street fighting, he could beat Qin Lang badly. However, would Qin Lang agree to such a request? Of course not. Qin Lang looked at the thug with a look of idiocy and sneered, "Is there something wrong with your brain? Why should I go one-on-one with you when I have such a huge advantage now?" Just then, an electronic sound appeared in Qin Lang's mind. Ding! Mission 1, accept the thug's challenge and defeat him. Mission reward, a low-level martial arts skill. Task 2, reject the thug's challenge. Mission reward, IQ +1. Task 3, accept the challenge from the thugs, proactively challenge 4 thugs, and defeat them. Mission reward, an intermediate martial arts skill. The host has 10 seconds to choose. The system's voice almost made Qin Lang faint. As soon as I rejected this thug, the system issued a new task. Of these 3 options, it is obvious that I would not choose the second one. Add IQ? Ridiculous. The more practical ones are Task 1 and Task 3. Both tasks involve accepting each other's challenges. Xin Lang seriously suspected that this system was designed to mess with his mentality. Whether it's task 1 or task 3, accepting it would be a slap in your face. Depend on task 3. Xin Lang muttered to himself. After being depressed for a second, he directly chose task 3. If you want to play, play big. Moreover, Xin Lang already had his own plan in mind to ensure a profit. After receiving the task, Xin Lang looked at the thug. You want to fight me one-on-one? Okay. But I don't want to just beat you, I want to beat all 4 of you. Xin Lang waved his hand and said in a very domineering manner. However, as soon as he said this, everyone was stunned. Didn't you just reject him? Why did you suddenly change your mind? Gong Lu. Gong Lu was speechless. Her brother's thoughts were jumping too fast and she could hardly keep up. Didn't he just say that the other person has a problem with his brain? Now that he has changed his words, isn't it just him? With his current skills, it is impossible for him to defeat 4 people. Wang Hu said that he is very talented, but no matter how talented he is, he still needs to grow up to become great. Gong Lu was anxious and said quickly, "Brother, you..." However, before she could finish her words, Xin Lang interrupted her. "Don't worry, sister. I have other plans." Looking at Xin Lang's confident face, Gong Lu hesitated to speak. All right. Anyway, with so many bodyguards here, nothing unexpected will happen. When the thug heard Xin Lang's words, a cruel smile flashed across his face. Good. You said it. The thug stood up and accepted the challenge with a sneer. Ding. The thug has accepted the challenge, mission 3 has begun. Hearing this electronic sound, Xin Lang felt relieved. He turned his head to look at the bodyguards and said with a smile. Knock these 4 guys down first, then I'll take action. What? As soon as Xin Lang said this, the others were petrified. The corners of Gong Lu's mouth twitched. Is it still possible to play like this? Wang Hu and a group of bodyguards opened their mouths slightly, and waves of emotion rose in their hearts. Can you still do this? Mr. Gong's younger brother is so good at playing. The thug was completely dumbfounded. Is there anyone who bullies others like this? You have these bodyguards by your side, so you feel fearless, right? Damn it, he has no moral principles at all. The thug raised his hand in anger, his fingers trembling slightly, and pointed at Xin Lang and cursed, "You little bastard." Before he could finish his curse, Wang Hu kicked him down. Wang Hu shouted, "Do it! Leave a breath." As soon as the words fell, the other bodyguards took action quickly. Ah! Ouch! Ah! Stop hitting me, I was wrong. Damn it, if you hit me again, something bad will happen. Please spare my life, sir. Stop hitting me. Gently, gently, mommy. As soon as the bodyguards took action, everyone at the scene burst into tears. Don't be fooled by the fact that these people act fearless and act like the biggest boss in the world when they bully others. When they really meet a master or a ruthless person, they are the first to give in. At first, the thugs still had the strength to shout. Seeing how loud the thugs were, Wang Hu shouted to his bodyguards, "Have you not eaten yet?" They were screaming so loudly, which means the beating wasn't thorough enough. Not thorough enough? Upon hearing this, the thugs immediately burst into wailing. My fucking bones are almost broken, isn't that enough? So the bodyguards continued with the second round of beating. This time, the thugs didn't dare to cry out loudly. They were afraid of attracting even more severe attacks. The thugs could only groan softly, venting their inner suffering in physical pain. Finally, when the thugs collapsed on the ground like mud, Xin Lang took action. Xin Lang came in front of the 4 thugs and said with a smug smile, "Don't you want to beat me up? Don't you want to challenge me? Come on, I'll stand here and wait for you to make your move." Looking at Xin Lang, who seemed to be asking for a beating, the 4 thugs felt extremely aggrieved. They roared in their hearts, "Boy, just wait, this is not over yet." However, they were unable to move at this time. At this time, their whole bodies were in pain, and even when they moved their eyeballs, their swollen eyelids felt a stinging pain. Seeing that the 4 people didn't react, Xin Lang said leisurely, "If you don't take action, then I will take the initiative reluctantly." As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his big foot and stomped hard. Want to beat me up? Aiding the tyrant. Oppressing ordinary people. In the underworld. Opinionated. Xin Lang stepped on the 4 thugs one by one as he spoke, making them scream. They had just been beaten twice by the bodyguards, and now they were being stepped on by Qin Lang. This kind of pain is not just physical pain, but also psychological numbness. However, Qin Lang's attention was not on the thugs. He was waiting for the system's voice. Woo! Ouch! Oh my god! Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the intermediate martial arts, Mountain Shaking Fist. Amidst the screams, the system's voice came. Mountain Shaking Fist? Listen to this name, it sounds quite domineering. Chapter 7 Leverage. When the reward came, Qin Lang stopped beating. He looked down at the four thugs and said to them lying on the ground, "This time, it's just a small lesson. If you don't restrain yourself from now on and dare to bully others again. In your words, I'll beat you up every time I see you." Did you hear that? Qin Lang used all his strength to pronounce the last four words, which sounded quite powerful. The thugs were beaten like this, how could they dare to resist? They endured the severe pain and nodded frantically, fearing that Qin Lang would be dissatisfied and beat them again. Seeing the miserable appearance of these people, Qin Lang nodded and let them go. At this time, Gong Lu, who was not far away, said coldly, "Go back and tell Li Dabiao that if he wants revenge, come to me, Gong Lu. If you dare to touch a hair on my brother's head, I will make him die without a burial place." Gong Lu's voice was cold, returning to her usual aloof goddess demeanor. Her words were so overbearing that they made the four thugs shudder. At this moment, she was like a mother hen protecting her cubs, protecting Qin Lang behind her. Looking at Gong Lu with a cold face, Qin Lang was deeply moved. He swore in his heart that he must become stronger. Now my sister is protecting me, and in the future, I will have to protect my sister. After saying those harsh words, Gong Lu looked at Qin Lang. In an instant, her originally cold face was filled with a gentle smile. My sister's face changed so quickly that Qin Lang muttered to himself, "Even the Peking opera face changing is probably not as fast as my sister's. Brother, let's go to Lanyue group with sister." Gong Lu walked to Qin Lang, took Qin Lang's hand and walked towards Koenigsegg. Qin Lang quickly grabbed Gong Lu and asked in a low voice, "Sister, what should I do with my Bugatti?" Qin Lang felt a little guilty. This Bugatti was given by the system, and he wondered if it would arouse Gong Lu's suspicion. Sure enough, as soon as Qin Lang finished speaking, a look of confusion flashed in Gong Lu's eyes. However, in just a short moment, the confusion disappeared, replaced by the original agility. Gong Lu said, "This is the inheritance your father left for you. Give the keys to Wang Hu and take my car." Qin Lang thought about it carefully and realized that this Bugatti was exchanged for a tricycle. The tricycle was the inheritance that my father packed up and left to me, so there is nothing wrong with saying that. But, how does my sister know this? Qin Lang handed the keys to the Bugatti to Wang Hu, and got into Gong Lu's Koenigsegg. As soon as I got in the car, Xia Yi came over. From beginning to end, Xia Yi saw the entire incident. By this time, she was deeply regretful. She didn't expect that Qin Lang was so powerful. Not only did he have a luxury car, but he also had an extremely powerful and beautiful sister. And this beautiful sister is also the richest person in Binhai. The richest man in Binhai. Her net worth surpasses that of all the bosses of leading enterprises in Binhai. Qin Lang, give me another chance. I promise you that I will love you well in the future. Xia Yi stood outside the car and said these words almost begging. She knew that if she couldn't make Qin Lang change his mind today, it would be even more difficult in the future. Compared to the future glory and wealth, to the future wearing gold and silver jewelry, what does this little humiliation matter? However, Qin Lang just turned his head lightly and said something. "You disappoint me." As soon as he finished speaking, Gong Lu stepped on the accelerator and sped away. It's finally quiet. Qin Lang quickly asked the system in his mind. Why didn't I tell my sister when I knew I had just graduated? Why did my sister know about my father's inheritance? Why did my sister come at such a coincidence? Qin Lang had a lot of questions in his mind and wanted the system to give him answers. Ding! It's all my fault. Everything you do will be reasonable in the eyes of the sisters. Qin Lang's questions were countered by the system with just one sentence. Qin Lang. Okay, you are the system, you are awesome. At this moment, Qin Lang's eyes turned and a plan came to his mind. System, do you have a name? It's not appropriate to keep calling you the system. Let me give you a name. Just call me a nitpicker, what do you think? Qin Lang felt that this system had a bit of a temper and seemed to enjoy tricking and arguing with the host. The name is very appropriate. Ding. The system is collecting. Inclusion completed, now available for discussion. Listening to the electronic sound in his mind, Xin Lang shouted fuck 18 times in his heart. Oh shit, is this even possible? He just wanted to make fun of the system, but he didn't expect that he could actually give the system a name. Long Jing? Xin Lang tried to shout in his heart. Here I am. Oh my god, it actually works. Xin Lang felt proud and couldn't help but smile. Brother, what are you laughing at? Gong Lu was curious when she saw Xin Lang laughing for no apparent reason. These words brought Xin Lang back to reality. Xin Lang said with a smile, I just couldn't help but smile happily when I thought of having such a wonderful fairy sister. After saying this, Xin Lang nodded seriously to show his sincerity. Ha ha. Silly brother. If my sister isn't good to you, who will she be good to? A celestial being? Ha, brother, you are getting better and better at making your sister happy. Gong Lu held the steering wheel and smiled happily. Which girl doesn't like to be praised by others? Moreover, it was such a sincere compliment. Like them all. At this time, the wind outside the car window blew into the car, blowing up Gong Lu's countless hairs, and the whole person looked like a fairy floating out of the world, bright and unparalleled. For a moment, Xin Lang was slightly distracted. This is really a fairy sister. Soon, everyone arrived at a magnificent building. There are several huge signs hanging on the building, Lanyue Group. Looking at the building, Xin Lang was secretly amazed. My sister's company is too big. How rich is that? Xin Lang spoke softly and asked, Sister, is this building your company? It's so big. Unexpectedly, Gong Lu shook his head slightly, not entirely. Not all? When Xin Lang heard these three words, doubts arose in his heart. It seems that I misunderstood my sister. My sister's company may be on several floors of this building. At this time, Gong Lu's voice came again, not just this building. The buildings behind this one, as well as the several parks behind it, all belong to our company. Damn it! Hearing this, Xin Lang was stunned for a moment. So many buildings? I thought my sister only had this one building, but I didn't expect that the buildings behind it were all her properties. Xin Lang looked back. Sure enough, the decoration style of those buildings is the same as the one in front of me. Chapter 8 My Sister's Best Friend. Seeing Xin Lang's expression, Gong Lu chuckled. She tugged at Xin Lang's sleeve and said with a smile, Let's go. As soon as I entered the building, a beautiful woman with outstanding temperament came towards me. Boss Gong, we have contacted all upstream and downstream companies of the Renshan Group. All illegal operations of the Renshan Group have been collected. The beauty held a folder and reported her work to Gong Lu seriously. After listening to the beautiful woman's report, Gong Lu nodded, Let's get started. At this time, Gong Lu pulled Xin Lang and introduced him to the beautiful woman, Rushua, this is my younger brother. Then, she tilted her head slightly and whispered in Xin Lang's ear, She is one of my sister's best friends. How is it? Isn't it nice? The warm breath blew on Xin Lang's ears, making him itchy. Xin Lang nodded seriously and whispered to Gong Lu, Very good. Hearing this, Gong Lu instantly smiled happily. It is said that good things should be kept within the family. If my younger brother really succeeds in pursuing Rushua, then they will be even closer relatives. Xin Lang took the initiative to speak, smiling, and said, Hello Sister Rushua, my name is Xin Lang. Mo Rushua had been looking at Xin Lang curiously. When she first saw that Xin Lang and Gong Lu were close, she thought that Gong Lu had finally come to her senses and found a boyfriend. But I didn't expect that he was my best friend's younger brother. But why is this surname different? Could it be that boys take their father's surname and girls take their mother's surname? At this moment, Xin Lang's voice broke Mo Rushua's thoughts. Mo Rushua came back to her senses, a bright smile appearing on her face. She smiled and said, Hello, brother, my name is Mo Rushua. Are you here to visit our company? Xin Lang smiled and said, Yes, come with me and take a look. Just then, Gong Lu's phone rang. There seemed to be something urgent on the phone, urging her. After answering the phone, Gong Lu said softly to Xin Lang, Brother, I have an important meeting to attend. First, follow Rushua around the company and get familiar with the environment. After saying that, Gong Lu gave Xin Lang a look that said, You know. Then, she said to Mo Rushua, Rushua, I'll leave my brother to you. I'm leaving first. After saying that, he left in a hurry. Looking at Gong Lu's quickly receding back, Qin Lang felt helpless. Are you running away now? I have only known this sister for a few seconds. There is no way but to accept reality. Qin Lang spread his hands and said helplessly, Sister Rushue, you go about your business, I'll just follow behind you. Mo Rushue sighed and said, okay then. I have a lot of things to do. I don't know why your sister acquired the Runshan Group. What's the point of acquiring a company with such poor profitability? Hearing this, Qin Lang touched his nose, feeling a little embarrassed. However, can a company that can become a group have poor profitability? Qin Lang asked doubtfully, Sister Rushue, Runshan Group's main business is demolition, so its profitability should be pretty good, right? Mo Rushue shook her head and said softly, Runshan Group's total annual profit has only just crossed the 100 million mark. For a company like this, if they don't develop other businesses, their ceiling is only this 100 million yuan. Only 100 million? 100 million is actually not a small amount. Qin Lang still remembers that he had a college classmate whose family owned a factory. That classmate's family makes a profit of 10 million every year, they are so arrogant. So, after hearing Mo Rushue's words, Qin Lang didn't know what to say. Finally, he could only smile and say, yes. They are naturally no match for the Lanhua Group. Next, Qin Lang followed Mo Rushue around to familiarize himself with the environment. It was only at this time that Qin Lang found out that Mo Rushue was actually the general manager of Lanhua Group. Until dinner time came, Qin Lang had nothing to do and just followed Mo Rushue around. Ha! After finishing her work, Mo Rushue felt relieved. She looked at the listless Qin Lang and said with a smile, Qin Lang, let's go. Today is the first day we meet, I will take you to eat delicious food. Qin Lang naturally wouldn't be polite when a beautiful woman invited him. He stood up and suddenly thought that Gong Lu might not have eaten yet. He immediately said, Sister Rushue, my sister is in a meeting somewhere. I'll ask her to go to dinner with me. Looking at Qin Lang's serious expression, Mo Rushue suddenly laughed. She laughed and said, don't worry, your sister is in a board meeting and eating well. Ha ha. Qin Lang scratched his head, so that's how it is. Then let's go. Then, the two walked out of the building. Mo Rushue was about to drive the car, but Qin Lang quickly stepped forward and drove the Bugatti over. He held the steering wheel with one hand and leaned on the car door with the other. Qin Lang smiled and said, Sister Rushue, get in the car. I'll take you for a ride. Qin Lang's movements were particularly cool. With a luxury car, he felt confident. If this had happened in the past, he wouldn't have had the confidence to invite a beauty like Mo Rushue. Wow! Little guy, not bad, you're actually driving a Bugatti. Mo Rushue was a little surprised. Qin Lang's Bugatti gave her a big shock. She couldn't bear to buy a luxury car of this level. Qin Lang waved his hand lightly and said with a faint smile, it's nothing. Seeing his expression, Mo Rushue smiled and got into the car generously. Afterwards, the two came to a restaurant that looked quite high-end. As soon as she entered the restaurant, Mo Rushue frowned. She saw a very disgusting person. Looking at Qin Lang beside her, Mo Rushue gritted her teeth and reached out to hold Qin Lang's arm. Qin Lang was looking around when he suddenly smelled a fragrance and someone hugged his arm. He turned his head and found Mo Rushue looking at him with a slightly blushing face. Seeing this scene, Qin Lang's heart was beating wildly. No way. Love luck 1T just come like this. I just treat you as an older sister. You don't want to eat me, this tender grass, do you? However, he didn't notice that a young man with a gloomy face was walking towards him not far away. Chapter 9 Pretending to be my sister's best friend's boyfriend. Qin Lang's heart was beating wildly and his mind was struggling. I told my sister a joke, but she took it seriously. What should I do if she really introduces all her best friends to me? At this moment, Qin Lang caught a glimpse of Mo Rushue slowly stretching her head closer to his profile. The action of the beautiful woman beside him made Qin Lang blush instantly. Oh my god. This is too fast. Should I refuse? Qin Lang lamented in his heart, Sister Rushue, I just graduated, I'm still a child. However, his body was very honest. He stood there motionless, with no intention of dodging at all. At the same time, deep down in his heart, he felt a little happy. Who wouldn't he be happy to have their arm around such a beautiful woman? Just as Qin Lang was lost in thought, Mo Rushue was full of doubts. Why did this guy suddenly turn red all over? Doesn't this guy have any skin disease? However, when Mo Rushua saw Qin Lang's eyes constantly glancing at her, she suddenly understood everything. She continued to lean forward and put her lips close to Qin Lang's ear. Then, she gritted her teeth and exhaled like orchid. "Stop daydreaming, little brat. Do me a favor and get rid of a fly." The warm breath beside his ears stimulated Qin Lang's heart even more. This beautiful scene made Qin Lang's blood rush to his forehead. However, after he thought about Mo Rushua's words, his passion gradually cooled. These two short sentences were like a basin of cold water, chilling Qin Lang from head to toe. Qin Lang looked at Mo Rushua with resentment. "So that's how it is. Why didn't you just say it earlier? Why did you have to make such a move?" These few short seconds felt like a great love affair. From surprise to passion, and from passion to indifference, it's really torturous. Qin Lang nodded and said weakly, "Okay." Just then. Ding! A hostile creature has been detected. Please be on your own. After hearing the electronic sound in his head, Qin Lang noticed that someone was approaching in front of him. He looked at the person who came and complained in his heart. "Take care of yourself, sir. You have to give a solution." Unfortunately, Qin Lang's complaints fell on deaf ears and were ignored. Depend on. This nitpicker is really unreliable. At this time, the man had already walked to 2 meters in front of Qin Lang and Mo Rushua. The man was well dressed, looking like a handsome young man. However, Qin Lang could tell from the man's pale face and weak legs that he had indulged in alcohol and sex too much and his body had collapsed. The young master didn't even look at Qin Lang, but looked directly at Mo Rushua, forcing a smile and saying, "Xiaoshui, you're finally here. I know you like the taste of this restaurant, so I'm waiting here for you to have dinner together. By the way, I've specially reserved a portion of white sturgeon golden caviar for you. It's just flown in from Australia. Come and taste it with me and see how it tastes." While the young master was speaking, he was actually secretly looking at Qin Lang. However, when he saw Qin Lang's plain hairstyle, empty wrists, and neck, he no longer took Qin Lang seriously. He doesn't even have a single decoration on his body, he must be a poor boy. At this time, Mo Rushua spoke. "Zhang Fengyun, I don't know you well, so don't call me so affectionately. As for the golden caviar, please enjoy it on your own. Please make way, my boyfriend and I are going in to eat." Mo Rushua was very calm, neither humble nor arrogant, and had a cold attitude that kept people at a distance. Even Qin Lang praised her words in his heart. However, just as he finished giving Mo Rushua a thumbs up in his heart, he felt a tingling sensation on his arm. "Oh my god! What is this for?" Qin Lang glanced and saw Mo Rushua constantly winking at him, and he instantly understood. "Yes, I am now Sister Rushua's fake boyfriend, and I should demonstrate to Zhang Fengyun." Seeing the subtle movements of the two, Zhang Fengyun sneered. "Xiaoxue, stop lying to me. I saw it all. You just walked in and saw me before you took the arm of this poor boy. Even if he is really your boyfriend, I still advise you to break up. Dating a poor boy like this will lower your status." Just then. Ding! Mission 1, put your arm around Mo Rushua's shoulders and retort to Zhang Fengyun. Mission reward, 500,000. Mission 2, hold Mo Rushua's waist and counterattack Zhang Fengyun. Mission reward, 1 million. Task 3, kiss Mo Rushua on the lips and provoke Zhang Fengyun. Mission reward, 10 million. As soon as this task came out, Qin Lang almost exploded on the spot. Task 3 involves a kiss on the lips and a reward of 10 million. This is simply inducing a reserved man like me to commit a crime. No. I have a bottom line. I shouldn't be tempted, right? This time, Qin Lang was really conflicted. The reward for task 3 is so generous. However, when Qin Lang thought of the consequences of kissing the beauty, he forcibly suppressed the strong desire to choose task 3. Without an emotional foundation, it is easy to become enemies. Alas, I can only reluctantly choose task 2. As Sister Rushua's boyfriend, it's not too much to hug her waist, right? Qin Lang cried out in his heart, "Sister Rushua, do you know how much I have paid for you? That's a kiss plus 10 million. Qin Lang cried out in his heart, but his hands did not lag behind in their movements. He put his arm around Mo Rushua's slender waist and looked at Zhang Fengyun defiantly. "Do you still need to care whether Rushua and I are boyfriend and girlfriend? You live by the sea? Why are you meddling so much? Also, you keep calling me a poor boy, but who do you think you are? Get out of my way, or I'll kill you with my fists." After saying that, Qin Lang waved his fist, as if he was going to hit someone. Now, he is already a beginner martial artist, and has also learned the intermediate martial art, the mountain shaking fist. He can beat 10 of Zhang Fengyun, a useless young man with a hollowed-out body. Chapter 10 1 million received. Looking at Qin Lang's strong arms and agile posture, Zhang Fengyun was so angry that his face turned blue. Zhang Fengyun shouted angrily, "How dare you do that? Do you know who I am? If you dare to touch me, I'll make sure you spend the rest of your life in jail." Zhang Fengyun's attitude was very arrogant, with an expression that said, "What can you do to me?" His current behavior is also a temptation. As long as Qin Lang does not react and does not dare to really take action, it means that Qin Lang's family background is ordinary and he has no backing. Then, his subsequent behavior will become worse and worse. Zhang Fengyun has been a playboy for so many years, so he is naturally very experienced. Seeing Zhang Fengyun looking like he deserved a beating, Qin Lang couldn't help it. "I came here to have dinner with a beautiful lady, and you came up and started to pick a fight with me. Now you dare to threaten me. Do you have a family background? So what? I really can't tolerate your bad habits today." Qin Lang withdrew his hand, rolled up his sleeves, and strode forward. "Damn, if I don't show you some color, you won't know why the flowers are so red." Qin Lang had just taken a step when he found someone holding his hand. He looked back and saw Emo Rushue looking at him anxiously. "Qin Lang, stop fighting." She didn't expect that things would develop to this point. However, Qin Lang flipped his wrist and pulled his hand back from Emo Rushue's hand. "Don't worry, I've learned martial arts." After saying that, Qin Lang suddenly turned around and prepared to beat Zhang Fengyun. However, all he saw was a back. Qin Lang didn't know that it was his words, "I have learned martial arts," that broke down Zhang Fengyun's psychological defenses. Zhang Fengyun ran about 7 or 8 meters away before he dared to look back at Qin Lang. "Poor boy, don't be so arrogant. I'll call someone to help me right now. If I don't beat the shit out of you, your asshole is tight." Looking at the cowardly Zhang Fengyun, Qin Lang raised his middle finger and then ignored him. He looked at Emo Rushue and said with a smile, "Sister Rushue, I've chased the flies away. Let's order food quickly." He could laugh, but Emo Rushue couldn't. Emo Rushue looked at Zhang Fengyun in the distance with concern and said softly, "Qin Lang, why don't we go to another place? He just said he'd call for help, so let's get out of the way." Qin Lang glanced at Zhang Fengyun in the distance with disdain and said with a smile, "Sister Rushue, don't let a fly affect your mood. He can call people, so we can call people too." After saying that, he called Wang Hu and told him the specific location. As soon as he hung up the phone, Emo Rushue asked in surprise, "Qin Lang, were you calling Wang Hu from our company just now?" Qin Lang nodded calmly, "Yes, is there anything strange?" Emo Rushue looked Qin Lang up and down and said in amazement, "How strange. Wang Hu used to be a very famous mercenary abroad, very arrogant. In the company, no one can order him around except your sister. I didn't expect that you could call him over with just one phone call." Qin Lang scratched his head and smiled without saying anything. This is all a beautiful misunderstanding. Wang Hu thought he was a rare martial arts genius, so he was so polite. Seeing that Qin Lang was unwilling to elaborate, Emo Rushue rolled her eyes coquettishly and said in a delicate voice, "Let's go and order food. Since Wang Hu is coming, Emo Rushue has nothing to worry about." Qin Lang touched his nose and followed Emo Rushue. At this time, an electronic sound rang in his mind. Ding! The mission reward of 1 million has been sent, please check it. Bite. As soon as the argumentative person finished speaking, another ding sound was heard. This sound was the notification tone of Qin Lang's cell phone. 1 million has arrived in Alipay. Qin Lang took out his cell phone and saw that the 1 million had really arrived. "Oh my god, I'm a millionaire now." Suddenly, a burst of wild laughter came from a distance. "Ha ha ha ha. Some people are so pitiful. You're pretending to be cool with this kind of text message notification sound. How pathetic." These sarcastic words came from Zhang Fengyun, who was not far away. He thought that the sound of Qin Lang receiving 1 million yuan was a modified text message alert tone. Zhang Fengyun waved his hand and shouted, "Waiter, where's my white sturgeon golden caviar? Since some people refuse to eat and would rather eat coarse food with someone else, there's nothing I can do. Waiter, why did you let these poor guys into this high-end restaurant? The cost of living here is so high, are some of these people just gigolos?" Zhang Fengyun was afraid of being beaten and did not dare to confront Qin Lang head-on. However, seeing Qin Lang and Mo Rushue talking and laughing, he felt very unwilling. I am a well-known young master in Binhai. In the love field, she was defeated by a poor boy who had nothing. Zhang Fengyun had never suffered such humiliation before, he couldn't stand it. Therefore, he kept making sarcastic remarks and provoking Qin Lang. Qin Lang just looked at Zhang Fengyun like he was an idiot and muttered, "What a clown." Then, Qin Lang said to Mo Rushue, who was sitting opposite him, "Sister Rushue, I just received a bill. Let me treat you to some golden caviar." After saying that, without waiting for Mo Rushue to speak, he waved for the waiter to come over. Mo Rushue was anxious and whispered, "Qin Lang, don't act on impulse." Qin Lang muttered to himself, "I'm not acting on impulse. This is called taking from the people and giving back to the people. I got this money by sucking your money out of you, so there's nothing wrong with treating you to a meal now." He smiled and said, "It's okay." At this time, the waiter came over with the ordering machine in his hand. The waiter asked, "What can I do for you, sir?" Qin Lang cleared his throat and said loudly, "Do you have any more golden caviar? Give me 2. 2? The waiter looked incredulous and confirmed, "The golden caviar has just been flown in, and we're still in stock. However, 2 servings of golden caviar will cost you 600,000 yuan. The waiter had seen many rich people, but he didn't see any trace of richness in Qin Lang. "Ha ha! You're dumbfounded. Some people wouldn't think that because I reserved one, the restaurant would only order 1 serving of golden caviar, right? Puff. If someone with ability shows off, it's just showing off. But if someone without ability shows off, they'll easily become an idiot. 600,000? He can't even come up with 60,000. On the other side, after hearing Qin Lang's words, Zhang Fengyun turned on the mad dog mode and mocked madly. Zhang Fengyun turned into a mad dog, and Qin Lang didn't even want to look at him. Without saying a word, he picked up his phone and scanned the code. Ding, code scanning successful. Account received, 600,000. When this mechanical sound came out, the whole audience was shocked. Only Qin Lang calmly put away his phone and said lightly, "Hurry up and serve the food." Chapter 11: A Hard Choice. The waiter stood blankly by the table, as if he had not heard Qin Lang's words. It took several seconds for the waiter to come back to his senses. In the blink of an eye, the waiter's face was replaced with an extremely enthusiastic smile. The waiter said enthusiastically, "Okay sir, I'll arrange it for you right away. We have some pre-dinner fruit that just arrived by air. I'll bring it to you right away." At this moment, the waiter's heart was pounding so hard that it almost jumped out of his chest. 600,000. Just brush it. This young gentleman must be a super rich second generation. In just a few breaths, he had achieved sales of 600,000, and the bonus from the store was over 10,000. So, when the waiter spoke to Qin Lang, his words were not fluent. Feeling the waiter's fiery gaze, Qin Lang gently waved his hand, "Okay, go ahead." After the waiter left, Qin Lang looked at Zhang Fengyun not far away. At this moment, there was a playful smile on Qin Lang's lips. "Didn't you say I was a poor boy? Didn't you say that I couldn't even come up with 60,000 yuan? Now what? How do you say that?" From the moment Qin Lang successfully scanned the code, Zhang Fengyun wisely shut his mouth. He clenched his fists, gritted his teeth, and screamed madly in his heart. Why is this happening? How did this poor boy really come up with 600,000 yuan? Judging from the way he's dressed, he's clearly just an extremely ordinary college student. At this moment, Zhang Fengyun wished that a crack would appear on the ground so that he could hide in it. He knew that the mocking words he had just said were refuted by Qin Lang's payment action. Moreover, after saying those words, he not only failed to demonstrate his own sense of superiority, but instead made himself a clown. At this time, many guests in the restaurant were looking at Zhang Fengyun with strange eyes. A few people whispered, "Who is this guy? Why is he like a mad dog? I don't know, maybe it's just another rich kid from a wealthy family. He really was like a mad dog." The other guy didn't say a word, it was just him howling. "Bah! Just because you have a little money, you're so arrogant that you don't even know your last name. When you eat a piece of caviar, you want everyone in the restaurant to know. Ha, why doesn't he just use a loudspeaker to advertise on the street and let everyone come and watch him eat caviar?" People became more and more excited as they talked, and their voices gradually became louder. At first, Zhang Fengyun knew that these people were talking about him, but he didn't know what they were talking about specifically. It wasn't until the voices grew louder that he could make out the conversation. Hearing those teasing words, Zhang Fengyun's face turned red and white. Bang! He slammed his fist on his dining table and said angrily, "What I say is none of your business. If you don't accept it, come and bite me." Zhang Fengyun is used to being arrogant and is flattered every day in his own small circle, so he developed this domineering character. He doesn't want to let himself be wronged. People just wanted to laugh at Zhang Fengyun, but they didn't want to offend him for fear of getting into trouble. Seeing Zhang Fengyun getting angry, people immediately stopped talking and pretended not to hear what Zhang Fengyun said. For a moment, the restaurant became quiet. At this moment, a laugh suddenly appeared in the quiet restaurant. "Ha, the others are not mad dogs like you, why would they bite you?" The person who spoke was Qin Lang. Zhang Fengyun gets angry, but Qin Lang is not afraid. "Now that you've already offended me, let's do it thoroughly. Others may be afraid of you, but I am not." As soon as Qin Lang said this, the restaurant burst into laughter. "Great! This guy is quite clever. This is a great counterattack, it's very satisfying." Everyone laughed and the restaurant turned into a sea of joy. Mo Rushue chuckled and said, "Qin Lang, you have a very flexible brain. Zhang Fengyun had someone bite him, and you described him as a mad dog. You are so mean." Looking at Mo Rushue, who was smiling broadly across from him, Qin Lang's breath stopped. "So beautiful. Sister Rushue's smile is like a blooming lily, beautiful yet not gaudy. Moreover, those curved eyebrows and moist eyes seem to be full of stories." Looking at the dazed Qin Lang, the smile on Mo Rushue's face faded slightly. She raised her white jade hand, gently covered her red lips, rolled her eyes and said, "What are you looking at, little brat?" "Sister Rushue, you are so beautiful." Qin Lang blurted out these words when he heard Mo Rushue's question. Well. After saying this compliment, Qin Lang realized that he had been too straightforward. Fortunately, at this time the waiter brought over 2 plates of golden caviar, breaking Qin Lang's embarrassment. "Come on, let's get started." Qin Lang clumsily pushed the golden caviar in front of Mo Rushue and invited her to enjoy it. Puff! Looking at Qin Lang's slightly shy expression, Mo Rushue laughed out loud. She smiled and said, "When I was young, I was a famous campus beauty in our school. It's a pity that time is merciless. Now that I'm getting older, I'm not as pretty as I used to be." Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that Mo Rushue was waiting for Qin Lang to praise her. Qin Lang also had this plan and was ready to praise Mo Rushue. However, at this moment. Ding! Mission 1, tell Mo Rushue, you are the most beautiful woman in the world. Mission reward, IQ +1. Task 2, tell Mo Rushue, you are the most beautiful woman in Binhai. Mission reward, IQ +2. Task 3, nod seriously and say to Mo Rushue, "That's true." Mission reward, 9th rank master exchange card. When Qin Lang saw this task, his mouth twitched with anger. This damn argumentative person is arguing with me. Why are all the tasks sent out like this? Needless to say, tasks 1 and 2 can be ignored. The reward for mission 3 is very tempting, but the mission is also very strange. A very beautiful woman deliberately says that she is not as beautiful as before. Isn't she just waiting for others' sweet words? Sister Rushue deliberately said that she was not as good as before, wasn't she just waiting for me to praise her? But the task assigned by this nitpicking guy was exactly the opposite of what he wanted. If I say indeed, God knows what the consequences will be. However, the exchange card for the 9th grade master is also very tempting. What Qin Lang knows now is that warriors are divided into 9 major realms. From the 9th grade to the 1st grade, it increases in sequence. A first-class master is someone who stands at the pinnacle of the human world. In their eyes, royal power and wealth are within their reach. Qin Lang is now an entry-level warrior and needs to cross a major realm to become a 9th grade master. Although the 9th rank is the lowest rank, only a 9th rank warrior can add the word master to his title. At this moment, Qin Lang asked in his heart, argumentative, "If I cancel this task, will the 3rd reward appear later?" Ding! If a task is cancelled, it will be automatically deleted and the chance of the reward appearing will become very small. Alas! After listening to the explanation of the nitpicker, Qin Lang couldn't help but sigh. It's so hard for me. Forget it, let us choose task 3. In order to become stronger, I have no choice but to offend Sister Rushue. Chapter 12 Strange Request. From the release of the task to Qin Lang receiving the task. The actual time taken is only a few seconds. Seeing Qin Lang stunned for a few seconds, Mo Rushue thought that Qin Lang was searching for words in his mind to praise himself. Therefore, Mo Rushue was ready to accept Qin Lang's praise. However, Qin Lang's next words made her red lips open slightly, and she was stunned for at least 3 seconds. Qin Lang nodded seriously and said, "That's true. There is a famous saying, time flies like an arrow, never ceasing day or night. Time is like a surging river, it flows forward without stopping, and no one can stop it." In order to prevent the 3 words "that's indeed" from sounding too lonely and awkward, Qin Lang specially added the next 2 sentences as a foil. As soon as he finished speaking, the voice of the argumentative person sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host has obtained the 9th rank Master Exchange card. Qin Lang muttered to himself, "Exchange." Then, he carefully observed Mo Rushue's reaction, hoping that Mo Rushue would not faint from anger. Mo Rushue was stunned. He stared at Qin Lang blankly, unable to come back to his senses for a long time. In her mind, she kept thinking over and over again about Qin Lang's words. The word "indeed" is a confirmation of the unpleasant words I said before. And "time flies like an arrow, never ceasing day or night" means that one's youth is gone and the good years are hard to retain. Finally, she figured it out. This guy was saying that he was old in every way he said. Mo Rushue was so angry that she gritted her teeth, making a chattering sound. He stared at Qin Lang with his big eyes, trying to find some fault with him and fight back. Qin Lang observed Mo Rushue's reaction and immediately put on a serious face, showing his innocent side. He screamed in his heart, "Damn it, I knew something would happen if I said that. Sister Rushue is angry. Look at the way she's gritting her teeth. She must be trying to eat herself alive." The 2 of them just stared at each other, engaging in an eye contest. This scene. But in the eyes of others, it becomes a loving gaze. People looked at Mo Rushue and Qin Lang's affectionate gaze and envy appeared on their faces. This is a perfect match. The woman is beautiful and generous, the man is handsome and cheerful, a perfect match. What they didn't know was that Qin Lang was being very cautious and treading on thin ice at this moment. On the other side, Zhang Fengyun sat down in his seat angrily. He stared at Qin Lang and Mo Rushue with resentment, his eyes full of malice. In his opinion, all this was caused by Qin Lang. If it weren't for Qin Lang, none of this would have happened. Zhang Fengyun cursed in his heart, little bastard, little bastard. Just wait for me. When my men come, they will beat you half to death and then throw you into the river to feed the fish. Damn it, if you dare to mess with me, go to hell and repent." Zhang Fengyun was really angry. From childhood to adulthood, he had never suffered so much injustice as today. Zhang Fengyun became more and more angry the more he thought about it. He turned his anger into appetite and stuffed several big mouthfuls of golden caviar. As soon as he lowered his head to eat, he heard the discussions around him. Adjectives such as talented man and beautiful woman, talented man and beautiful woman, and made for each other are heard everywhere. Zhang Fengyun turned his head and saw Qin Lang and Mo Rushue looking at each other with affection. Seeing this scene, Zhang Fengyun's jealousy suddenly surged. Oh shit! These damn bastards! This woman Mo Rushue is disgusting. Pretending to be innocent in front of me but acting completely different in front of others is not a good thing either. Wait until I get you, and then I'll show you how I'll kill you. Zhang Fengyun's eyes were bloodshot and his face looked ferocious. He clenched his fists so tightly that he was unaware of the nails digging into his flesh. Qin Lang's table. In the end, Mo Rushue couldn't find any fault, so she could only grit her teeth and curse, "Stinky boy, stupid straight man. A guy like you will never find a girlfriend in your life." Qin Lang pretended not to understand and said with a smile, "How could that be? I just broke up with my girlfriend." Mo Rushue. Mo Rushue was devastated. Is this what I meant? She held her forehead with her hands speechlessly, not knowing what to say. Forget it, let us just eat something so that we don't get angry when we see this guy. Mo Rushue lowered her head, scooped up a spoonful of golden caviar, put it into her mouth, and then chewed it hard. These caviar became Qin Lang's substitute. Qin Lang breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that Mo Rushue did not make any further radical moves. Most girls are petty, so it's normal to get angry. I hope she forgets what happened today. Only then did Qin Lang have time to experience the changes in himself. After he exchanged the 9th grade Master Exchange card from the system, he found that he had an inexplicable heat on his body. He raised his hand and found that his arm seemed to have become much lighter. He extended his index finger and gently lifted the dining table in front of him. To his surprise, as he secretly exerted force with his fingers, the dining table slowly moved up 1 centimeter. Damn it! Only then did Qin Lang believe that he had actually become a 9th grade master. You know, the top of this table is made of marble. This table must weigh at least 70 or 80 kilograms. After accepting that he had become a 9th grade master, Qin Lang's mouth was crooked with smiles. He quickly reviewed the mountain shaking fists techniques in his mind, ready to find time to learn them. Damn it, it would be so embarrassing if I have all the martial arts power but can't use it to its full potential. After taking a quick look at the mountain shaking fist, Qin Lang felt deeply moved that this intermediate martial art was indeed extraordinary. The essence of the mountain shaking fist is the accumulation of punches, hitting the target one by one. Every time a punch is thrown, one's own internal energy will accumulate in the body. Wait until the internal energy reaches a critical point, then burst out suddenly to severely damage the enemy. If you learn this martial art to the end, it will be enough to shake the mountains. There are 9 punches in the mountain shaking fist, and now Qin Lang only knows the first one, the thunder fist. Just as Qin Lang was secretly comprehending the boxing moves, Zhang Fengyun suddenly stood up and left the restaurant. Zhang Fengyun walked out of the restaurant quickly with a smile on his face. Not long after, when Zhang Fengyun returned to the restaurant, 5 strong men were following him. These strong men are covered with muscles and look very imposing. With these helpers, Zhang Fengyun's confidence increased greatly and he walked more arrogantly. Bang! Coming to Qin Lang and Mo Rushua's dining table, Zhang Fengyun punched the table. Little white face, don't you want to beat me up? Come on, I'll stand right here and see if you dare to do anything. With so many helpers around him, Zhang Fengyun was confident that Qin Lang would not dare to take action. The reason why he didn't take action right away was that he wanted to have a good time with Qin Lang. He was looking forward to seeing Qin Lang kneeling down and begging for mercy. The feeling of rubbing someone under your feet is wonderful. Qin Lang suddenly looked up, a hint of anger flashing in his eyes. He was practicing the mountain shaking fist in his mind when he was suddenly interrupted. He was very upset. Qin Lang stood up suddenly and slowly rolled up his sleeves. He sneered and said, "This is the first time I've heard such a strange request. Since you beg so humbly, I will show mercy and grant your wish." Chapter 13. I am a very generous person. Be humble? Zhang Fengyun was almost laughing out of anger. You really know how to flatter yourself. Zhang Fengyun took a step forward, arrogantly put his face in front of Qin Lang, and said arrogantly, come on, put your face over here, you want to give me a try?" At the same time, the strong men Zhang Fengyun called stepped forward and surrounded Zhang Fengyun. These people also had sneers on their faces, not believing that Qin Lang would really dare to take action. Seeing so many strong men coming from the other side, Mo Rushua hurriedly walked behind Qin Lang. She held Qin Lang's hand and said nervously, "Qin Lang, there are many of them, don't be impulsive." Mo Rushua was worried that if Qin Lang took the initiative, it would arouse the anger of these people. By then, Qin Lang will be in trouble. Moreover, Wang Hu is already on the way. Just hold on a little longer and wait for Wang Hu to come, and everything will be fine. Qin Lang's hand was held by Mo Rushua, and he couldn't move for a moment. At this time, Mo Rushua looked at Zhang Fengyun and said in a deep voice, "Don't mess around, we have helpers." When Mo Rushua thought of Wang Hu's skills, she felt relieved. Random? I just like to mess around. Hee, what help can you get? Let me tell you, these brothers behind me are all entry-level warriors certified by the Martial Arts Association. One person can beat 3 ordinary people. Lanyue Group isn't owned by your family. I don't believe you can still invite Wang Hu from Lanyue Group. Zhang Fengyun pointed at the burly man behind him proudly, with a very proud look on his face. At this time, a strong man said in a vicious voice, "Young Master Zhang, why are you still wasting time talking to them? Just take care of this guy." Zhang Fengyun waved his hand and sneered, "This kid has made me so angry. It would be too easy for him to just beat him up." After saying that, he put his face close to Qin Lang again and sneered, "I'm a very generous person. Come on, I'll give you another chance. Didn't you want to beat me up before? Weren't you crazy before? Come, let me show you what true madness is." He wanted to show his cruelty in this way and oppress Qin Lang psychologically. He wanted to scare Qin Lang to death. He wanted to scare Qin Lang into kneeling down and begging for mercy. However, bang! A crisp slapping sound rang in everyone's ears. Bang! Immediately afterwards, there was a sound of a heavy object falling to the ground. Qin Lang slowly withdrew his palm and sneered, "How does it taste?" I'm happy to oblige you with such a strange request. I'm a very generous person. If you're unhappy, I'll give you another slap. However, after Qin Lang finished speaking, no one answered him. Quiet. Deathly quiet. Everyone stared at Qin Lang in shock, speechless. Zhang Fengyun was stunned by the slap. He fell to the ground, looked up at Qin Lang, his face still retaining the expression of horror before he was hit. The slap was so powerful that his head was buzzing in blank. Mo Rushue was dumbfounded. She didn't expect that Qin Lang would break free from her restraints and slap Zhang Fengyun. It seemed that the slap was quite powerful and Zhang Fengyun was completely stunned. Too impulsive. Qin Lang is too impulsive. Zhang Fengyun invited so many helpers, but Wang Hu and the others had not arrived yet, but Qin Lang couldn't help but start beating people. Qin Lang felt good after giving this slap, but he would also be severely punished by these helpers. Mo Rushue closed her eyes, no longer able to bear to imagine the scene that was about to appear. The helpers Zhang Fengyun hired were stunned. They couldn't understand even if they were beaten to death how this skinny boy could dare to hit someone in front of them. Is he really not afraid of death? The people who were having dinner were also stunned. As soon as Zhang Fengyun and this group of strong men walked in, they realized that something was going to happen. In their opinion, Qin Lang would most likely give in. After all, this situation is too unfavorable for Qin Lang. However, Qin Lang's behavior was beyond their expectations. The people dining there shook their heads slightly and couldn't help but sigh. This guy is in trouble. As expected, he was young and hot-headed, not even considering the consequences of the slap. With so many strong men here, they wouldn't let him go. The gap in strength between the two is too big, and they are not optimistic about Qin Lang. Just as people expected, the strong men moved. These men had gloomy faces and were angry. Too crazy. It's really arrogant. What if we didn't exist? Are you really that brave to attack us in front of us? The man closest to Qin Lang cursed angrily, "Fuck you. I'm going to kill you." As he said that, he punched Qin Lang on the temple, wanting to kill Qin Lang with one punch. This person has already decided to kill. When Mo Rushue saw this powerful punch, she screamed in fear and raised her hands to cover her eyes. The onlookers sighed when they saw the big man taking action. But Qin Lang smiled. The corners of his mouth curled up into a smile, and he secretly said in his heart, "Good timing. Just let me see how powerful this thunderfist is." The big man who attacked caught a glimpse of the smile on Qin Lang's lips, and his heart was filled with rage. Laugh? Can you still laugh? I'll make you cry so hard that you won't even be able to cry. So, he punched with a little more force, not caring about the consequences at all. When the man saw Qin Lang also punching, a cruel smile flashed across his face. Do you still dare to resist? This punch of mine will break your bones and tendons. Bang! A dull thud. The two fists collided. Crack! An extremely slight clicking sound was heard. Ah! A scream echoed throughout the restaurant. Hearing this scream, Mo Rushue's heart ached. She felt extremely guilty and blamed herself. If I hadn't brought Qin Lang here, none of this would have happened. Thinking of this, her eyes became moist. However, why were Qin Lang's screams so rough? Could it be that his voice changed due to the beating? In an instant, a flash of inspiration came to Mo Rushue's mind. This is not Qin Lang's voice. This voice is the voice of that helper. Mo Rushue took down her hands that were covering her eyes and looked at where Qin Lang was standing in surprise. She was surprised to find that Qin Lang was standing there intact. The big man who was so aggressive before was now lying on the ground, grinning. The man looked in pain, as if he had suffered a serious injury. Call. Seeing this scene, Mo Rushue felt relieved. She looked at Qin Lang's tall back in surprise, her eyes shining with wonder. I didn't expect Qin Lang to be so strong. He defeated such a tall and strong man with just one punch. At this moment, the people watching the battle gasped. Who is this guy? How come he is so strong? This is so unexpected. He knocked down such a tall man with just one punch. Just as everyone was amazed, Zhang Fengyun climbed up. Zhang Fengyun took 2 steps back in panic, keeping a safe distance. Then he shouted to the remaining men, "Brothers, come together. We have more people. If we attack together, this guy will definitely die." However, although he roared the loudest, his body was secretly retreating. Zhang Fengyun was scared. That slap not only hit him on the face, but also hit his heart. Chapter 14: The Power of the Mountain Shaking Fist. The big men invited by Zhang Fengyun were filled with rage when they saw their companions being beaten. This kid is too arrogant. There are so many of us here, and he dares to fight back. The remaining men were furious and rushed towards Qin Lang. During the attack, the men picked up tables, chairs, and benches, and vowed to beat Qin Lang until he called him daddy. Seeing the ferocious looks of these men, Mo Rushue screamed and subconsciously hid behind Qin Lang. When the onlookers saw this scene, they scattered and hid in all directions, fearing that they would be affected. The one rushing in front was a big man with a crew cut, holding a stolen food tray in his hand. The burly man with a crew cut took the dinner plate and hit Qin Lang hard on the head. If he gets hit by this, he will definitely end up with a bloody head. Qin Lang bowed slightly and shouted in his heart, "Thunder Fist." He raised his slightly warm fist and swung it out suddenly. Bang! There was a loud bang. The fine steel plate was actually deformed by Qin Lang's punch. However, Qin Lang's fist did not stop there. This steel plate is just a small obstacle. Bang! Qin Lang's fist hit the plate hard on the face of the man with a crew cut. Ah! Ah! The man with the crew cut fell to his knees in pain, screaming in agony. 2 streams of bright red blood flowed from his nostrils, staining a large area of his clothes red. Seeing this, the other men stopped. There was a hint of fear in their eyes as they looked at Qin Lang. This guy is so strong. It's a bit too strong. I feel like he is not even on the same level as me and others. They didn't dare to move, but Qin Lang had no intention of letting them go. Qin Lang rubbed his wrist as he strode forward, approaching these men. He sneered, "Aren't you going to beat me up? Come, let me see how much you weigh." At this time, a large man who had not made a move asked in a deep voice, "Little brother, I see that you are quite skilled. I wonder which martial arts school did you learn from? It's possible that our respective masters have some relationship." The big man was wearing a white t-shirt, and his chest muscles made the t-shirt bulge, making him look very strong. The big man in the white t-shirt saw Qin Lang break a companion's arm with his first punch, and deform a steel plate with his second punch. Seeing these 2 punches, the big man knew in his heart that the young man in front of him was much stronger than himself. He thought he could do this, but it would never be so easy or so casual. Qin Lang sneered, "Want to build a relationship? He. Sorry, I'm self-taught. You think you can't win and want to run away? You're dreaming." After saying that, Qin Lang twisted his toes and rushed forward suddenly. The big man in the white t-shirt looked gloomy when he saw that Qin Lang did not follow his routine. Seeing how powerful Qin Lang was, he already wanted to retreat. But he didn't expect that Qin Lang would not give him any chance to escape. Thunder Fist. Qin Lang shouted in his heart and punched the man in the white t-shirt in the chest. This man is the leader of these people, and his skills are obviously much higher than the previous 2. The man raised his arms and used them to protect his body to meet Qin Lang's punch. Bang! There was a loud bang. The man in the white t-shirt took 3 steps back, but Qin Lang did not take a single step back. However, the man in the white t-shirt suddenly burst into laughter. He shook his numb arms and sneered, "I thought you were so powerful. It turns out that it's not that scary after all. Brothers, this kid's punches aren't as strong as you think. We have more people, attacking from different directions, we can eventually wear him down." Seeing that he was not injured, the man in the white t-shirt gained confidence and encouraged others to join him. He didn't know that after Qin Lang threw that punch, he silently said in his heart, "One." At the same time, Qin Lang felt a warm current surging on his arm. Then, Qin Lang ignored everyone else and rushed towards the big man in the white t-shirt again, throwing a second punch. 2. The second punch was thrown, and there was another trace of heat flowing through the arm. This time, the man in the white t-shirt took 5 steps back. The man was shocked and confused. He wondered why the force of this punch was getting stronger and stronger. He yelled at the others, "What the hell are you all standing there for? Come on, everyone. Can't you see I'm under pressure?" The man felt a little anxious, as if each punch was heavier than the last. Then after 7 or 8 punches, I will be knocked away by 1 punch. Upon hearing this, the other big men picked up tables and chairs and smashed them towards Qin Lang. Bang! Pa pa pa! Crack! Qin Lang swept his leg sideways, directly knocking away all the tables and chairs that were thrown at him. The men who were swinging the tables and chairs only felt a huge force coming, and all the things in their hands flew out. The tremendous force made their palms numb. At the moment when these big men were stunned, Qin Lang roared in his heart, 3. Mountain shaking fist. Then he punched out. With this punch, he released the 2 streams of heat that had been accumulated before and punched with all his strength. The man in the white t-shirt didn't know the mystery of this punch, and just resisted as before. If this happens, something is bound to happen. Sure enough, after Qin Lang threw the 3rd punch, the whole place fell into silence. Crack. Ah. Bang. Boom. Crack. Crash. Bang. First, there was a clear click. As the voice sounded, the man in the white t-shirt's arm broke on the spot. Immediately afterwards, a piercing pain came into the man's mind, and he couldn't help but scream out in pain. Then, the man's body was blown away and hit a table behind him. After hitting the table, the huge force on the man's body had not yet been released. The man's body continued to fly backwards and flew in front of the glass window of the restaurant. In an instant, the glass windows were smashed and the glass was scattered all over the floor. Finally, the man's body fell heavily to the ground outside the restaurant. Blood foamed from the corners of his mouth, and his body was covered with small wounds caused by glass. The whole audience was in dead silence watching this shocking scene. Everyone stared at Qin Lang in shock. So scary. 1 punch. A strong man weighing over 100 pounds was knocked 7 or 8 meters away. How could this big boy, who wasn't very strong, possess such tremendous brute force? Among all the people, the most shocked was Zhang Fengyun. Zhang Fengyun was almost scared to death after seeing Qin Lang's punch. Is the power of this pretty boy so exaggerated? I actually stretched my face out to him to let him hit me. Zhang Fengyun looked at Qin Lang in horror, feeling terrified. If Qin Lang had used such force when he slapped him just now, the consequences would be unbelievable. Zhang Fengyun touched his swollen cheek and quickly stepped back. He wanted to retreat into the crowd and hide himself. However, after Qin Lang blasted the big man in the white t-shirt away, he slowly turned around and looked at Zhang Fengyun. Chapter 15. Kneel down and call daddy. There was a playful smile on Qin Lang's face. He pinched his finger bones, making them crackle. Then, he sneered and said, "Come here, I have something to say to you." Looking at Qin Lang's expression, Zhang Fengyun didn't dare to go over. If I really go there, I'll be asking for death. Zhang Fengyun shook his head vigorously and said in panic, "No, no, no. Don't mess around. If anything happens to me, my dad won't let you go." Looking at Zhang Fengyun retreating in fear, Qin Lang felt disdainful. Coward. Zhang Fengyun is just an ordinary person, and it is impossible for him to beat him to death. Qin Lang just wanted to teach him a lesson so that he would not harass Mo Rushue again. Just then. Ding. Mission 1, have Zhang Fengyun apologize to Mo Rushue. Mission reward, physical strength +1. Task 2, make Zhang Fengyun kneel down, call the host dad, and apologize to Mo Rushue. Mission reward, 1 million. The argumentative voice sounded in Qin Lang's mind, issuing 2 tasks. Seeing these 2 task options, Qin Lang was speechless. Is there something wrong with this fucking system? They actually issued such a task. Call dad? Pooh. I don't have such a son. If I had a son like this, he would probably piss me off to death. However, the temptation of 1 million is quite great. After hesitating for a second, Qin Lang directly chose task 2. He had no psychological burden in making a dandy young man like Zhang Fengyun kneel down. If it wasn't me today, but some other ordinary person, I might have been bullied by Zhang Fengyun. The only psychological burden is calling him dad. Qin Lang didn't care what Zhang Fengyun felt. Qin Lang felt disgusted in his heart. That's all. Getting 1 million for just calling me dad isn't too bad. Thinking of this, Qin Lang stared at Zhang Fengyun and said loudly, "Your father will not let me go?" Oh. Whether you can walk out of this restaurant safely today has nothing to do with your dad, but everything to do with me. Come here, kneel down and call daddy. Also, apologize to Sister Rushue and promise not to harass her again. Otherwise, I make sure you're carried out of this restaurant on a stretcher. As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere in the restaurant suddenly changed. Many people looked at Qin Lang strangely, with complicated expressions in their eyes. Make someone kneel down and call you daddy? How could a young man like him have such a weird hobby? How old are you? That Zhang Fengyun looks older than you. Do you want him to call you dad? Many people also felt relieved and burst into laughter. At this time, Mo Rushue walked to Qin Lang and said speechlessly, "Stinky boy, what are you talking about? Wouldn't it be annoying for you to have him call you daddy? Where did you learn this bad taste?" Mo Rushue rolled her eyes continuously, completely speechless. Qin Lang. What else can Qin Lang say? He can't say anything. He sighed in his heart. Sure enough, what my father said is right. Making money is too hard now. However, there is gain only when there is sacrifice. To earn 1 million, it is acceptable to endure other people's strange looks. While Mo Rushue was speaking, none of them noticed that some of the burly men standing aside had quietly slipped away. At this time, those strong men were taught a lesson by Qin Lang, and the atmosphere in the restaurant became much more relaxed. But there was one exception. This person is Zhang Fengyun. Zhang Fengyun's face flushed red, full of grief and anger. He looked at Qin Lang with grief and anger, wondering if he had heard it wrong. Call dad? Calling a boy younger than you dad? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. This is an insult to one's own personality. Zhang Fengyun roared, "Qin Lang, you're going too far. Not only did you beat up so many people, but you also made this request of me. Be careful or I'll sue you. You want me to kneel down? You want me to call you daddy? You're fucking daydreaming. Even if you beat me to death today, I won't surrender." Zhang Fengyun roared very loudly, as if the louder he roared, the braver he became. Qin Lang curled his lips speechlessly. "I don't want a son like you even if you beg me. If it weren't for the task, no one would let someone like you call him dad. For 1 million, let us fight." Qin Lang sneered and waved his fist, sneering, "Are you sure? Since you are so courageous, I will grant your wish." After saying that, Qin Lang took 3 or 2 steps to Zhang Fengyun and pretended to hit him. As soon as Zhang Fengyun saw Qin Lang slap, his legs suddenly went limp. He gritted his teeth and roared, "Just wait for me." After saying that, he bent his legs and knelt down with a plop. Zhang Fengyun consoled himself in his heart, he who knows the current situation is a hero. "I'm not surrendering, I'm kneeling strategically. As long as the Green Mountains remain, there will be no shortage of firewood." In ancient times, Han Xian suffered the humiliation of being kicked in the crotch. Today, I, Zhang Fengyun, have to kneel down to avenge myself. After we get through this difficult time today, I will definitely take revenge. At this moment, a faint voice sounded in Zhang Fengyun's ears, "Call dad." When Zhang Fengyun looked up, he saw Qin Lang with a pout and a painful expression on his face. He was stunned for a moment. "I'm the one kneeling down. I am the one who was humiliated. Hateful. This is deliberately humiliating yourself." Zhang Fengyun clenched his fists, gritted his teeth, and squeezed out 2 words from between his teeth, "Dad." At the same time, Qin Lang kept repeating in his heart, "I don't have a son like you. You are not my son. Rebellious son. Evil creature. Asshole." Just after Zhang Fengyun squeezed out the word dad, an electronic sound rang in Qin Lang's mind. Bite. Qin Lang was delighted when he heard the prompt tone. "Another 1 million is coming. So delicious." Zhang Fengyun's words are unrecognizable. Please ask the host to repeat them. What? Oh my god. There is such an operation. After hearing the second sentence of the nitpicker, Qin Lang was dumbfounded. Awesome. This guy knows how to have fun. Alas. Since the system said so, we had no choice but to do it. For 1 million, I endure it. Qin Lang frowned and looked down at Zhang Fengyun. He said coldly, "You didn't say it clearly. Say it again." What? When the others heard Qin Lang's words, they were all stunned. This is too torturous. Zhang Fengyun was stunned. He really wanted to ask Qin Lang, "Are you a devil? This is not the way you bully people. You only know how to deal with me alone?" However, when he saw Qin Lang frowning, he suddenly became timid again. He stared at Qin Lang intently and shouted loudly, "Dad." This time, Zhang Fengyun spoke clearly and eloquently. Ding. Congratulations to the host for winning 1 million. Ding. Alipay has received 1 million. After hearing these 2 prompt tones, Qin Lang nodded with satisfaction. Afterwards, Zhang Fengyun promised Mo Rushue that he would not harass her again. Just as Zhang Fengyun breathed a sigh of relief and was about to slip out of the restaurant, a loud shout came from outside the restaurant. Who is so bold as to injure anyone from my mountain guarding martial arts school? Chapter 16. Wang Who is coming. As soon as the sound outside the door came, the restaurant immediately started talking. Jinshan Martial Arts School, are those strong men from the Jinshan Martial Arts School? Lu Chang, the owner of Jinshan Martial Arts School, is a well-known 7th rank master. That's right. When he first came to Binhai to open a martial arts school, several martial arts school owners disliked him and came together to challenge him, but no one succeeded. I also heard that during that period, the Jinshan Martial Arts School was very popular. The words Jinshan Martial Arts School instantly piqued people's interest. At this time, everyone looked at Qin Lang with pity in their eyes. This guy is in trouble. Lu Chang has always been protective of his people. He will try his best to take revenge on anyone who offends the Jinshan Martial Arts School. Jinshan Martial Arts School has not been in Binhai for long, but its business is booming. The reason is Lu Chang's personality. Young people are brave and aggressive, and they all like to have a protective owner. At this time, a person appeared at the door of the restaurant. A man wearing a black short-sleeved shirt and sunglasses. The man didn't look very old, probably in his 30s or 40s. The man's face looked somewhat ferocious, with a hint of hostility. Behind the man in black, there was a strong man. When Qin Lang saw this strong man, he realized that this guy had sneaked out to ask for help. The guests dining in the hall saw the man in black and started talking about it. It's Lu Chang indeed. That young man is in trouble. Lu Chang has personally intervened. He will at least be beaten up. Not only that, the strong man who was knocked away earlier is covered in wounds. Lu Chang will probably ask him to pay for it. Alas, you are still too young after all. You just start fighting without thinking about the consequences. Listening to other people's discussions, Qin Lang felt a sinking feeling in his heart. This man in black is actually a 7th rank master. However, things have happened, and what is coming will come sooner or later. Qin Lang straightened his back and looked quietly at the man in black walking towards him. The man in black came up to Qin Lang and saw that he looked like a student with a childish look. Upon seeing this, the man in black raised a disdainful smile at the corner of his mouth. How big a figure did he think he was? It turned out to be a college student who had learned some kung fu. The man in black took off his sunglasses and said to Qin Lang with disdain, "My name is Lu Chang. Have you heard of my name? Lousy? Who the hell are you pretending to be?" Qin Lang frowned and said coldly, "I haven't heard of it." He folded his arms across his chest and looked at Lu Chang coldly. He wanted to see what Lu Chang dared to do to him. Wang Who is on his way. Judging from the time, he should be here soon. Qin Lang was ready to be beaten, and as soon as Wang Hu arrived, he would take revenge immediately. Men, you can be cowardly when you should be cowardly, but you must never be cowardly even if you die. Hearing Qin Lang's words, the onlookers in the restaurant shook their heads. This guy is so straight. If you are more gentle at this time, others will not have to throw as many punches as they want later. Lu Chang seemed to be unable to react for a moment. He looked at Qin Lang's indifferent face, slightly dazed. What's so arrogant about this kid? He is so confident, does he have some powerful backer? At this moment, the burly man behind Lu Chang roared, "Boy, you dare to disrespect our owner? Do you know how to write the word death? If I don't teach you a good lesson today, I'll take your last name." Before the strong man could finish his words, Lu Chang raised his hand and interrupted him. Lu Chang's face was cold, and he said coldly, "Boy, I don't want to talk nonsense with you. You only have two choices. First, you injured a disciple of my Jinshan Martial Arts School. You must pay 10 million for medical expenses. Of course, if you don't have that much money, you can sell your house and car to pay back part of the debt. If that's still not enough, I can write you an IOU." Having said that, Lu Chang waved his hand, and the burly man in the white t-shirt who had been knocked away was helped over. The sturdy man fell directly in front of Qin Lang, his arms or thighs bouncing from time to time, looking like he was dying. Seeing this, Qin Lang was speechless. They cooperated so skillfully, they must have done this many times. At this time, Lu Chang spoke again. "Second, you injured the disciples of my Jinshan Martial Arts School and provoked my Jinshan Martial Arts School. Then, as the owner of the gym, I will take the initiative to challenge you. During the battle, both sides must fight with all their might, regardless of life or death." After saying that, Lu Chang looked at Qin Lang arrogantly, waiting to see what Qin Lang would choose. Lu Chang has a lot of experience in dealing with young men like Qin Lang. There are two choices, the first is to take the money, the second is to take your life. It depends on whether Qin Lang wants money or life. Generally speaking, once these two conditions are put forward, these young guys will be scared silly. When have they ever encountered such great difficulties since entering society? After hearing these two options, many people will be scared to their knees, crying bitterly, and begging for forgiveness. Lu Chang looked at Qin Lang expressionlessly, observing the changes in Qin Lang's expression. However, when he saw the expression on Qin Lang's face, he was stunned. What's going on? What's wrong with this kid? At this time, he was actually laughing. It's already this late, and he can actually laugh. At this moment, Qin Lang pointed behind Lu Chang and said with a smile, "I don't have any money. He's my sister's bodyguard. You can try asking him for money. If you have the ability, 1 billion is no problem." Lu Chang sneered and said arrogantly, "In Binhai, there is no money that I, Lu Chang, cannot get." The reason why Lu Chang said this is because he has absolute confidence in himself. In the past, he had never repeated the same method when dealing with those who provoked him. "Yeah? Then you try it." Behind Lu Chang, an extremely cold voice appeared. The sound exploded in Lu Chang's ears, scaring him so much that he shivered. "You fucking..." Lu Chang cursed and turned around angrily. "How dare you scare me? I'll kill you." However, he was so frightened that he couldn't say any more when he was halfway through his words. Because he saw someone he absolutely dared not and could not provoke. "Tiger, Tiger, brother Tiger, why are you here?" When he saw Wang Hu, the rage on Lu Chang's face instantly disappeared, replaced by a flattering smile. Wang Hu ignored Lu Chang and brought two bodyguards in black to push Lu Chang aside and came to Qin Lang. "Mr. Qin, are you okay?" "Sorry, I'm late because of the traffic." There was a trace of guilt on Wang Hu's face. Qin Lang smiled and waved his hands, saying, "Brother Hu, you've come just in time." When Wang Hu came, he felt at ease. Qin Lang felt relieved, but the others were terrified. Lu Chang stared blankly at Wang Hu's respectful attitude towards Qin Lang, and a huge wave of anger surged in his heart. Wang Hu is a 5th rank master and the famous chief bodyguard of Lanyue Group. Chapter 17. Please enlighten me. Not only Lu Chang, but everyone else was also shocked. Those strong men were so scared that they quickly hid back and hid behind Lu Chang. They learned martial arts at Lu Chang's Jinshan martial arts school so that they would have someone to help them when something happened. Now that something has happened, it is natural for the museum owner to take the lead. The onlookers in the restaurant looked at Qin Lang with complicated eyes, and an indescribable meaning grew in their hearts. This young man gave them too many surprises. When Zhang Fengyun mocked Qin Lang for being poor, they thought Qin Lang would be so ashamed that he couldn't raise his head. As a result, Qin Lang directly scanned the code for 600,000. When the helpers Zhang Fengyun invited arrived, they all thought Qin Lang would be beaten up. As a result, Qin Lang defeated a group of strong men by himself. When Lu Chang from Jinshan martial arts school arrived, he was so arrogant, relying on the fact that he was a 7th rank master. As a result, the famous Wang Hu, a 5th rank expert of the Lanyue Group, was actually very respectful to him. A 5th grade master naturally has the pride of a 5th grade master. However, a 5th rank master was extremely respectful to Qin Lang. What does this mean? This means that either Qin Lang is awesome, or Qin Lang has an awesome background. Wang Hu called Qin Lang young Master Qin. Could it be that this young man in simple clothes is a nobleman from a wealthy family? Mo Rushue stared at Qin Lang in a daze, feeling very confused. Wang Hu is the chief bodyguard of Lanyue Group and the captain of Gong Lu's bodyguards. Even as the general manager, she couldn't do such a thing as calling Wang Hu over with just one phone call. Not to mention making Wang Hu respectful to him. What's so special about Gong Lu's younger brother? At this time, Wang Hu confirmed that Qin Lang was fine, then he slowly turned around and looked at Lu Chang coldly. "Lu Chang, you are so crazy. 10 million? Oh. Don't even mention 10 million, even if it's 100 million, young Master Qin can give it to you. But if young Master Qin gives it to you, do you dare to take it? Can you hold it steady?" Wang Hu's words were so cold that Lu Chang shivered. Wang Hu was very angry. Qin Lang's talent in martial arts is too high. Such talent would be carefully cultivated in any country. Such people are bound to become the future pillars of China's martial arts. Today, neighboring countries are eyeing China covetously, and China is training a new generation of super warriors. Lu Chang is well known for his cruelty. If anything happens to Qin Lang today, he will beat him so hard that his martial arts skills will be cut off. Then China will lose a very precious seed of martial arts. Such losses are incalculable. In today's Western territory, if it weren't for the newly trained female warrior who used iron-fisted means to suppress the 36 countries in the Western regions, China's Western Gate would have been breached long ago. So, looking at Lu Chang trembling in front of him, Wang Hu wanted to tear him apart alive. Lu Chang felt as if a thorn in his back when Wang Hu looked at him, and he felt very uncomfortable. After hearing what Wang Hu said, he became even more uneasy. He asked carefully, "Brother Hu? What is the identity of this young Master Qin?" Lu Chang felt hopeless and fell into deep despair. "It's over. If you walk by the river often, your shoes will eventually get wet." Judging from Wang Hu's appearance, this Mr. Qin must be a young master from a wealthy family. Lu Chang glared at the group of strong men and hated them in his heart. These bastards killed me. When they provoke someone, don't they open their eyes wide to see if this person is worthy of provocation? Lu Chang knew that today's incident would not end well. "What's your identity?" "Young Master Qin is the younger brother of President Gong of Lanyue Group. Don't you want money? If you're brave enough, you can go and ask for it yourself." Wang Hu sneered, his eyes full of contempt. A guy like Lu Chang wouldn't dare to cause trouble at Lanyue Group even if he had 10,000 guts. Once, a third-rank master threatened to make Gong Lu his mistress. Soon, he personally attacked the Lanyue Group and captured Gong Lu. As a result, on the very night that the third-grade master made his harsh words, he disappeared inexplicably. It completely disappeared. No trace of him. From then on, no one dared to have any evil intentions towards Lanyue Group. People speculate that there is a huge behemoth behind the Lanyue Group. It was at that time that Wang Hu realized that he might just be invited by Gong Lu to serve as a facade. There is someone else who truly protects Lanyue Group. Sure enough, when Lu Chang heard the words Lanyue Group and Gong Lu, he was stunned. Oh my god. How did I mess with this kind of person? Gong Lu is a legend in Binhai's business community. This Qin Lang is not the eldest son of a wealthy family, he is clearly the younger brother of a wealthy family. Gong Lu alone is a wealthy family. Not only Lu Chang was confused, but Zhang Fengyun, who had been hiding aside, was also confused. He always thought that Qin Lang was just a pretty boy who wanted to curry favor with him. Rushue. Unexpectedly, his sister is the big boss of Lanyue Group. Come to think of it, the general manager Mo Rushue actually works for them. For a moment, Zhang Fengyun fell into endless entanglement. Who doesn't know the name of Lanyue Group? Should I secretly take revenge on Qin Lang? Just when Zhang Fengyun was in a dilemma, Lu Chang had already started to apologize frantically. "Mr. Qin, I'm sorry. It's my fault that I'm blind. Master Qin, I promise that this kind of thing will never happen again." While apologizing, Lu Chang made up his mind. Next time you see Qin Lang, just go around him 3 streets away. No matter how much Lu Chang said, Qin Lang would not accept his apology. If it weren't for him today, if it weren't for Wang Hu, Lu Chang is going to do evil again. Qin Lang said indifferently, "You gave me 2 choices. I also give you 2 choices. Since you don't dare to ask my sister for money, let's have a duel. I'm not strong enough, so please ask Brother Tiger to help me." Wang Hu immediately said, "I'm happy to do that." Seeing the two of them singing the same tune, Lu Chang was so anxious that he broke out in a cold sweat. He said in a trembling voice, "Brother Hu is so powerful, how dare I compete with him?" Although there is only a difference of 2 grades between the 5th and 7th grades, the combat effectiveness is a world of difference. Qin Lang sneered, "How can you, a 7th rank master, threaten me and challenge me to a duel?" Lu Chang wanted to argue, but Wang Hu took a step forward and walked in front of Lu Chang. Wang Hu bowed slightly and said in a cold voice, "Please teach me." After saying that, he assumed an attacking stance. Seeing that Wang Hu was serious, Lu Chang did not dare to be careless and immediately took a defensive stance. Then, bang! There was a loud bang. Lu Chang was kicked onto the bar more than 10 meters away. I couldn't get up for a long time. Chapter 18, Unlimited Exchange Card reappears. When others saw Lu Chang being kicked away, they didn't feel sorry for him at all. Lu Chang usually protects the students in his martial arts school and often bullies the weak. Many people have long been dissatisfied with him. Now seeing how badly he was beaten, they all applauded. Aren't you very cool? Wang Hu stepped forward and slapped Lu Chang in the face. Aren't you trying to extort money? Another slap. Aren't you asking for exorbitant medical bills? Another slap. Don't you want to stand up for the students? Wang Hu grabbed Lu Chang's collar and slapped him while questioning him. He slapped Lu Chang from both sides more than 10 times in a row, leaving him dazed. Seeing this scene, the students under Lu Chang's command trembled with legs and almost peed themselves. Zhang Fengyun even closed his eyes tightly, not daring to look at the scene. Wang Hu didn't stop until both sides of Lu Chang's face were swollen like a pig's head. At this time, Lu Chang's clothes were torn, blood was flowing from his mouth and nose, tears were streaming, and his face was swollen like a pig's head. He looked extremely miserable. Even so, he still forced himself to apologize to Qin Lang and Wang Hu. Lu Chang was a martial artist, so although these injuries were serious, they were not fatal. He knew that he had to be sincere at this time. He had heard of Wang Hu's deeds. Wang Hu had fought outside the domain before and had killed people. If he dared to resist now and arouse Wang Hu's murderous intent, he would never be able to leave the restaurant safely today. Wang Hu ignored Lu Chang and turned to look at Qin Lang to see how Qin Lang would deal with it. After all, this is Qin Lang's business. Just as Qin Lang was about to speak. Ding! I detected that Lu Chang is unconvinced and resentful of the host. I'm ready to take out a sack and deal with the host in the dead of night. Damn it! Hearing this reminder, Qin Lang was a little dazed. Is the argumentative person so strong? He can even detect other people's thoughts. However, Lu Chang was still not convinced. Was he not defeated by the beating? Ding! Lu Chang has been defeated by Wang Hu, but he is not convinced by the host. Well. So that's how it is. Qin Lang looked at Lu Chang and asked, "Are you convinced?" This was a test from Qin Lang. Lu Chang was startled at first, then he secretly glanced at Wang Hu and nodded hurriedly, "I obey, I obey, I obey. I am convinced." Lu Chang looked Qin Lang up and down, his heart horrified, his eyes full of surprise. What's going on? How could he know what I was thinking? But I just don't accept it. Aren't you just relying on Gong Lu and Wang Hu? Without them, you are nothing. As a warrior, your own strength is the foundation. What kind of warrior is he if he relies on others? Seeing Lu Chang's little action, Qin Lang confirmed the information of the nitpicker. This guy is not convinced in his heart. Moreover, the only person he admired was Wang Hu. Qin Lang slowly shook his head and said in a deep voice, "I know you are very dissatisfied in your heart. I'll convince you. In a month, we'll have a formal duel, and I'll convince you." Qin Lang calculated in his mind that it would probably take an ordinary warrior several years to break through from a 9th grade warrior to a 5th grade warrior. But I have this system of nitpicking, so 1 month should be enough. When Lu Chang heard this, he looked shocked. He suspected he had heard wrongly. In just 1 month, this Qin Lang wanted to challenge me to a duel and make me convinced? This guy must be out of his mind. Where does his overflowing self-confidence come from? However, this is a good opportunity to beat him up. By then, Wang Hu will have no reason to retaliate against himself. Thinking of this, Lu Chang was overjoyed. He said directly, "Okay. It's decided." Seeing that Lu Chang accepted the challenge, Qin Lang spoke again. "I heard that there are bets on martial arts competitions. Then, if you lose, you must take your men and get out of Binhai. You are never allowed to appear in Binhai again. If you win. Don't you want 10 million? I'll give you the 10 million. Qin Lang's ultimate goal is to drive Lu Chang out of Binhai. This guy is a rotten apple in Binhai, and it's disgusting to look at him." Hearing that there was more betting, Lu Chang pricked up his ears. When he heard that he had won and could get 10 million, his eyes lit up. He had heard from his students that Qin Lang was at most a 9th grade warrior. "I am a 7th grade warrior certified by the Martial Arts Association. Beating you, a 9th grade warrior, is like a piece of cake for me, right?" At this time, Lu Chang's eyes softened a lot when he looked at Qin Lang. This is a boy who gives away money. Just then. Ding! The competition between the host and Lu Chang has been activated. If the host wins, he will receive an unlimited redemption card. Hearing this electronic sound, Qin Lang's breathing suddenly became rapid. Damn it! Unlimited card redemption. Finally heard these words. Ever since I received an unlimited redemption card from the novice gift package, I have never come across this kind of redemption card again. Previously, a tricycle was exchanged for a Bugatti. Now, can I directly become a first-grade master from a ninth-grade master? When Qin Lang thought of this, his breathing became disordered. A top-notch master. Ding! If the host's body can withstand the powerful internal energy of a first-class master, it can be exchanged. What does it mean? Internal strength is this warm thing in the body. What's the big deal? Could it be that it can burst me? Depend on. Thinking of this, Qin Lang's heart trembled. It won't really burst, right? Wouldn't that mean all my ashes would be scattered everywhere? Forget it, we'll talk about it later. At worst, you can save this card and use it later. At this time, Wang Hu looked at Qin Lang in surprise and whispered, Mr. Qin, do you want to reconsider it? Wang Hu's voice brought Qin Lang back to his senses. Qin Lang smiled mysteriously and shook his head, Brother Hu, don't worry, I have confidence. He thought to himself, I'm definitely going to get this unlimited redemption card. He had already made up his mind that if he could not become a 7th rank warrior in a month, he would ask someone to help him before the competition. Beat up Lu Chang. No matter what, this unlimited redemption card must be obtained. Afterwards, Qin Lang and Lu Chang signed a competition agreement, which was scheduled for 1 month later. After doing all this, Qin Lang returned to Lanyue Group with Wang Hu, Mo Rushue, and others. As soon as he entered the Lanyue Group, Qin Lang's cell phone rang. When I looked at the caller ID, it was actually my dad calling. Son, you have inherited our family business, right? You've grown up and graduated from college. Dad is relieved too. Dad, From now on, take good care of yourself, and we'll meet again if we're lucky. No more talking, Dad is busy right now, he's off saving the world. Dad, Beep beep beep. Listening to the beeping sound coming from the phone, Qin Lang was confused. Dad, can you let me say a few words too? You are so anxious, you really think you are going to save the world. You actually said goodbye to your son until we meet again. Am I your biological child? Chapter 19 Sister blushed. Qin Lang shook his head dejectedly. Does my dad have the temperament to save the world with his lazy appearance? I guess he felt like he was a burden, so he ran off to live out his days somewhere else. Brother, what's wrong? At this time, Gong Lu's gentle voice sounded in Qin Lang's ears. Qin Lang turned his head slightly and looked at Gong Lu, who was walking towards him with light lotus steps, and his heart skipped a beat. My sister is walking towards the breeze, her hair dancing gently, she is so beautiful. Looking at the gentle smile on Gong Lu's face, Qin Lang's depression instantly dissipated. Sister, it's okay. As he spoke, Qin Lang walked up and came to Gong Lu's side. Gong Lu has a very pleasant smell, which Qin Lang likes very much. Gong Lu raised her hand and held Qin Lang's hand, and walked towards a lounge nearby. As she walked, she smiled and said, Brother, Rinshan Group has been bought by my sister. Now, you are the biggest boss of Rinshan Group. Gong Lu's voice was very soft and he spoke very casually. It seemed that giving Qin Lang a company was like giving him a small toy. Unlike Gong Lu, these words sounded like a thunderclap in Qin Lang's ears. This, you bought it now? So fast? Qin Lang was held by Gong Lu in a daze, and it took him several seconds to come back to his senses. He grasped Gong Lu's hand tightly and asked excitedly, Sister, does this mean I already have a company under my name? Yes. Seeing Qin Lang's excitement, Gong Lu couldn't help but curl up the corners of her mouth into a faint smile. Gong Lu's gentle look stirred ripples in Qin Lang's heart. He had never felt what it was like to have a sister. It turns out that having a sister who loves you is such a happy thing. Qin Lang opened his arms and gave Gong Lu a bear hug. Sister, thank you. Qin Lang said in Gong Lu's ear with great emotion. However, at this moment, Gong Lu's pretty face turned slightly red. As soon as Qin Lang hugged her, a strong masculine scent hit her in the face. This was a feeling she had never experienced before. Gong Lu didn't know that Qin Lang was already a 9th rank warrior. The energy and vitality in his body are several times more abundant than those of ordinary people. Moreover, Qin Lang had just graduated and was at the age when male hormones were overflowing. Such hot-blooded boys are the most attractive to girls. Seeing that Gong Lu didn't answer him, Qin Lang let go of Gong Lu in confusion, supported Gong Lu's shoulders, and wanted to see what was wrong with her. At just one glance, Qin Lang showed a worried look. Gong Lu's face was flushed and her eyes were watery, which looked a little abnormal. Qin Lang raised his hand and checked Gong Lu's temperature on her forehead with concern. My body temperature seems to have risen a lot. Snap. Bang! At this moment, several strange noises were heard all around. Xin Lang turned his head and saw many employees of Lanue Group standing in a daze not far away, with many folders scattered under their feet. The sound just now was the sound of these folders falling to the ground. Xin Lang looked at the direction they were walking and thought they must have passed by here by chance. Seeing that it was nothing serious, Xin Lang didn't take it to heart. Xin Lang didn't know that his actions had already caused a huge storm in the hearts of the employees of Lanue Group. The employees of Lanue Group had no expression on their faces, because their faces were frozen with shock. Oh my god! What is going on? Mr. Gong was actually hugged by a boy. In the company, who would dare to do this to President Gong? However, this boy not only hugged Ms. Gong, but also touched her forehead affectionately. This hugging and touching is so touching. Over the years, I haven't heard of any scandals about Mr. Gong. Could it be that this boy is the boyfriend that President Gong is looking for? Moreover, President Gong, who is always so cool and elegant, actually has a blushing face sometimes. She looks like a little girl. Ms. Gong's queen-like aura disappeared completely in front of this boy. President Gong is already extremely beautiful, and now with her red face, she has a unique charm. No, this boy has been following General Manager Mo Rushue today. Damn it! Could it be that this boy's abilities were so incredible that he could have taken down both President Gong and General Manager Mo at the same time? Oh my god! If this is true, it's too scary. If this is true, this boy will not only get two delicate beauties, but also the Lanue Group as a dowry. When they thought of this, the female employees were shocked and the male employees shed tears. The male employees really wanted to shout, "Let her go, let me do it." At this time, Gong Lu came back to his senses. She glanced at Xin Lang in a reproachful manner and said in a delicate voice, "This is the company, please pay attention to your image." Then, she looked around and said to all the employees, "What are you all doing here? Everything is fine, right?" As soon as these words were spoken, the employees came back to their senses and hurriedly picked up the folders on the ground. Afterwards, everyone glanced at Gong Lu and Xin Lang intentionally or unintentionally, and then left in a hurry. Looking at the backs of the employees hurriedly leaving, Xin Lang asked carefully, "Sister, did I cause you any trouble?" Gong Lu shook her head and said softly, "It's okay." Seeing the blush on Gong Lu's face gradually fade away, Xin Lang raised his hand again and touched Gong Lu's forehead to test the temperature. Yep. Xin Lang was a little confused. How come the temperature returned to normal? Sister, what happened to you just now? The temperature on your forehead was ridiculously high. Gong Lu raised her eyebrows and looked at Xin Lang's cautious look, feeling speechless. I can't say that you are too masculine and have too many hormones, and I am a little intoxicated by it. Gong Lu took Xin Lang's hand and said softly, "Don't worry, sister is fine." After saying that, Gong Lu pulled Xin Lang to the door of a lounge. At this time, a dark-skinned fat girl was standing in front of the lounge door. Just then. Ding! Host, a god-level sister is near you, please be mentally prepared. The argumentative voice rang out, instantly attracting Xin Lang's interest. Godly sister. I have 9 god-level sisters. Sister Gong Lu is just one of them, but she is already so powerful. If all 9 sisters gather together, can they summon a dragon and become invincible? At this moment, Xin Lang asked in his heart, "Bargain hunter, how far is that god-level sister from me?" Xin Lang looked at the dark-skinned fat girl in front of the lounge door and felt a little nervous. My godlike sister, could it be her? At this moment, the fat girl saw Xin Lang staring at her and said proudly, "What are you looking at? Have you never seen a beautiful woman?" Xin Lang. At this time, the voice of the nitpicker sounded again. Ding! This god-level sister is only 3 meters away from the host. Boom! The words of the argumentative person were like a world-destroying thunder that struck Xin Lang's mind. Could it really be the fat girl at the door? Xin Lang didn't notice that there was a graceful shadow reflected on the frosted glass door behind the fat girl. Chapter 20 Sister Song Goddess, Li Shiha. Xin Lang couldn't help but take a step back, crying in his heart. No, this is not the god-level sister I want. The gap is too big. Xin Lang looked at the cold and beautiful Gong Lu, then looked at the dark and plump girl at the door of the lounge, and felt so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. It's not that he has any prejudice against this slightly narcissistic fat girl. The gap was so huge that he found it hard to accept it for a while. Is this the beginning of the peak? Gong Lu looked at Xin Lang in confusion. Seeing that he looked depressed, she wondered what was going on with him. Gong Lu nodded to the dark-skinned plump girl and said with a smile, "Xiaolu, thank you for your hard work." After saying that, he pushed open the door and pulled Qin Lang into the lounge. The dark and plump girl first showed a bright smile and said it was not hard. When she saw Qin Lang was about to enter the lounge, she immediately opened her arms and blocked the door. The fat girl said solemnly, "Sister Gong, you can go in, but this guy can't go in. He just glanced at me with a sneaky look in his eyes. He's obviously not a good person. If he goes in and sees such a beautiful lady like Sister Xia, he will definitely not behave himself." The fat girl has a determined look and an unswerving spirit. Qin Lang looked at the fat girl speechlessly. "Am I looking at you with a sneaky look? Please don't be so narcissistic." However, the two words in the fat girl's words aroused Qin Lang's curiosity. "Xia?" These two words are so familiar. I seem to have heard it somewhere. Puff. Ha ha ha. Just when Qin Lang was puzzled, Gong Lu burst out laughing. Gong Lu covered her mouth and giggled, and turned her head to look at Qin Lang's handsome face, shaking with joy. "My brother is quite handsome. There is no trace of shifty look at all." Gong Lu was smiling, but Qin Lang had a frown on his face. He said speechlessly, "Sister, what's so funny about this?" Qin Lang complained in his heart, "I have been ridiculed by others, and you are still laughing so happily." After a long while, Gong Lu stopped laughing and explained with a smile, "Xiaolu, this is my younger brother, and also Shiha's younger brother. Shiha came here today just to see him." As soon as Gong Lu finished speaking, the fat girl named Xiola was stunned. Xiola looked at Qin Lang in shock, looking him up and down several times. She murmured quietly, "Sister Gong and Sister Xia are such beautiful women, how come they have such a shifty brother?" Qin Lang. Qin Lang really wanted to yell, "I really don't have any impulsive thoughts about you." However, in order to protect the fat girl's young heart, Qin Lang did not say this out loud. At the same time, Qin Lang also confirmed one thing, that this fat girl was not his god-level sister. The girl named Shiha is it. At this time, the fat girl named Xiola stepped aside and made way for the door. However, her eyes were always on Qin Lang, full of suspicion. Gong Lu smiled and said to Qin Lang, "Go in." Then she pushed open the door of the lounge and pulled Qin Lang in. As soon as he entered the lounge, Qin Lang's eyes suddenly went dark and he could not see anything. At the same time, a soft body was imprinted on Qin Lang's back, and a faint fragrance came into Qin Lang's nose. After the initial panic, Qin Lang calmed down. Feeling the warm touch of a hand on his eyes, Qin Lang realized that he was blindfolded. He was speechless. He was already a grown-up, yet he was still playing this kind of game. At this moment, a voice as clear as an oriole sounded behind Qin Lang. "Guess who I am?" Qin Lang smiled confidently and said loudly, "Sister Shiha." That fat girl and Sister Gong Lu have said it many times, it can't be wrong. Sure enough, Qin Lang's eyes suddenly lit up, and the woman behind him let go of her hand. But why is there no movement behind? Qin Lang turned around in confusion. Just one glance and Qin Lang was stunned. The woman behind him has picturesque eyebrows, a high nose, and a graceful figure, as if she has walked out of a painting. There is an amazing attraction all over her. Looking at this woman who was so beautiful that she could overwhelm a country, Qin Lang's heart was pounding. What shocked Qin Lang the most was the identity of this woman Li Shiha. Li Shiha, the youngest singing god in China. The clear voice and extremely wide vocal range are the foundation of Li Shiha's standing on the music scene. In recent years, Li Shiha's development in the music industry has reached a level that his peers cannot match. The only ones who can surpass her are veteran artists who have been developing for many years. Recently, Li Shiha officially turned to the film and television industry, starting as the leading actress. The overwhelming posters filled the streets and alleys. Qin Lang had seen Li Shiha's poster. Although he is not a loyal fan of Li Shiha, he also likes this female singer very much. No wonder. No wonder the word Shiha sounded so familiar when I heard it outside the door. It turns out that his god-level sister is Li Shiha. But why is her face filled with sadness? At this time, Li Shiha's eyes were covered with a layer of mist, and he looked like he was about to cry. Seeing this, Qin Lang felt a little distressed. What's going on? Did someone offend her? I'm so pitiful. My brother actually calls me Sister Shiha, not even third sister. I shouldn't have come here. This is a sad place. After saying that, Li Shiha pretended to walk out of the lounge. Of course, he just made a movement of walking outward, and actually the whole person did not move at all. Xin Lang. Xin Lang was speechless. He was indeed a first-line actor, he could act like this. However, this acting is so fake that I can see through it. Just then. Ding. Mission 1, gently comfort third sister and tell her not to be sad. Mission reward, charm +1. Mission 2, give the third sister a big hug and comfort her. Mission reward, basic singing talent exchange card. Mission 3, expose the third sister's fake sadness and embarrass her. Mission reward, intermediate singing talent exchange card. After reading the task posted by the nitpicker, Xin Lang was a little hesitant. This stubborn nitpicker always puts me in a dilemma. Chapter 21 Third Sister. What the hell is this charm value in task 1? Xin Lang thought about it for a moment and gave up this task. The charm value is okay, but it only adds 1 point, which is too little. The weight of 1 point of charm is far less than a hug given to the third sister. As for the third task, it is not very friendly and it will make the third sister embarrassed. Although the reward for task 3 was obviously better than that for task 2, Xin Lang still chose task 2. Mission 2. It only took a second for Xin Lang to make his choice. Immediately afterwards, Xin Lang opened his arms and gave Li Shiha a big hug. Feeling Li Shiha's even breathing, Xin Lang said softly, "Third sister, don't think too much. You're a big star. You should be more open-minded." At this moment, the sadness on Li Shiha's face disappeared instantly. She patted Xin Lang on the back and said with a smile, "Brother, how is my acting? Have you made another breakthrough?" Xin Lang was stunned when he saw Li Shiha's sudden change of expression. This is happening too fast. To be honest, the acting is not that great. However, Xin Lang would not tell the truth. Sometimes, white lies are necessary. Xin Lang nodded repeatedly and said with a smile, "Third sister's acting skills are already very good." Li Shiha was so happy to receive Xin Lang's approval that he smiled brightly and was overjoyed. "Okay, come sit down and talk." Gong Lu, who was not far away, watched this scene and said with a smile. Afterwards, the three of them lay lazily on the 3 massage chairs in the lounge. Xin Lang was in the middle, Gong Lu and Li Shiha were on both sides. Xin Lang smelled the different but pleasant scents of his 2 sisters, and felt his body light as if he was in the clouds. He felt emotional in his heart. There were 9 god-level sisters in total, and now 2 of them appeared. These 2 sisters are both very powerful beauties, so what kind of people are the other 7 god-level sisters? "Brother, you have graduated now, what do you want to do in the future?" Li Shiha turned his upper body to look at Xin Lang and asked gently. Xin Lang thought for a moment and said, "Third sister, my eldest sister gave me a company, and I want to make this company a success first." When Gong Lu heard Xin Lang's answer, a knowing smile appeared on her face. She was very satisfied with Xin Lang's answer. However, Li Shiha was not happy. Li Shiha frowned slightly and said pitifully, "If you follow the eldest sister, what about the third sister? My sister is working hard out there alone. She's so lonely and pitiful." Looking at Li Shiha's pitiful appearance, Xin Lang was a little shaken. At this moment, Li Shiha changed the subject and tempted, "Brother, follow me into the entertainment industry. There are so many beautiful women in the entertainment industry. With your figure and looks, I can't guarantee you'll become a huge star, but at least you can be a B-list star." Xin Lang was a little confused. Should he follow his eldest sister to start a company, or follow his third sister to enter the entertainment industry? At this time, Gong Lu became a little anxious. Then, she slapped her forehead, as if she accidentally remembered something. "By the way, the recruitment notice for Lanhwa Group has been sent out. Brother, will the interviewer position still be reserved for you?" "Well." Xin Lang's face was full of black lines. "Who do these 2 sisters think they are? They actually use beautiful women to seduce me. Am I that kind of person?" At this moment, a sentence sounded in Xin Lang's mind. "Only children make choices, adults want them all." Xin Lang clasped his hands together and laughed, "Sisters, can I open an entertainment company? This way, I can open a company in Binhai and enter the entertainment industry, so my third sister won't be lonely." As soon as these words were spoken, Gong Lu and Li Shiha's eyes lit up at the same time. "That's a good idea." At this time, Gong Lu frowned and said softly, "Brother, if you open an entertainment company, I can't help you anymore. Lanhwa Group's businesses are all about technology, cosmetics, clothing, etc. The entertainment industry is not involved." Li Shiha laughed and said, "Don't worry, big sister. You just have to pay. I'll help my brother with other things." "Pay money?" Gong Lu's brows slowly relaxed. These were all trivial matters. At this moment, Qin Lang suddenly thought of a question. He looked at Gong Lu and asked doubtfully, "Sister, can Renshan Group open an entertainment company?" He had heard that starting a company required many certificates. Every industry is different and the scope of business is also different. Gong Lu waved his hand nonchalantly. "It's a small matter. I'll have someone register a new company for you tomorrow." However, a new company starts with nothing. It doesn't have the perfect staffing ratio like the Renshan Group. At this time, Li Shiha said softly, "Don't worry about the new company yet. We are talking about this today, mainly to plan for my brother's future development. I still have several concerts to perform recently." At this point, Li Shiha suddenly took Qin Lang's hand and said with a smile, "Brother, I have a concert in Binhai tomorrow. You should accompany me to the concert then." "Concert? My third sister came to Binhai to hold a concert, right? I thought she came here just to see me." However, Qin Lang naturally would not refuse such a small request as accompanying his sister to a concert. He smiled and nodded, saying, "No problem." At this time, the sun had already set and the sky was gradually getting darker. Gong Lu stood up and stretched. The busy day was finally over. She said lightly, "Let's go home." Then, she walked out of the lounge first, followed closely by Qin Lang and Li Shiha. As soon as they left the lounge, Gong Lu took the initiative to hold Qin Lang's left arm. Li Shiha took the initiative to hold Qin Lang's right arm. Qin Lang looked around, and at the two gentle and beautiful god-level sisters, a deep sense of happiness instantly filled his heart. "Sister Shiha, what are you doing? You have to pay attention to your image. If other people see this and rumors spread, we're doomed." The fat girl standing at the door was stunned when she saw Li Shiha take Qin Lang's hand. Chapter 22 Cloud City. Li Shiha turned around and said casually, "Xiaolu, don't be so nervous. This is my brother, not a stranger." The fat girl named Xiola followed Qin Lang and the other two and said anxiously, "Sister Xia, you two are too close. It's easy for people to misunderstand you." The fat girl was so anxious that her facial features were wrinkled together. A-list celebrities, each has his or her own personality. Li Shiha, on the other hand, takes the route of youth and purity, and cannot be too ambiguous with others. Seeing the fat girl's look, Li Shiha's heart softened. She knew that her assistant was also thinking about her. She said helplessly, "Okay, let my brother go once we leave the Lanyue group." Seeing that Li Shiha had given in, the fat girl nodded slightly and followed Li Shiha closely. The fat girl at this time has changed a lot compared to before. She observed her surroundings vigilantly, guarding Li Shiha's safety. When she walked, there was no sense of clumsiness at all. On the contrary, when the fat girl walks, she gives people a light and graceful feeling. Seeing this scene, Qin Lang was slightly shocked. He tilted his head slightly, put his head close to Li Shiha's ear, and asked softly, "Third sister, is this little fat girl your assistant or your bodyguard?" Looking at her, she seems to be a little master. Li Shiha smiled softly and said, "Xiaolu is both my assistant and my bodyguard. She is a 5th rank master. She comes from a martial arts family. In her family, she is a famous talented martial artist." "What? A 5th grade master?" Qin Lang was stunned. "This Xiaola doesn't look much older than me." Unexpectedly, she is actually a 5th rank master. You know, even though Wang Hu is so powerful, he is only a 5th grade master. Qin Lang looked at the fat girl in shock, with mixed feelings in his heart. When the fat girl saw Qin Lang looking at her, she immediately raised her round chin with a very proud look. Qin Lang sighed in his heart, "It is true that there are always people better than you." Afterwards, the group arrived downstairs at Lanyue Group. At this time, Wang Hu and others were waiting at the gate. The group quickly got into the car and rushed to Gong Lu's villa. They didn't realize that in a building opposite the Lanyue Group, a group of people were monitoring every move at the entrance of the Lanyue Group. After seeing Qin Lang leave with Gong Lu's bodyguard convoy, a bruised and battered man made a phone call. "Boss, that guy has been with Gong Lu the whole time, it's hard to take action." This strong man was one of the 4 strong men who were beaten up by Qin Lang outside Lushan Academy. At this moment, a very arrogant voice came from the phone, "Then keep an eye on him. Damn it, he dared to touch my brother Li Dabiao, he is so impatient to live." Hearing this, the strong man was deeply moved. The strong man shouted, "Yes. But, boss, that kid has been protected by Gong Lu. What if we can't find a chance to kill him?" Li Dabiao on the other end of the phone said disdainfully, don't worry about Gong Lu will naturally be dealt with by others. You guys only have one mission, seize the opportunity and destroy that kid. If you can't deal with him, call me, and I'll come over myself. On the other side, Xin Lang followed the convoy and came to a magnificent gate. On the gate were written a few large characters, Cloud City. Xin Lang's heart skipped a beat when he saw these 3 words. My eldest sister's villa is actually in Yunqiang City. Yunqiang City is a famous wealthy area in Binhai. I heard that the housing prices here are very high. The average price per square meter is close to 1 million, which is ridiculously expensive. 2 or 3 square meters in Yunqiang City are enough to buy a very high-end house in other communities. Yunqiang City is built on the mountain and is divided into 3 floors. There are only more than 10 households living on the top floor, and all of them are wealthy and powerful families. Seeing Gong Lu's convoy coming, the gate of the community opened automatically, and dozens of security guards saluted in unison to welcome the owners home. Soon, Gong Lu led the convoy into Yunqiang City and went directly to the top floor of Yunqiang City. Along the way, many residents of Yunqiang City looked at the convoy with envy in their eyes. Those who can live here are all bosses of families with considerable influence in Binhai or large groups. However, they can only live in the lower middle class. Because the number of places at the top level of Yunqiang City is limited, having money is only one aspect, you also need to have an equivalent status. If Gong Lu didn't have the title of the richest man in Binhai, he wouldn't be able to buy a villa on the top floor of Yunqiang City. After sending Gong Lu to the top floor, Wang Hu and others left. It's the top floor of Yunqiang City, so there's no need to worry about safety. I heard that the mysterious boss who developed Yunqiang City specially hired a 3rd rank master to guard this place. This 3rd rank master is very mysterious and has never shown up. However, there has never been a safety accident on the top floor of Yunqiang City. Behind this calmness, it is very likely that the 3rd grade master is secretly working hard. With a 3rd grade master guarding Yunqiang City, no one dares to come here to cause trouble. The most important thing is that causing trouble in Yunqiang City will easily anger the mysterious boss of Yunqiang City. Xin Lang was slightly stunned when he pushed open the door of the villa. This is too big. The villa is even divided into different areas, including sports area, leisure area, movie area, dining room, living room, etc. Arriving on the 2nd floor, Gong Lu took Xin Lang to an empty room. Brother, this will be your bedroom from now on. I'm just across the street. If you need anything, just call me. You just graduated, so you haven't moved your things from school yet, right? Sister will accompany you to move back tomorrow. Hearing this, Xin Lang hurriedly shook his head. Sis, you are so busy, I can go by myself tomorrow. Okay, you've been busy all day, go and rest. After Gong Lu and Li Shiha left the room, Xin Lang lay on the large bed, staring blankly. Chapter 23 Another Godly Sister. Thinking of what he had experienced, Xin Lang was secretly shocked. Today, I not only own a Bugatti sports car and a group company, but also 2 very beautiful and goddess-like sisters. The only regret is that my dad ran away and I don't know where he went. Xin Lang was thinking about these things and fell asleep. In his dream, he had a dream. A dark gate opened, and countless soldiers in black helmets and armor rushed out of the gate. He himself was covered in blood and in a desperate situation. Around him, there were several blurry shadows, fighting alongside him. The faces of those shadows were very blurry and it was hard to tell who they were. Call. Xin Lang suddenly woke up and sat up from the bed. He turned his head to look out the window. It was gray and it was not yet dawn. He asked in his mind, what time is it now, you nitpicker? It is 6 o'clock in the morning. Xin Lang murmured, it's only 6 in the morning? It's still early, take a nap. After saying that, he lay down and covered his head with the quilt. However, he tossed and turned in bed for a long time but couldn't fall asleep. Since I can't sleep, I might as well not sleep. Xin Lang walked out of the room and saw that his 2 sisters' doors were closed. They must still be sleeping. He stretched and slowly walked to the grass outside the villa. The air in the early morning was very humid. He took a deep breath, and the cool air filled his chest, making his still dizzy head instantly clearer. Seeing that there was no one around, Xin Lang slowly opened his fist stance and performed the starting posture of the thunder fist. At the same time, the heat in his body reappeared. As he threw a set of punches, the heat flow slowly moved between his arms. Feeling something unusual in his body, Xin Lang felt delighted. This must be the inner strength of a warrior. Seeing that his boxing practice was effective, Xin Lang was greatly encouraged and became more and more active. Once. Twice. 3 times. 7 times. Puff. When he practiced it for the 8th time, he punched out and there was actually a strange sound. At this time, Xin Lang's hands were engorged with blood and he felt a burning sensation. Xin Lang was shocked and asked in his heart, "What's going on? Is my body mutated? Damn it, if practicing martial arts turns you into a monster, then what's the point of practicing?" At this moment, the voice of the argumentative person appeared in Xin Lang's mind. "Host, please don't panic. This is the characteristic of the Thunder Fist. If you practice the Thunder Fist to perfection, a single punch can create a rumbling thunderous sound." Damn it! Hearing the argumentative man's answer, Xin Lang's heart moved. Is he so powerful? An intermediate martial art actually has such a powerful effect of showing off. Xin Lang had already started to fantasize in his mind. He would casually throw a punch in front of the enemy, and instantly there would be a thunderous sound. Not to mention how powerful the fist is, just the sound is enough to scare people. So, having tasted the sweetness, Xin Lang became more and more excited, punching one after another continuously. At the same time, the sound of his fists became louder and louder, and gradually became clearer. With one punch, the sound can be heard 7 or 8 meters away. He was so focused on practicing his boxing that he didn't notice that there was a white-haired old man standing not far away from him. "Young man, are you practicing the mountain shaking fist?" Just when Xin Lang was practicing excitedly, an old voice sounded in his ears. Xin Lang suddenly turned his head and looked towards the source of the sound. "What's going on? It said that there are experts in Yunxiang City, so it's impossible for something like breaking into a private house to happen?" Xin Lang looked at the old man who suddenly appeared with caution and answered cautiously, "Yes." "Master, how did you get in?" Xin Lang was puzzled. With so many patrolling security guards, didn't anyone notice this suspicious old man? The old man smiled faintly and said, "I have always been here." "Young man, you've only just started using the mountain shaking fist, right?" "Indeed, you've only practiced the first move of the mountain shaking fist, the thunder fist, for an hour and you've already produced a faint thunder sound. You're a promising talent." The old man put his hands behind his back, looking like a senior master. The old man's name is Bai Fingxing, and he is a martial arts master from the Binhai Bai family. He is the 3rd rank master who was ordered to stay in Yunxiang City. Xin Lang saw the old man's expression and guessed that he was a master. He said respectfully, "Senior, you are too kind. I am just practicing casually." However, he didn't like people coming into his house to praise him. Xin Lang rolled his eyes and said tentatively, "Old senior, please leave here. There's a 3rd rank master guarding Yunxiang City. If that person finds out you've trespassed into Yunxiang City, the consequences will be disastrous." Xin Lang thought that if this person was stronger than a 3rd grade master, he would naturally not care about what he said. In that case, I'd better just be quiet and see what this old man wants to do. If this old man had not yet reached the 3rd level, he would have naturally fled. Bai Fingxing had experienced many ups and downs, so he naturally saw through Xin Lang's little tricks at a glance. He said with a half smile, "I am the 3rd rank master you mentioned." After saying this, he looked at Xin Lang with interest to see how he would react. Oh shit. Xin Lang's heart skipped a beat. This old man turned out to be the 3rd rank master. This is a bit embarrassing. But why is he running here so early in the morning instead of sleeping well? Is it because I'm old and have severe insomnia that I want to find a handsome guy to chat with? Xin Lang regained his composure, pretended to be extremely respectful, and said loudly, "So it's you. So you are the legendary super expert who rules Yunxiang City." Xin Lang's expression was 3 parts excitement, 3 parts surprise, and 4 parts admiration. I have to say that Xin Lang has quite a talent for acting. Bai Fingxing put his hands behind his back and said calmly, "It's me." Then, he changed the subject and said in a deep voice, "Young man, I think you have some talent, and I am willing to train you. Would you like to join my Binhai Bai family?" When Xin Lang walked out of the villa to practice boxing, Bai Fingxing had already discovered Xin Lang. Seeing that Xin Lang had extremely high talent in martial arts, he wanted to take Xin Lang into his own family. To put it nicely, he is the Bai family's dedicated warrior. To put it bluntly, he is the Bai family's thug. Most people would immediately agree if they saw a 3rd grade master extending an olive branch to them. However, Xin Lang is not an ordinary person. Now he has the system of argumentative to support him. Xin Lang wanted to refuse directly, but looking at the man's expression, it seemed that he would not allow himself to refuse. For a moment, Xin Lang was in a dilemma. At this moment, a cold voice came. The Binhai Bai family is just a small family. Are you worthy of taking my brother in? At the same time, the electronic voice of the nitpicker rang in Qin Lang's mind. Ding! A god-level sister is approaching, please be mentally prepared. Chapter 24 Fifth Sister, Wu Mei. Younger brother. Hearing these two words, Qin Lang now felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. After hearing the suggestion from the nitpicker, Qin Lang immediately turned around and looked towards the source of the cold voice. I saw a tall woman with a cold expression, a simple ponytail, and black clothes and black pants walking slowly towards me. The woman was as cold as an iceberg, and there was an extremely powerful aura in her eyes that looked down on everything. Bai Fengxing frowned when he heard the woman's words. He said coldly, "Do you know the consequences of despising the Bai family? Once, a second-rank master offended my Bai family. The Bai family sent masters to hunt down that second-rank master for 3,000 miles and killed him in Ma Bei. Bai Fengxing saw that the woman in black was a martial arts master, so he didn't dare to act rashly and could only test her with words. At his level, he would not be willing to act rashly. Because once you take action, you must kill the other party. Otherwise, there will be endless troubles." He couldn't tell the depth of the woman's cultivation, and thought that she was at most a third-rank master like himself. After all, this woman is too young. No matter how high her cultivation level is, how high can it be? The Bai family was able to kill a second-rank master, so dealing with a third-rank master would naturally be a piece of cake. Bai Fengxing thought that as soon as he said this, the woman in black would surrender on the spot. He didn't expect that the words of the woman in black would directly shatter his mind. At this time, the woman in black had already walked to Qin Lang's side. She put her hand on Qin Lang's shoulder and said disdainfully, "Then your Bai family is too useless. A mere second-rank master, can't he be killed with just one slap?" The woman in black spoke casually, as if killing a second-grade master was as easy as swatting a fly. Boom boom. Boom boom. Two invisible thunders exploded in the minds of Qin Lang and Bai Fengxing respectively. Qin Lang quietly shifted his gaze and looked at the jade hand on his shoulder, and his scalp instantly went numb. Oh my god, is this the palm that can kill a second-grade master? At this moment, he remembered the nitpicker's warning, please be mentally prepared. Qin Lang had no doubt about what the god-like sister beside him said. These god-level sisters are more powerful than each other. Since this sister said that she could kill a second-grade master with a slap, then she must be able to do it. Qin Lang quickly asked in his mind, "Bargain hunter, give me the information about this god-level sister quickly." This sister is so amazing, Qin Lang must do his homework in advance. What if I call the wrong name and get slapped into a pulp? Ding. Name, Wu Mei. Height, 185 centimeters, measurements. Qin Lang. Seeing the information in his mind, Qin Lang was speechless for a moment. What the hell are you doing with this stuff? I just want to know which god-level sister this is. He quickly asked, which sister is this? This is the host's fifth sister. That's it. Qin Lang turned around, looked at the indifferent Wu Mei with a smile, and said, "Fifth sister, you're here." His smile seemed forced and a little stiff. Wu Mei nodded slowly and said softly, "Well, I heard you graduated, so I came to see you." Then, she frowned and stared at Qin Lang's face intently. Qin Lang was shocked and thought to himself, what is this for? Why are you frowning for no reason? We can discuss it if you have something to say, don't be impulsive. Just when Qin Lang was in a state of confusion, Wu Mei stretched out her hands, pinched Qin Lang's cheeks, and rubbed them up and down. She didn't use much strength, but just rubbed away the stiff smile on Qin Lang's face. Qin Lang stared blankly at Wu Mei, who was rubbing his face seriously, feeling helpless. What is this for? What are you playing? After the stiff smile on Qin Lang's face disappeared, Wu Mei exhaled, "Ha! All right. Brother, you were fine, why did your facial muscles suddenly twitch?" Well. This question made Qin Lang a little embarrassed. He's not just twitching muscles, he's just scared. However, now that he saw that his fifth sister cared about him so much, Qin Lang's fear naturally disappeared. He said loudly, "Maybe I was too excited to see fifth sister suddenly and couldn't control my expression." He spoke so confidently that I almost believed it myself. Wu Mei smiled, raised her hand and rubbed Qin Lang's head, saying with a smile, "Little rascal." She didn't know that her smile made Qin Lang dumbfounded. At this moment, Qin Lang's heart felt as if a warm spring breeze blew out from the ancient glacier, shocking and warm. The brother and sister chatted as if no one was around, which was very heartwarming. Bai Fengxing, who was standing aside, was so anxious that he was sweating. His clothes and pants were soaked with cold sweat, making him feel very uncomfortable. However, Bai Fengxing did not dare to move, for fear of provoking Wu Mei's attack. After Wu Mei said those two sentences, a thunderclap sounded in Bai Fengxing's mind. What level of expert must he be to be able to kill a second-rank expert with just a single palm strike? Even a top-tier expert couldn't possibly achieve this. After thinking about it carefully, Bai Fengxing was somewhat skeptical. However, when Wu Mei gave him a cold look, he was frightened silly. At that moment, Bai Fengxing felt that what he saw was not a woman, but an ancient god as tall as the mountains. At that moment, Bai Fengxing had a strange feeling in his mind. His life did not seem to belong to himself, but to this woman who was as powerful as a god. After this glance, Bai Fengxing no longer had any thoughts in his mind. He just stood there quietly, even controlling his breathing to be very weak, for fear of disturbing the brother and sister not far away. As for the realm of this woman in black, he didn't even dare to imagine it. Brother, are you practicing the mountain shaking fist now? You're practicing this kind of low-level boxing. Come, sister will give you one. Wu Mei looked at Qin Lang and took out a golden ancient book from her body. The name of the ancient book is Shinji. As soon as Qin Lang saw the color of this ancient book, he began to guess. Damn it! Could this be made of gold? He didn't hesitate to take the ancient book and said with a smile, "Thank you, fifth sister." Qin Lang was a little disappointed when he got the ancient book. The feel of this thing is not metal at all, but a kind of fine silk. At this moment, Wu Mei slapped her forehead and said in annoyance, "Oh. I forgot. Your current strength is too low to learn this skill. Forget it, you are only at the 9th level now, so just continue learning the mountain shaking fist. Although this mountain shaking fist is a bit low level, it's just right for your current level of cultivation." Qin Lang. Qin Lang was speechless. Was fifth sister trying to find a way to say that she was low class? When Wu Mei saw Qin Lang's expression, she suddenly realized. She gently touched Qin Lang's head, as if coaxing a child, and said softly, "Brother, sister didn't say anything about you." Qin Lang nodded helplessly, "Fifth sister, I know." Wu Mei nodded and said softly, "Okay, sister has something else to do, so I'll leave first. I'll see you next time." What? Are you leaving now? Qin Lang said reluctantly, "Sister, you are too fast." Before he could finish his words, Wu Mei disappeared from his sight. He looked around hurriedly, but could only see a dark shadow disappearing rapidly in the morning mist. Chapter 25, Master Qin. Looking at the receding figure, Qin Lang was confused. Leaving now? Do all masters come and go like the wind? I don't know what he's so anxious about. Is he trying to save the world like his dad? Qin Lang shook his head and threw the idea away. What nonsense! He slowly raised his head and saw that the third-grade master of the Bai family was still there, and his heart skipped a beat. It's over. This old man won T-force me into the Bai family, right? Fifth sister is not very reliable. Little did he know that at this moment, a huge storm had already been set off in Bai Fengxing's heart. Just as Wu Mei was leaving, a cold voice sounded in Bai Fengxing's ears. If anything happens to my brother, I will slaughter your Bai family. These words, without a trace of emotion, almost scared Bai Fengxing to death. Bai Fengxing had no doubt about the truth of this statement. The pressure Wu Mei brought to him was countless times greater than that brought by the Bai family's ancestor. Qin Lang saw Bai Fengxing standing there quietly, neither leaving nor taking the initiative to talk to him. In desperation, Qin Lang had no choice but to bite the bullet and walk up to Bai Fengxing, bowing and saying, "Senior Bai, can you let me consider joining the Bai family?" Bai Fengxing, who was in shock, was awakened by Qin Lang's words. He looked up and saw Qin Lang actually bowing to him. In an instant, Bai Fengxing was so frightened that his pores opened up and cold sweat broke out on his body. He quickly clasped his fists in return and said in a trembling voice, "Sir, you misunderstood. How dare the Bai family embarrass you, young master? I was a bit rude in what I said before, please don't take it to heart." Bai Fengxing was complaining in his heart. You have such a strong sister, who would dare to make things difficult for you? I also want to ask you not to make things difficult for me. Qin Lang's eyes lit up when he saw Bai Fengxing's actions. Could it be that this old man didn't dare to threaten me anymore after seeing how strong my fifth sister was? So, Qin Lang bowed again and said sincerely, "Senior Bai, the Bai family is extremely powerful. If the Bai family insists that I join, I dare not disobey." He wanted to test Bai Fengxing to see if the guess in his mind was true. Unexpectedly, his words frightened Bai Fengxing so much that his body trembled. Bai Fengxing quietly looked at the mist around him, fearing that the terrifying woman in black would turn back and hide in the mist. Bai Fengxing bowed 90 degrees and said awkwardly, "I dare not." Looking at the entire Chinese nation, the Bai family is just a second-rate family. If the young master is unwilling, the Bai family naturally dare not force him. At this moment, a flash of inspiration came to Bai Fengxing's mind. If I get along well with this young man in front of me, wouldn't that allow me to indirectly get in touch with that terrifying woman in black? Thinking of this, Bai Fengxing had an idea. Bai Fengxing chuckled and said, "I'm Bai Fengxing, from the Binhai Bai family. May I know your name?" At this time, Qin Lang had already tested the results. He understood that after the appearance of the fifth sister, the old man no longer dared to force him to join the Bai family. Qin Lang's tense heartstrings relaxed, and he said lightly, "Senior Bai, my name is Qin Lang. It turns out to be Master Qin." Bai Fengxing smiled kindly and said, "Master Qin, please continue practicing. I won't disturb you anymore. I'll leave now." After saying that, Bai Fengxing moved his feet and left quickly. Qin Lang felt relieved only after confirming that Bai Fengxing had really left. He practiced the Thunder Fist twice more to consolidate his gains today. After that, he slowly walked back to the villa. As soon as he entered the villa, a fragrance drifted to Qin Lang. "Ha! It's only past 7 o'clock. Who is up so early?" Qin Lang came to the kitchen door and saw a slender figure busy in the kitchen. "Sister, it's so early?" Qin Lang leaned against the kitchen door and asked with a smile. Gong Lu, who was busy at work, was startled when she heard this. She slowly turned her head and asked in confusion, "Brother, why are you up so early? Go back to sleep for a while. I'll call you when I'm done." Qin Lang felt warm in his heart when he heard Gong Lu's words. "Oh my god, it feels so good to have a sister." He smiled and shook his head. "I got up at 6 o'clock and have been practicing boxing outside." Gong Lu glanced at Qin Lang in surprise and asked in astonishment, "Are you up so early? When I got up just now, I saw your door was closed and thought you were sleeping. Go to the living room and rest for a while. Breakfast will be ready soon." At this time, Gong Lu was wearing pajamas and had no makeup on, but she still had a breathtaking charm. "Okay." Qin Lang nodded happily and walked into the living room to play with his mobile phone. He opened his moments and saw that they were all graduation photos posted by his classmates. Sadly, he's not in any of these photos. There are even many articles that implicitly mock him. He didn't even attend the last party. How cold-hearted people are, starting from the moment we graduated from college. Some people are always self-righteous and pursue uniqueness. Students like them should have less contact in the future. I look forward to meeting again in 10 years to see who has developed better. Seeing these words, Qin Lang just glanced at them. He was too lazy to bother with these people. Most of the students who posted the copy had conjunctivitis. Because before he left, he said he couldn't attend the graduation party and told the class group that he was going to inherit the family property. As a result, there was a lot of ridicule. By now, Qin Lang no longer wants to speak in the class group. Time flies. Half an hour later, Gong Lu's voice rang out in the kitchen, "Brother, prepare dinner. By the way, go call Xiaola and Shiha." Qin Lang responded loudly and ran up to the second floor in a few steps. Seeing that Li Shiha's door was tightly closed, he wondered, could third sister still be sleeping? "It's already 8 o'clock, are you still sleeping?" As soon as he opened the door, the fragrance in the room wafted to his nose. "It smells quite good." He looked up and saw that Li Shiha was still sleeping. He shouted twice, "Third sister! Third sister!" "What?" Li Shiha slowly raised his head and a lazy voice appeared. The "what are you doing" was said in a gentle, lazy and soft tone, which made Qin Lang feel itchy. He forced himself to suppress the throbbing in his heart and shouted, "It's time to eat." Perhaps because he was a little excited when he heard the words "it's time to eat," Li Shiha jumped up from the bed. She stood on the bed and stretched lazily. At this time, the sunlight outside the window shone into the room and projected onto Li Shiha's body, forming a circle of golden light along the curves of her body. Qin Lang's eyes widened as he looked at the graceful Li Shiha shrouded in a halo. The third sister is worthy of being a big star, any pose she makes is so graceful. Afterwards, Qin Lang went downstairs first and called the fat assistant Li Lu to eat. I have to say that as a bodyguard, Li Lu is very vigilant. As soon as he pushed open the door of the room, Li Lu sat up from the bed. Li Lu stared at Qin Lang, his eyes full of scrutiny. What do you want to do? Xin Lang was speechless. This little fat girl is very wary of herself. Chapter 26 Big Shot. Have a meal. After Xin Lang said these two words, he left quickly. It will be troublesome if this fat girl misunderstands me. At the dinner table, the sisters eat like cats, chewing in small bites. Xin Lang ate voraciously, finishing his breakfast in just a few bites. Putting down his bowl and chopsticks, Xin Lang looked at Li Shiha and said, "Third sister, your concert is this evening, right?" Xin Lang promised Li Shiha that he would accompany her to the concert, so he naturally kept this matter in mind. Li Shiha nodded and asked in confusion, "Yeah, what's wrong?" Xin Lang smiled and said, "I have to go back to school this morning to pack my things and say goodbye to my roommates." He had a good relationship with his roommates, and now that he had graduated, it was natural for him to put an end to this phase of his student life. At this moment, Li Shiha's eyes lit up and she said with a sweet smile, "Brother, let me go with you." Li Shiha hasn't been to a university campus for a long time and really wants to experience it. No. No. Fatty and Xin Lang rejected the proposal in unison. At this time, the fat girl turned into a strict little assistant. "Sister Shiha, there are too many people on the university campus. Even if you are in disguise, others will probably recognize you. Besides, if you go with Xin Lang, it will be easy for people to misunderstand you. Also, we have a concert tonight, and we have a lot of things to prepare in advance." Leela looked at Li Shiha seriously, hoping to use these principles to suppress Li Shiha's restless heart. Li Shiha sighed helplessly, "I know." Seeing Li Shiha's somewhat lost expression, Xin Lang couldn't help but explain, "Third sister, I just want to say goodbye quietly. What a sensation it would cause if you came with me. Even if you're not a big star, your stunning beauty will make it hard for the boys in school to walk. Then it will be difficult for us to escape. Don't worry, I'll be back as soon as possible." While Xin Lang was explaining, he also praised Li Shiha a few words. Girls like to hear these words. Sure enough, after hearing this, Li Shiha smiled and waved his hand, Go. Come back soon. If you come back late and cause my sister to not perform well today, the responsibility will be all on you." Well, what kind of logic is this? This is just nonsense. Xin Lang nodded helplessly and said speechlessly, "Okay. I'll try to come back soon." Then he went to the garage next to the villa, got in his Bugatti, stepped on the accelerator and drove down the mountain. At this time, at the gate of Yunxiang City, a young woman said dissatisfiedly, "Third grandpa, who are we waiting for? Who else in this Binhai area would let us wait at the door?" The third grandfather mentioned by this young woman is Bai Fingxing, a third-rank master who guards Yunxiang City. Bai Fingxing sighed and said gently, "Girl, you've been arguing in my ear for half an hour. Go and arguing with your grandfather. Wait a little longer, it should be coming down soon." At this time, standing next to them was a burly, energetic, white-haired old man. The white-haired old man scolded, "Xiaoya, stop messing around. This action is related to the future development of the family. If you don't want to stand here, go back immediately." After being scolded by the white-haired old man, the girl called Xiaoya quieted down. She pouted, feeling very dissatisfied inside. She wanted to see who was the person that could make so many core members of the Bai family wait here. You know, the Bai family is one of the 4 major families in Binhai. Yunxiang City is just one of the Bai family's industries. In Binhai, there are so many people who want to curry favor with the Bai family, but I have never seen the Bai family currying favor with anyone else. When he arrived at the gate of Yunxiang City, Xin Lang noticed that the atmosphere here was a little unusual. All the security guards here have disappeared, replaced by strong men dressed in black with serious expressions. Xin Lang saw that these men in black had thick arms and steady breathing, and they all seemed to be warriors. The force that can mobilize so many black-clad warriors must be a powerful one. There were nearly 200 men in black, all standing on both sides of the gate of Yunxiang City, with their hands hanging down, as if waiting for someone. Seeing such a grand ceremony, Xin Lang exclaimed in his heart, "They must be waiting for some important person." At this time, the area around the gate of Yunxiang City was already filled with passers-by. Passers-by looked at the men in black at the gate of Yunxiang City and talked about it. Damn, such a grand ceremony, is some important person coming? What you said is nonsense. Such a large display is definitely to welcome a special person. These men in black are tall and strong. They are obviously not good people. The force that mobilized so many men in black must be very powerful. Have you noticed that all the security guards in Yunshan City have disappeared? That is to say, these men in black have taken over this place now. There are only a handful of people in Binhai who are capable of doing this. You know, the mysterious boss of Yunshan City is not to be trifled with. Passers-by speculated and concluded that these men in black were from some powerful force. Although Qin Lang was also curious about the identities of these men in black, he had something to do and had no time to stay here. Boom! He stepped on the accelerator lightly and slowly approached the gate. Young Master Qin. At this moment, an old voice came from the side and reached Qin Lang's ears. This voice sounds familiar. I seem to have heard it somewhere. Qin Lang looked in the direction of the voice and saw Bai Fingxing, the third rank master he met this morning, looking at him with a smile not far away. Qin Lang was suspicious. Why did he call me? Just when Qin Lang was full of confusion, Bai Fingxing came over with a large group of people. At the same time, the black-clothed warriors also turned around and looked at Qin Lang. What are you doing? What do they want to do? So many people wouldn't want to gang up on me alone, right? Qin Lang quickly asked in his mind. Barbaric, check to see if these people are hostile. Ding. Testing in progress? Test completed. These warriors have no hostility towards the host. No hostility? Call. That's good. Qin Lang let out a sigh, and his heart finally settled down. He got out of the car and greeted Bai Fingxing and others. Before he even got close, Qin Lang asked with a smile, Senior Bai, what are you doing here? Are you waiting for some important person? At this moment, a pleasant female voice appeared beside Qin Lang's ears. We are all waiting for you, the great man. There was an indescribable strange meaning in the woman's words. Qin Lang looked in the direction of the voice and saw a girl with fair skin and pretty face looking straight at him. Chapter 27 The Bai Family's Promise. Qin Lang looked at the girl in confusion. When did I offend this girl? This is the first time we meet. At this time, a majestic and old voice sounded, Xiaoya, you must not be rude to Master Qin. Qin Lang shifted his gaze and saw that the person speaking was a very imposing old man with white hair. Well, who is this? The white-haired old man saw the doubt in Qin Lang's eyes and said with a loud smile, Mr. Qin, I am Bai Fenglei, the head of the Bai family. After saying that, Bai Fenglei raised his hand slightly. Seeing Bai Fenglei's action, Qin Lang hesitated. Is this some new way of saying hello? Just when Qin Lang was hesitating whether to raise his arm and respond to the head of the Bai family with the same etiquette, the black-clad warriors standing on both sides of the gate bent down at the same time and saluted Qin Lang respectfully. Then, a unified roar resounded at the gate of Yunshan City. Greetings, Master Qin. The roars of hundreds of people shocked the passers-by around them and made their ears numb. People looked up towards the inside of the gate, wanting to see who this young Master Qin was. Unfortunately, there were too many black-clad warriors, and they couldn't see what was happening inside at all. At the same time, the residents on the bottom floor of Yunshan City heard the roar. Many residents on the first floor ran out of the villa to see what was happening. Qin Lang was confused at this time. He was already a 9th-rank warrior, and this little sound couldn't do anything to him. The reason he was confused was, are these people greeting me? I don't think I'm that popular. At this time, Bai Fenglei walked up to Qin Lang and said slowly, Mr. Qin, I have heard about what happened this morning from my third brother Bai Fingxing. The cause of this incident is that my third brother is too eager to find talent. He saw that young Master Qin was extremely talented in martial arts and actually wanted to force him to join our Bai family. For this reason, I brought the entire Bai family here to apologize to Master Qin. I hope you won't take it to heart. Everyone in the Bai family came to apologize? Hearing this, Qin Lang appeared calm on the surface, but he was actually very panicked. Damn, can you please not make such a big fuss? The head of the Bai family, one of the 4 major families in Binhai, actually brought people to apologize to me. Don't do that. I'm under a lot of pressure. After several seconds, Qin Lang coughed and cleared his throat. He tried to calm himself down and said with a smile, it's nothing, it's just a small matter. Besides, that incident has passed and I don't take it to heart. Speaking of which, it's my fault that I'm too talented. Having said this, Qin Lang stopped immediately. Well, that's a bit too high profile. It's better to keep a low profile. At this moment, a voice as thin as a mosquito's hum came over, shameless. Narcissist. Qin Lang glanced at the girl named Xiaoya and pretended not to hear. Bai Fenglei was stunned at first, then he burst into laughter. Indeed, if it weren't for young Master Qin's amazing talent, Feng Xing wouldn't have such a strong desire to admire talent. Mr. Qin, if you need anything from the Bai family in the future, please feel free to ask. The Bai family will fully support you. Afterwards, Bai Fenglei looked at the Bai family members behind him and said in a deep voice, from now on, young Master Qin's affairs will be the affairs of the entire Bai family. The entire family can fully support anything young Master Qin does. If there is any violation, the house rules will be dealt with. Yes. As soon as these words were spoken, the members of the Bai family behind Bai Fenglei responded loudly. Bai Fenglei's purpose is very simple, to provide help to Qin Lang at any time. In this way, human relations will be involved between the Bai family and Qin Lang. Qin Lang's sister is so powerful, so Qin Lang will definitely reach very high heights in the future. Moreover, if the Bai family encounters a major crisis, asking Qin Lang for help is equivalent to asking Qin Lang's mysterious sister for help. All in all, the Bai family is sure to make a profit. Seeing the Bai family's grand formation, Qin Lang felt helpless. He said helplessly, "Senior Bai, I don't know what to say." Bai Fenglei laughed heartily and said, "Master Qin, this can be considered as the Bai family's gift of apology to you. From now on, Master Qin only needs to give a call, and the Bai family will do their best to help Master Qin solve his problems." Seeing that Bai Lao was so determined, Qin Lang was helpless. When someone makes such a big show of apologizing to you, you can't just curse at them. Moreover, he probably guessed what the Bai family was planning. The Bai family did so much because of the powerful and mysterious fifth sister Wu Mei. Forget it, I'll just not have too much contact with the Bai family in the future. Qin Lang smiled and said, "Thank you very much, Master Bai. By the way, I have something to do at Binhai University, so I'll take my leave now." Binhai University, the university where Qin Lang studies, is the top university ranked number 1 in Binhai. Most of the students at Binhai University are children of powerful people in Binhai, either rich or noble. And there is another small group of students like Qin Lang who entered Binhai University with excellent grades. When Bai Fenglei heard the words Binhai University, his eyes lit up. He nodded and smiled, "So, Mr. Qin is a student at Binhai University. Coincidentally, my Xiaoya is also studying at Binhai University." He turned around and looked at Baiya, who was looking unhappy, and said cheerfully, "Xiaoya, aren't you going to school too? It's on the way, you and young Master Qin can go together." Baiya was about to refuse, but Bai Fenglei glared at her, forcing her to shut up. Afterwards, Bai Fenglei looked at Qin Lang and said with a smile, "My granddaughter is a little naughty, please forgive me, Master Qin." Looking at Baiya's unhappy expression, Qin Lang felt a little happy. He waved his hand generously, "Senior Bai, you're joking. It's normal for girls to have some temper." Bai Fenglei nodded with a smile, and the wrinkles on his old face deepened a lot. Afterwards, all the Bai family warriors stood on both sides and watched Qin Lang get on the car. Baiya had no choice but to get on Qin Lang's passenger seat reluctantly. Qin Lang nodded goodbye to everyone in the Bai family, started the Bugatti, and drove out of Yunchang City. After he left, Bai Fenglei looked in the direction Qin Lang had left and asked in a deep voice, "Third brother, is that woman really that strong?" Bai Fengxing nodded seriously, a look of fear on his face. "It's even more terrifying than I said. That level of realm is beyond our comprehension. That kind of person can only be befriended, not provoked." Chapter 28. Please get off. After leaving Yunchang City, Baiya turned her face to the car window and refused to pay attention to Qin Lang. She has a lot of opinions about Qin Lang. She didn't know what this guy said to his elders that made them look at him with new eyes. You know, it was almost impossible for some big business owners in Binhai to see Grandpa in the past. However, today, Grandpa actually brought so many people from the Bai family to the gate of Yunchang City to wait for this guy. Thinking of this, Baiya felt very upset. She quietly shifted her gaze to see what was so special about Qin Lang. Upon closer inspection, that's all. He has a handsome face, a smile on his face, and a fairly strong body. There are still many boys like this in Binhai. How could such a junior receive such great favor from his elders? Just then, the car slowly stopped. Qin Lang parked the Bugatti on the side of the road. When Baiya saw the car suddenly stop, she immediately looked at Qin Lang vigilantly. She scolded in a delicate voice, "What do you want to do?" At this moment, Baiya was like a kitten that sensed danger. Seeing Baiya's nervous expression, Qin Lang couldn't help but reveal a smile at the corner of his mouth. He smiled faintly and said, "Don't you want to take my car? Now that we're out of Yunchang City, your grandfather isn't here, you can get off now." After saying that, Xin Lang made a gesture of invitation, indicating that Baya could get off the car. Baya was stunned for a moment before she understood what Xin Lang meant. At first, she thought Xin Lang wanted to touch her. After Baya reacted, she looked outside the car and a hint of anger appeared on her face. She clenched her fists tightly and said angrily, "You're just going to leave me here?" "That's right." Xin Lang shrugged and said as a matter of course, "Don't you want to take my car?" "I don't like to embarrass others." Looking at Xin Lang's indifferent expression, Baya gritted her teeth in anger. "I am a beautiful woman after all, so doesn't this guy know how to be gentle with women? Usually, many rich young men would compete to pick me up and drop me off, but I would never bother to sit in their car. But this guy actually wanted to kick me out of the car." Baya crossed her arms over her chest, her teeth itching with anger. She squinted at Xin Lang and asked strangely, "You've never had a girlfriend, have you?" Baya cursed in her heart, "A straight man like you, there is no way you can get a girlfriend." Xin Lang put on a professional smile and said, "We've been together, but we just broke up." "Thank you for your concern. Please get out of the car." Baya tightened her seatbelt and said in a delicate voice, "I changed my mind now. I'm going to take your car." After saying that, Baya closed her eyes tightly and began to pretend to sleep. Looking at the rogue Baya, Xin Lang was speechless. It was obvious that she didn't want to get on the bus, and now that we kindly asked her to get off, she still didn't want to. Alas. Really? A woman's heart is as deep as the sea. Forget it, I can't just kick her out of the car. Boom. Xin Lang stepped on the accelerator and the Bugatti popped out quickly. Feeling the car start, Baya opened her eyes slightly and observed Xin Lang's expression. When she saw Xin Lang's speechless expression, she felt very proud. She slowly opened her eyes and said with a sweet smile, "Let me tell you, other people are vying to invite me to ride in their car, but I'm too lazy to even look at them. I'll be sitting in your passenger seat myself, so just be happy." Baya is the little princess of the Bai family and has been loved since childhood. She has seen many rich second generations and wealthy young men. The advantages that the rich young men think they have are nothing compared to her. Xin Lang chuckled, "So, I should thank you?" "You're welcome." Baya waved her hand, acting very generously. Xin Lang. He doesn't want to talk anymore. Along the way, Xin Lang didn't say much. On the contrary, Baya seemed to open up after what happened before. Only then did Xin Lang realize that Baya was his junior. Now, she is a junior at Binhai University. Xin Lang has graduated and Baya is about to have summer vacation. Half an hour later. Xin Lang drove to Binhai University and parked his car in the parking area at the school gate. It is graduation season now, and many students are taking photos at the school gate. Boom boom. As soon as his Bugatti arrived here, it attracted many people's attention. Many girls wearing heavy makeup looked towards the passenger seat of the Bugatti, wanting to see if there was anyone there. When they saw Baya sitting in the passenger seat, expressions of disappointment appeared on their faces. Those who can afford such a luxury car are all super rich. If I could marry a rich young man like this, I wouldn't have to worry about my future life. It's a pity that someone has already taken the lead. Get out of the car. Xin Lang unbuckled his seatbelt and said lightly. Seeing Xin Lang's cold expression, Baya rolled her eyes and said, "Who cares about your broken car?" After saying that, she pushed open the car door and got out. As soon as Baya appeared, she instantly attracted countless eyes. Girls want to see what makes this girl sitting in the passenger seat of the Bugatti better than themselves? When they saw Baya's beautiful face, they all felt ashamed of themselves. Baya not only has a youthful and lively beauty, but also an invisible nobility. This kind of nobility can only be gradually formed in a person after a long period of cultivation. This kind of temperament cannot be faked. At this time, a boy in the crowd exclaimed, "Oh my God, it's Baya, the most famous campus beauty in the third year. I heard her identity is very mysterious, she's quite arrogant, and she's rejected many handsome, rich, and successful men." Someone else said disdainfully, "What a bullshit. You just climbed into someone else's luxury car. These so-called school beauties are only arrogant in front of us." A girl who was dressed up in fancy clothes said jealously, "Only boys like you who haven't seen the world would treat them as goddesses or school beauties." Ha, isn't it also 2 eyes and a mouth? As soon as the girl said this, she immediately attracted the attention of many boys. When they saw the girl's face clearly, they all turned their heads. They all have 2 eyes and 1 mouth. But other people's 2 eyes and 1 mouth are pleasing to the eye and very beautiful. But you make people can't bear to look at you a second time. A boy in a flowered shirt saw Baya and Xin Lang get off the car at the same time and picked up the phone on the spot. Mr. He, come to the school gate and take a look. It seems like there's a boy pursuing Baya. That man is driving a Bugatti, he must be quite rich. He looks unfamiliar to me. He might not be from our circle. Xin Lang and Baya walk side by side towards the gate of Binhai University. Xin Lang is now a 9th grade warrior, and his hearing is beyond the reach of ordinary people. He heard many people discussing Baya and asked curiously, "Are you famous in school?" Baya raised her head proudly, "Of course." At the same time, inside Binhai University, a large group of boys was gathering rapidly. The author has something to say. Today is Saturday, do you all have a day off? Chapter 29. Who do you think you are? Xin Lang is 1.85 meters tall, half a head taller than Baya. As he spoke, he tilted his head and lowered it slightly. Baya raised her head slightly with a confident smile on her face. This scene, relative to the two of them, was just an ordinary conversation. But in the eyes of others, it looks extremely intimate. When the students saw this scene, they felt a little sad. Why? Why isn't this male protagonist myself? The boys looked at Xin Lang's handsome face, then at the Bugatti behind him, and felt very indignant. Are only tall, rich and handsome men able to win the favor of beautiful women? The girls were yelling in their hearts, why aren't they the heroine? I don't look bad either. Baya is just a little famous and has the title of school belle. I heard people say that Baya was a pure goddess before, but now it seems that she is nothing special. Looking at the envious eyes of others, Xin Lang felt secretly happy. He had been one of them before. But now it's different, he is no longer the poor boy he used to be. Arriving at the gate of Binhai University, Xin Lang smiled and waved, "Goodbye." Goodbye. Although Baya is pleasing to the eye and looks okay. But compared with her sisters, Baya is far behind. Seeing Xin Lang's relieved look, Baya gritted her teeth in anger. Everyone else is eager to talk to me, but this guy avoids me like the plague. Baya rolled her eyes and gritted her teeth, as if no one cares about you. After saying that, she strode out and prepared to leave the gate. However, she had just taken 2 steps when she immediately turned back and stood next to Xin Lang. Not only that, she also took the initiative to reach out and hug Xin Lang's arm, with a happy look on her face. Looking at Baya, who suddenly came back and hugged him, Xin Lang was full of confusion. What is this for? What does she want to do? Love at first sight? My charm isn't that great yet, is it? Soon, a familiar feeling emerged in Xin Lang's heart. He thought of 3 words, Toolman. This scene is so similar to the scene with Mo Rushue in front of the restaurant. Could it be that this girl wants me to help her deal with a suitor? As expected. A faint mosquito-like sound reached Xin Lang's ears. A troublesome ghost is coming. Can you please help me resist? Don't say anything, I'll take care of it. Hearing Baya's words, Xin Lang sighed in his heart. It is true. Am I destined to be a tool? Just then. Ding. Baya's request has been detected. Please make the following choice. Task 1. Accept Baya's request and help her overcome her difficulties. Mission reward, Super Punch exchange card 1 time. Task 2. Accept Baya's request and deliberately trick her. Mission reward, 10 charm points. Task 3. Reject Baya's request, push Baya away, and walk away. Mission reward, 500,000. The host has 10 seconds to make a choice. If the timeout is exceeded, the player will be deemed to have automatically given up. This sudden appearance of the option made Xin Lang slightly excited. The mission had finally arrived. But what is this Super Punch exchange card? Xin Lang quickly asked in his mind, Bargain Hunter, what is a Super Punch? Also, what does that mean? Can it only be used once? Yes, it can only be used once. A super powerful punch that can unleash a punch far beyond the host's current strength. Based on the host's current strength, this super-powered punch can instantly kill a master below the 5th rank. When Xin Lang heard that it could only be used once, he immediately lost interest. But when he heard that he could knock down a master below the 5th rank with 1 punch, he instantly became interested. This is a killer weapon. As for the other 2 tasks, Xin Lang simply ignored them. Although the task of Mission 2 is very interesting, the reward is too bad. Don't even think about Task 3. Although Qin Lang is half straight, he can't just turn around and leave. Task 1. As soon as he finished speaking, the electronic voice of the nitpicker rang out. Ding! Mission 1 successfully received. Okay, can you please say something? At this time, Baya's voice reached Qin Lang's ears. Qin Lang tilted his head slightly and saw Baya with a worried look on her face, looking at him anxiously. He smiled slightly. Okay. Hearing these 2 words, the worry on Baya's face turned into a bright smile. She felt a little proud in her heart, thinking that she was still quite attractive. This guy named Qin is not so unromantic. However, the next second, Baya's smile froze on her face. Qin Lang put his arms around her soft waist and applied a little force, making Baya lean on him. Since we're pretending to be your boyfriend, then act more convincingly. Otherwise your suitor won't believe it. Qin Lang's voice floated into Baya's ears, and his warm breath made Baya's ears suddenly turn red. Soon, the red spread from the ears to Baya's face. Immediately afterwards, even Baya's neck turned red. Baya's body was stiff, as if someone had cast a spell on her. Her head was a little confused. From childhood to adulthood, she has never had such close contact with a strange boy. Qin Lang is the first one. Baya is the little princess of the Bai family. Knowing her identity, no one dares to disrespect her. She stared at Qin Lang blankly, and it took her a long time to react. Baya gritted her teeth, making a clattering sound. Just wait. It better not fall into my hands. Qin Lang smiled faintly and said, Huh? I'll wait. Feeling the warmth and softness in his hand, Qin Lang felt a little proud. Damn, I should get some compensation for helping you. Otherwise, it would be a waste of time to help you? I'm not a bootlicker. Looking at Baya's red face, Qin Lang teased, Why are you blushing? Don't fall in love with me. I have no interest in you. Otherwise, you'll get hurt. Baya was furious. You. Before she could finish her words, a loud roar was heard. What are you doing? Boy, let Xiaoya go. Not far away, a large group of boys came over. The leader was a boy with a distorted expression. The boy looked at Qin Lang and Baya, who were so close, with anger bursting out of his eyes. If looks could kill, Qin Lang would have been burned to ashes by his gaze. At this time, a boy in a floral shirt walked out of the crowd. The man in the flowered shirt walked up to the newcomer, pointed at Qin Lang, and shouted, Mr. He, this is the guy. This kid is so ignorant that he dares to pursue Baya. When He Xiao heard this, he rushed at Qin Lang and pointed at his nose and yelled. No matter who you are. Get out of Binhai University right now. Otherwise, I'll have someone carry you out. The boys who came with He Xiao shouted at the same time, Get out! Get out! Qin Lang sneered and asked, Who do you think you are? Chapter 30. My stomach is not feeling well. When the classmates around saw He Xiao rushing over, they suddenly felt happy about his misfortune. Mr. He is the president of the basketball club. He is not only handsome, but also has a rich family. Yes. Mr. He has already announced that anyone who dares to pursue Baya will be against him. Hey, now we're going to have a good show. Did you see the group of boys behind Mr. He? They are the main players of the basketball club. I didn't expect that all the main players of the basketball club are here. These guys are tall and strong, they are not easy to deal with. That kid driving the Bugatti is in trouble. With so many people from the basketball club here, they definitely won't let him off easily. So what if you have money? At a time like this, money is useless. Some of the boys around looked like they were enjoying the show, while others just shook their heads, thinking that Qin Lang would be beaten up next. When the girls saw this scene, their expressions varied. Some girls looked regretful. After all, Qin Lang and Baya standing together looked like a sweet couple. Some girls seemed unable to bear to watch the scene that followed and left directly. There were also some girls with heavy makeup on, their eyes flashing, ready to stand up to Qin Lang after he was beaten and leave an impression in his mind. At this time, Qin Lang's words, Who do you think you are, reached the ears of his classmates. For a moment, the breathing of everyone around stopped. Countless questions arose in their minds. Who is this person? Why is he so crazy? Didn't he see the helpers behind He Xiao? Hasn't he been beaten? Does he think he can settle this matter just because he has money? When He Xiao heard what Qin Lang said, he was furious. Who the hell do you think you are? He moved his feet and was about to rush over to fight with Qin Lang. At this time, it's useless to say anything, let us solve it with fists. However, he had just taken a step forward when he stopped abruptly. Because Baya was standing in front of Qin Lang at this time. Baya put her hands on her hips and said angrily, "He Liangpin, please leave. Who I'm dating is none of your business." He Liangpin's face fell, and then he stiffened his neck and said, "How come it has nothing to do with me? Xiaoya, I like you, you can only be my girlfriend. If anyone dares to take you away, I will kill him." He Liangpin's domineering attitude made some girls around him starry-eyed. These girls like domineering boys and think that these boys can give them a sense of security. However, Baya frowned. She said in a deep voice, "You like me, what does it have to do with me? Just because you like me, do I have to like you? Sorry, we're not a good match." Baya was born in the Binhai Bai family and has seen a lot of the world. She is not as easily moved as ordinary girls. She knows what she likes and what she doesn't like. As soon as Baya said this, He Liangpin's face changed drastically. He looked at Baya's determined eyes and felt a pang of pain in his heart. However, he won't give up like this. He accidentally got a piece of information that Baya had a very high status and ordinary people could not get in touch with her family's social status at all. He Liangpin gritted his teeth and decided that he must not give up. At this time, He Liangpin saw Qin Lang standing behind Baya with a relaxed look on his face, and the anger in his heart suddenly burned again. He glared at Qin Lang, "What kind of man are you? If you have any problems, hide behind a woman. A man like you is not worthy of Xiaoya." He was very smart. He pointed the finger at Qin Lang and forced Qin Lang to come forward. After that, he can prove that he is better than Qin Lang. Moreover, he saw Qin Lang standing behind Baya without saying a word, and thought that Qin Lang was scared. In this way, He Liangpin felt more confident. Qin Lang knew what He Liangpin meant. He smiled and said, "Sorry, I have a bad stomach and I like to eat soft rice. Honey, let's go and ignore this idiot." Qin Lang said the last sentence to Baya. While speaking, Qin Lang showed off by holding Baya's slender waist. Hearing Qin Lang's dear, Baya couldn't help but shiver. So disgusting. Feeling Qin Lang's arms around her again, Baya gritted her teeth in anger. This guy must be used to being hugged. After this matter is over, I will not let him go. Seeing Qin Lang's actions and hearing Qin Lang's words, He Liangpin was so angry that he was fuming. In an instant, the anger in his heart filled his chest. He couldn't bear it anymore. He felt that if he didn't take action, Qin Lang would be angered to death. "Fuck you." He Liangpin cursed and rushed towards Qin Lang with his fist, aiming directly at Qin Lang's cheek. He Liangpin didn't notice that after he uttered this national curse, Qin Lang's face instantly darkened. He has never seen his mother since he was a child, and he hates it most when others scold his mother. Qin Lang's face was cold as he stepped forward and kicked out quickly. Boom! A muffled sound. Qin Lang kicked He Liangpin in the chest and kicked him away. If He Liangpin hadn't been caught by the basketball club members behind him, his fate would have been even more miserable. Even so, He Liangpin still felt extremely suffocated and breathing became difficult. The students around were slightly surprised when they saw this scene. Damn, this guy has some strength in his feet. Yeah, he kicked He Xiao so far away with just one kick. However, this guy has the upper hand now, but he will suffer a loss later. Look at the basketball club members behind Mr. He. They're about to take action. Just as the onlookers were talking about it, the members of the basketball club took action. Damn it! How dare you hit our president in front of all of us? Damn it, if I don't show you some color, you won't know why the flowers are so red. You actually dared to fight back. You look down on us, don't you? The members of the basketball club rolled up their sleeves and rushed towards Qin Lang. Looking at these people rushing towards her, Baya's face changed and she said anxiously, "There are too many of them. Qin Lang, run quickly." Qin Lang smiled coldly and pulled Baya behind him. A group of basketball players actually dared to fight with a 9th grade master. They don't know how to live or die. Qin Lang took a sudden step and rushed towards the group of basketball club members. Pa pa pa. Not long after, a series of popping sounds echoed throughout the venue. Immediately afterwards, bursts of cries of pain were rang out. Chapter 31. The Taekwondo Club is here. It turned out that Qin Lang met the boys on the basketball team. Some boys reached out to grab Qin Lang, trying to grab his hair and restrict his movements. Some boys punched Qin Lang in the face, trying to knock him to the ground with one punch. Some boys even raised their legs and kicked Qin Lang in the stomach, trying to knock him down. All these attacks were blocked by Qin Lang with one hand. Qin Lang used one hand to block and the other to attack. He is now a 9th grade master, and his attack speed is several times faster than those boys. Moreover, his attack method is very simple: slap in the face. A slap from him could make these boys stunned. So, when he rushed into the crowd, he was like a tiger among a flock of sheep, and no one could stop him. Pa! Pa! Pa pa! The sounds of slaps came one after another, and there was even a hint of musical rhythm. In less than a minute, all the dozen or so boys in the basketball club were stunned by the slap. They stood there in a daze, their minds blank. Ah! Ouch! Woo woo! After a few seconds, the severe pain on their faces reached their minds, and these boys couldn't help but cry out in pain. It was not until these cries of pain were heard that the dazed onlookers were awakened. They exclaimed at the same time. What did I see? 1 against 10. This is too fierce. He looks like a god of war. Damn, he slapped each one and took care of more than 10 people in less than a minute, and he himself was still unharmed. I thought he would be beaten up, but I didn't expect that he would beat up others. These guys from the basketball club are so useless. They look tall and strong, but they are actually just a bunch of weaklings. At the same time, the girls looked at Qin Lang's back with stars in their eyes. Oh my god, this is the sense of security I want. Does he mind having another girlfriend? I don't mind anyway. He is so handsome. He's handsome, rich, and skilled in martial arts. This is my ideal Prince Charming. In an instant, the crowd became noisy and chaotic, as if a pot of boiling water had exploded. Everyone was excited, as if the person who took action was not Qin Lang, but themselves. Qin Lang stood in front of He Liangpin coldly and said in a cold voice, "Speak properly. Otherwise, people will die." Mother has always been a taboo in Qin Lang's heart that no one can touch. He Liangpin was afraid in his heart, but he refused to give in. He stiffened his neck and shouted, "You've learned Kung Fu, so of course we can't beat you. If you have the guts, just wait here. My brothers from the Taekwondo club are already here." Just now, when he saw that his basketball club members were unable to stop Qin Lang, he directly sent a text message to his brothers in the Taekwondo club, asking for support. He Liangpin has a wide network of connections at Binhai University, and he doesn't believe that he can't deal with Qin Lang. Qin Lang sneered, "Idiot. I don't have time for all these tricks with you. If you dare to speak without restraint next time, I will beat you to death." Feeling the murderous intent in Qin Lang's words, He Liangpin couldn't help but shiver. He realized that he had really angered the person in front of him. He Liangpin swallowed hard and said, "Don't talk to me about anything else. Just asking, do you dare to wait here? Don't even think about running away. My brothers are here. You can't escape even if you want to." He Liangpin now just wanted to delay Qin Lang and wait for the help he called to arrive. At this time, Baya came over and scolded, "He Liangpin, are you energetic? I said, who I like is none of your business. What do you mean by pestering Qin Lang all the time?" Baya felt a little guilty. She just wanted Qin Lang to pretend to be her boyfriend. She handles other matters herself. Unexpectedly, things developed completely differently from what she thought. The two sides actually started fighting. In the past, when He Liangpin pursued Baya, he would send her flowers and so on, but Baya didn't take it seriously. Baya didn't expect that He Liangpin would be so hateful in private. If Qin Lang didn't have martial arts skills, he would have been beaten by them today. Seeing that He Liangpin is so difficult to deal with, Baya is already considering whether to use her family's power. He Liangpin frowned slightly and said in a deep voice, "Xiaoya, don't get involved in this matter. This is a matter between men." Hearing He Liangpin's tone, Baya almost laughed out of anger. She really wanted to ask, "Who are you to me? Are you worthy?" Baya turned her head to look at Qin Lang and said apologetically, "Qin Lang, let's go. Ignore them." At this moment, a commotion broke out among the crowd. "Hey, the Taekwondo club is running this way. There are quite a lot of them coming. Were these all invited by young Master He? Young Master He is indeed very influential. That guy driving the Bugatti is in trouble. The basketball club members are just good physically, but their fighting ability isn't that strong. These guys who learn Taekwondo are different. They practice fighting techniques every day, and their fighting ability is much stronger than that of ordinary people. I heard that the Taekwondo club had a conflict with a group of thugs from outside the school. The guys from the Taekwondo club actually chased those thugs around the street and beat them up. Indeed, the strength of the Taekwondo club is not comparable to that of the basketball club. Baya's boyfriend will definitely be beaten up. Although Qin Lang defeated the people from the basketball club, these people still did not think highly of Qin Lang. The Taekwondo club is so strong, and with so many people coming, Qin Lang has no chance to resist. Hearing the noise around him, He Liangpin quickly looked up. Sure enough, there was a group of people in training clothes running towards this side in the distance. They were the helpers he had hired. In an instant, a confident smile returned to He Liangpin's face. He said proudly, "Your name is Qin Lang, right? You can't run away now even if you want to. I'm giving you one last chance, leave Xiaoya and get out of Binhai University. If you agree, I can let you go now. If you don't agree, then wait to be carried out of Binhai University." He made such a blunt threat because he felt he had already secured victory. Baya couldn't stand He Liangpin's demeanor and was about to speak when Qin Lang stopped her. Qin Lang rolled up his sleeves and said with a wicked smile, "I want to see today how you can let me go out lying down." He Liangpin thought Qin Lang was going to attack him, so he quickly took a few steps back to put some distance between them. At this time, the group of people wearing training clothes had also run over. "Mr. He, who is so bold as to attack you?" Among this group of Taekwondo club members, the leader is a tall and very burly boy. When the students who were watching the fun saw him, their faces changed. When they turned to look at Qin Lang, pity appeared in their eyes. Chapter 32. A family should be in good order. Holy crap, it's actually Yang Wei, the president of the Taekwondo club. I heard that he has already gone to the Martial Arts Association to get certified and is already an entry-level martial artist. Yes, that was half a year ago. Yang Wei must have made some progress in the past 6 months. With his skills, I don't think anyone can beat him except for those club presidents who practice actual combat. It's not just Yang Wei. Did you see those 3 boys behind Yang Wei? They are the 3 best Taekwondo club masters, the 3 Wu brothers. I know the 3 of them. They're Yang Wei's fierce warriors. They were the ones who chased the thugs and beat them up on the street. Damn, with so many experts from the Taekwondo club, this guy is doomed. The students watching were whispering to each other and looking at the people from the Taekwondo club in awe. At the same time, they also admired Qin Lang a little. Because, even after so many masters from the Taekwondo club arrived, Qin Lang remained calm. Moreover, judging from the way he rolled up his sleeves, it seemed that he wanted to take the initiative. Is this because of his great skill and courage or simply because he is not afraid of death? I hope he won't be beaten to his knees and beg for mercy later. When He Liangpin saw help coming, he suddenly became much tougher. He raised his finger and pointed at Qin Lang, shouting, "Let's see how long you can keep being so awesome. Yang Wei, teach him a lesson. This kid is too arrogant. We at Binhai University won't allow such an arrogant person to exist." Hearing He Liangpin's commanding tone, Yang Wei frowned slightly. However, when he thought of He Liangpin's big company, Yang Wei endured it. After graduation, I might even have to rely on them for food. Yang Wei looked at Qin Lang and saw that Qin Lang was of average build and didn't seem to have much fighting ability, so he didn't take Qin Lang seriously. He raised his chin and said coldly, "Boy, you are alone, and you dare to be so arrogant, and dare to show off in Binhai University. I admire you very much. But there's a price to pay for showing off. Aren't you a good fighter? Then defeat all these people I brought with me. Akeo, go up and test his strength." "Okay. I hope he can hold on to my leg." As soon as Yang Wei finished speaking, a tall boy stood out from the crowd behind him. Akeo was walking and stretching his body, seeming very relaxed. Seeing this boy come out, the students watching started to talk. He just let Wu Chao, one of the 3 brothers of the Wu family, take action. Yang Wei doesn't want to give Qin Lang a chance. Yes, one of the 3 masters is here, Qin Lang is finished. Even if he beats Wu Chao with all his might, there are still so many people in the Taekwondo club. If they attack one by one, Qin Lang won't be able to handle it. Just wait and see, if Qin Lang doesn't get beaten to a pulp today, I'll pee while standing upside down. The people watching the excitement were talking about it, and it was very lively. Qin Lang's face was calm and expressionless. Dealing with these people is just a matter of raising your hand. There is no sense of accomplishment in winning. Wu Chao came in front of Qin Lang and took an attacking stance. Then, he roared, twisted his toes, and rushed towards Qin Lang. Wu Chao's most common move is the flying kick. Therefore, he had already kicked out when he was still 2 meters away from Qin Lang. He jumped high and kicked Qin Lang in the head. It looks quite respectable and imposing. The boys in the Taekwondo club cheered when they saw this strike. Yang Wei couldn't help nodding. This kick was so powerful that ordinary people couldn't block it. However, the next second, the cheers from the boys in the Taekwondo club came to an abrupt end. Because the changes on the field were completely beyond their expectations. When Wu Chao kicked out, he saw Qin Lang standing there without any movement. He thought Qin Lang was frightened by his formation and felt secretly happy. However, before he could finish his pleasure, Qin Lang moved. Qin Lang stood in place, raised his leg and kicked Wu Chao on the thigh. Ah! A cry of pain. After Wu Chao's body endured Qin Lang's kick, he flew out diagonally. Bang! Wu Chao fell heavily to the ground and rolled around in pain. How dare you hit my brother? You're looking for death. Two loud roars came from behind Yang Wei. Two boys who looked 50% similar to Wu Chao came out. They stared at Qin Lang fiercely and were about to come over and beat him up. These two people are the other two of the three brothers of the Wu family, Wu Meng and Wu De. Don't come over here, I'll do it myself. At this time, Wu Chao stood up with difficulty and stopped his two brothers from attacking. Wu Chao stared at Qin Lang intently and said bitterly, I underestimated the enemy just now. I can handle him without your help. Seeing that their brother insisted, Wu Meng and Wu De had to give up. Yang Wei looked at Qin Lang's calm expression and became alert. Could it be that this guy is a master? Before Yang Wei could think about it, Wu Chao attacked again. Wu Chao frowned, said nothing, and rushed towards Qin Lang. This time, he chose to use his fists. As a result, just as he rushed to 1 meter in front of Qin Lang quickly kicked him away again. Ah! Bang! Wu Chao flew back and fell heavily to the ground. He curled up on the ground and screamed in pain. Qin Lang calmly retracted his legs and said disdainfully, That's it? These two short words were like two daggers, piercing the hearts of everyone in the Taekwondo club. Wu Chao, one of the three top masters in the Taekwondo club, was defeated just like that? And it was such an easy defeat. Everyone in the Taekwondo club stared at Qin Lang blankly, unable to accept this fact for a moment. Not only the Taekwondo club members were shocked, but those watching nearby were also stunned. Is that it? Is this the strength of the three top masters of Taekwondo club? This Wu Chao is so useless. Fuck. With just 2 kicks, Wu Chao was knocked to the ground and couldn't even get up. This Qin Lang is quite something. No wonder Baiya likes him. Qin Lang is awesome. Did you see that? Even the people in the Taekwondo club were stunned. Listening to the ridicule around them and looking at Qin Lang's disdainful expression, Wu Meng and Wu Da's chests kept heaving, and their breathing became disordered due to anger. I'll take care of you. Wu Meng roared angrily, strode towards Qin Lang, and vowed to avenge his brother. Qin Lang looked at the angry Wu Meng and raised 2 fingers. The students watching saw his actions and were curious about what this meant. Even Wu Meng stopped in his tracks and asked angrily, What do you mean? Qin Lang smiled faintly and said calmly, You alone are not enough. You 2 brothers, come together. I have obsessive-compulsive disorder. Knock you 2 down too. Only when all 3 of you brothers are lying on the ground will it be perfect. A family must be together, no one should be missing. As soon as Qin Lang finished speaking, the scene was quiet for a moment, and then a huge noise broke out. Qin Lang's words completely ignited the atmosphere on the scene. Chapter 33, That's it? Boom! In an instant, fierce discussion broke out. Ha, awesome! This Qin Lang is quite crazy, I like him. Look at the faces of the 3 Wu brothers. They look as if they've eaten a fly. Sure, this is the first time I've heard such domineering words. The 3 Wu brothers usually hang out with those rich kids and often bully their classmates. Now they've met their match. What do you mean by close? They are just dogs kept by rich young men. It's refreshing, but isn't Qin Lang a little too arrogant? Everyone knows that 2 fists can't beat 4 hands. Wu Meng and Wu De are not ordinary people. Can Qin Lang defeat them? Why think so much? Just keep watching. Listening to the laughter around them, Wu Meng and Wu De were so angry that their faces turned red and they felt dizzy. I'm going to kill you. Wu Meng roared and rushed towards Qin Lang. Etc. A loud shout rang out behind Wu Meng. Wu Meng stopped, gritted his teeth, and looked at Yang Wei in confusion. The person who asked him to stop was Yang Wei. Yang Wei's face was gloomy, and he said in a deep voice, "Wu Da, you and Wu Meng come together." As soon as these words came out, a trace of displeasure flashed across Wu Meng and Wu Da's faces at the same time. They felt that Qin Lang's words were just meant to humiliate them. Could it be possible that they would really come together and do it in a neat and orderly manner? Wu Meng had a cold face and said nothing. If Yang Wei wasn't the president of the Taekwondo club, he would have started cursing long ago. At this time, Yang Wei's words forced Wu Meng and Wu De to take it seriously. He is very strong, he might already be a warrior. Yang Wei had a gloomy face and his eyes flickered, and no one knew what he was thinking. Warrior. These two words pierced Wu Meng and Wu Da's hearts. Even entry-level warriors are much stronger than them. Thinking of this, Wu De strode forward and stood side by side with Wu Meng. Then, the two brothers suddenly rushed out, trying to catch Qin Lang off guard. Wu De used a flying kick to attack Qin Lang's head. Wu Meng used his fists to attack Qin Lang's waist. Their plan was to attack different parts of Qin Lang's body to distract him. This way, they have an opportunity. However, reality gave these two brothers a hard slap in the face. Wu Da's flying kick arrived first. Just as he approached Qin Lang grabbed his calf and threw him to the ground. Boom! There was a loud bang. Wu De fell to the ground like a dead dog, unable to speak in pain. The harder he kicked, the harder he fell. Because, after Qin Lang grabbed his calf, he simply changed the direction of the force of Wu Da's kick. At the same time, Wu Meng's attack also arrived. Wu Meng punched Qin Lang on the temple, trying to knock Qin Lang down with one punch. However, Qin Lang just raised his hand casually and grabbed Wu Meng's fist. Just as Wu Meng was about to fight back with his other hand, a dark shadow appeared in the corner of his eye. Pa! A crisp sound was heard. That black shadow was Qin Lang's palm. This crisp sound was the result of the close contact between Qin Lang's palm and Wu Meng's cheek. Wu Meng's fist, which was about to counterattack, froze, and his thoughts also froze. Qin Lang's slap stunned him. After being stunned for 2 full seconds, Wu Meng finally reacted. A look of rage appeared on his face, and he gritted his teeth as if ready to fight back. Pa! There was another crisp sound. The severe pain on his cheek made Wu Meng stunned again. However, this time he was only stunned for a second. A second later, he raised his fist and punched Qin Lang. Pa! Qin Lang easily blocked the punch, and then slapped Wu Meng in the face. At this time, Wu Meng's face had no feeling at all and was completely numb. At this moment, he could no longer hold on and fell to the ground. Qin Lang's slaps shattered all his pride and arrogance. At this point, the three Wu brothers were all knocked down and lay on the ground. At this time, members of the Taekwondo club came over and pulled the three Wu brothers away, and let them rest on the flower bed next to them. The three brothers of the Wu family leaned against each other half dead, which was indeed quite neat. Ah, it's really neat. Awesome. 1 versus 2 easily. Why does this Qin Lang look familiar? Have I seen him before? Come on, you're just an hindsight guy, trying to get close to others just because you saw they were doing great. With these people, He Liangpin actually dared to compete with Qin Lang for his girlfriend. Qin Lang stretched himself, looked at Yang Wei with boredom, and said with a lazy smile, "It's your turn now. Hurry up, I have things to do." Qin Lang's tone was very casual, and he seemed to not take Yang Wei to heart at all. This time, no one doubted Qin Lang's strength anymore. Yang Wei stepped forward and said with a cold face, "You are a warrior. You are indeed very strong. But I'm not weak either. A few months ago, I became an entry-level martial artist certified by the Martial Arts Association. Judging from your appearance, you should be about the same as me. Today, I will let you know what it means that there are always people better than you and there are always higher standards than you. Because I am now very close to becoming a 9th grade warrior." After hearing Yang Wei's self-narration, the students around him were instantly excited. Damn it! Yang Wei is about to become a 9th grade warrior. It seems that Qin Lang's undefeated streak will be ended by Yang Wei. How old is he? Is there another rising martial arts star? Not necessarily. He's still an entry-level warrior now. Who knows if he can become a 9th grade warrior? I heard that there is a watershed between entry-level warriors and 9th grade warriors. Only when you become a 9th grade warrior can you be considered to have truly entered the martial arts world. Seeing Yang Wei and others talking so mysteriously, Qin Lang laughed in his heart. Is it difficult to become a 9th grade warrior? Qin Lang didn't want to listen to Yang Wei's nagging anymore, it was a waste of time. He twisted his toes and rushed forward. Since Yang Wei said he was very strong, Qin Lang was not polite. He shouted in his heart, "Thunder Fist!" Then, a warm current gathered in his arms. When Yang Wei saw Qin Lang attacking him, he thought that Qin Lang was losing his patience and felt uneasy. He smiled coldly and stretched out his hands to block Qin Lang's fist. Puff! Ouch! Oh my god! Qin Lang punched Yang Wei, sending him flying backwards. Then, Yang Wei's body crashed into the Taekwondo club members, knocking down 5 or 6 of them before he stopped. After this punch, the surroundings fell into complete silence. Everyone looked at Qin Lang and then at Yang Wei in shock, their hearts filled with utter shock. Yang Wei, the famous Taekwondo club president of Binhai University, couldn't even withstand Qin Lang's punch. Didn't Yang Wei say that he was about to become a 9th grade warrior? Why are you so weak? When the whole place was silent, Qin Lang's voice spread far and wide. That's it? Chapter 34 Luo Chang. There was a hint of depression and disappointment in Qin Lang's voice. He thought Yang Wei was so powerful. As a result, he couldn't even take his own punch. Qin Lang was a little disappointed. However, others do not think so. The people around looked at Qin Lang with admiration, with a hint of reverence in their eyes. In their opinion, the 2 words Qin Lang are extremely domineering. It most accurately reflects Qin Lang's mentality at this moment. At this time, Yang Wei, who was not far away, straightened up unsteadily and looked at Qin Lang. His eyes were dark and he looked very unwilling. After a second of silence, he said coldly, "You are indeed very strong. I can't beat you." Having said this, he suddenly paused. Yang Wei looked behind Qin Lang, and his eyes suddenly brightened. Yang Wei changed the subject, "I really can't beat you. But, there are certainly people in Binhai University who can beat you." At this time, He Liangpin, who had been silent all this time, suddenly spoke. He shouted, "Binhai University, you can't be so arrogant. Senior Luo Chang from the Sanda Club is here, just wait for the shit to be beaten out of you. Senior Luo Chang is the winner of the Binhai City Sanda Championship. He once defeated a 9th grade master." Just now, He Liangpin saw Wu Chao from the Taekwondo Club being kicked to pieces by Qin Lang. He had a bad feeling at that time. What happened later proved that his feeling was correct. Not only did the 3 Wu brothers fail to defeat Qin Lang, but even Yang Wei was knocked down by Qin Lang with 1 punch. So, He Liangpin didn't say anything. Now seeing Luo Chang not far away, He Liangpin's confidence returned. He believed that with Luo Chang's strength, he would be able to defeat Qin Lang and drive Qin Lang out of Binhai University. Luo Chang? Qin Lang looked back and saw the familiar figure. Qin Lang turned around with a strange smile on his face. He looked at Yang Wei and He Liangpin strangely. "Are you sure you want to ask Luo Chang to beat me up?" He Liangpin raised his eyebrows and sneered, "Are you scared now? It's too late. I've had dinner with Senior Luo Chang a few times and we have a good relationship. If I ask him to help, he will definitely agree." After hearing these words, Qin Lang's eyes became even weirder. At this time, He Liangpin had already quickly run behind Qin Lang to greet Luo Chang. The students watching saw the group of people coming from a distance and sighed. It's good to be rich and have a wide network of contacts. Look at He Liangpin. He not only knows the president of the Taekwondo Club, but he also knows the famous Senior Luo Chang. Yeah, if my company was as big as He Liangpin's, I would have more pocket money to treat people to dinner. Who do you think is more powerful, Senior Luo Chang or this Qin Lang? Baiya came to Qin Lang and whispered, "Qin Lang, you are a 9th grade warrior, right? I heard that Senior Luo Chang's fighting ability is even higher than that of a 9th grade warrior. When Senior Luo Chang comes later, you should admit defeat to him directly, otherwise you will be beaten badly." Qin Lang blinked his eyes and smiled. Believe it or not, the one who will be beaten later will be He Liangpin. Baiya frowned slightly and asked in confusion, "Why?" Qin Lang smiled faintly and said, "Just wait and see the show." As Baiya looked at her with doubt, the footsteps behind her were getting closer. "Senior Luo Chang, this is the guy. I don't know where he came from, but he actually stole my girlfriend. He relied on his martial arts skills to beat up not only the members of our basketball club, but also the members of the Taekwondo Club. We at Binhai University don't allow anyone more powerful than you." He Liangpin kept chattering on, lamenting Qin Lang's many crimes. "Third brother?" At this moment, the footsteps stopped and a deep voice came from behind Qin Lang. Qin Lang turned around slowly with a smile on his face. "Second brother. At this time, a boy with slightly dark skin and a very strong body strode up to Qin Lang and patted Qin Lang's shoulder heavily. "Third brother, aren't you going home to inherit the family property? You're back so soon? Ha, we thought you had cramps from counting money at home." This boy with slightly dark skin is the famous Luo Chang from Sanda Club. At the same time, he was also Qin Lang's roommate for 4 years in college. Qin Lang waved his hand nonchalantly. "It's just a little over $1 million and a company, not worth mentioning." Seeing Qin Lang's expression, Luo Chang laughed out loud. "Just pretend." Luo Chang thought Qin Lang was joking and didn't take his words to heart. At this time, Luo Chang thought of the important matter and narrowed his eyes slightly. He turned to look at He Liangpin and asked with a sullen face, "Did you just ask me to beat up my brother?" He looked at the two groups of people from the basketball club and the taekwondo club, with anger hidden between his brows. He suddenly understood that these people were here to cause trouble for Qin Lang. He Liangpin was stunned. When he saw that Qin Lang and Luo Chang were so familiar with each other, he was dumbfounded. He never expected that Qin Lang and Luo Chang were roommates. After a moment's pause, He Liangpin quickly came to his senses and hurriedly explained, "Senior Luo Chang, listen to me, I didn't know this kid was your..." Bang! Before He Liangpin could finish his words, he was slapped in the face. Luo Chang fanned him and scolded him, "You can't fucking talk, right? He's your senior. I think you deserve a lesson. Just because your family is a little rich, you think you're awesome? Your family's assets wouldn't even rank in the top 20 at Binhai University. You're the only one who's having the most fucking time every day. You even dare to snatch my sister-in-law from me. Are you really tired of living?" Luo Chang slapped him and cursed at the same time. When the people from the basketball club and taekwondo club saw this scene, they all shrank their necks and dared not speak. When Baya heard the word sister-in-law, her face turned red with shame. She and Qin Lang had just met and had no feelings for each other. Such a name made her very uncomfortable. After a long time, when He Liangpin was beaten into a pig's head, Luo Changkai stopped. He grabbed He Liangpin's collar and said viciously, "Behave yourself in Binhai University from now on. Also, don't harass my brother and sister-in-law anymore. Otherwise, I'll break your dog legs." Did you hear that? He Liangpin nodded frantically in a daze, fearing that he would be beaten again. Seeing He Liangpin nod, Luo Chang pushed He Liangpin to the people in the basketball club. Then, he looked at the members of the basketball and taekwondo clubs and shouted with full force, "Get out of here." The members of the basketball and taekwondo clubs left in a hurry as if they had been pardoned. Among them, Yang Wei ran the fastest because he was afraid that Luo Chang would cause trouble for him, the president of the taekwondo club. Chapter 35 Farewell Dinner. The crowd of onlookers slowly dispersed when they saw that there was nothing exciting to watch. As they walked, they sighed. "I didn't expect that Senior Luo Chang and Qin Lang are roommates." Yeah, the funny thing is, He Liangpin asked Senior Luo Chang to beat Qin Lang, but ended up getting beaten into a pig's head by Senior Luo Chang. Is this what it means when birds of a feather flock together? No, I'm going to get some awesome roommates too. Luo Chang came in front of Qin Lang and Baya and said with a smile, "Third brother, I didn't expect that. You're hiding something really deep." After saying that, Luo Chang winked at Qin Lang and gave him a look that said, "I understand everything." Qin Lang was speechless. He and Luo Chang had been roommates for 4 years, so he knew what Luo Chang meant. Luo Chang thought that he was two-timing. Not only was he in a relationship with Xia, but he was also entangled with Baya. Qin Lang said speechlessly, "Second brother, don't think too much. I've broken up with Xia." In order to prevent Luo Chang from misunderstanding, Qin Lang had to explain a few words. "Break up?" Luo Chang frowned. "No wonder. I heard yesterday that Xia was slandering you, saying that you were being kept by a beautiful rich woman. Is this true or not?" After saying that, Luo Chang looked at Baya with a meaningful look in his eyes. Baya's pretty face turned red. She knew that Senior Luo Chang suspected that she was that beautiful rich woman. Qin Lang. Seeing Luo Chang's eyes and Baya's shy expression, Qin Lang was speechless. He felt that even if he had two mouths, he still couldn't explain himself. At this moment, his phone rang. He reached for his phone and explained to Luo Chang while doing so, "Don't think too much, she and I were just having a casual fling." Just a casual affair? When Baya heard these 4 words, she felt very dissatisfied. When these words came out of Qin Lang's mouth, he felt like a wildflower outside. She glared at Qin Lang angrily and had the urge to beat him up. At this moment, a pleasant voice came from Qin Lang's phone, "Brother, who are you playing with?" Xin Lang took a closer look and realized that he had accidentally pressed the answer button when he took out his phone. And the voice on the phone. It was the voice of my third sister, Li Shiha. Sister, I wasn't flirting with anyone. I just said it casually. Xin Lang hurriedly explained. Impossible, I just heard everything. Don't mess around outside, it's not safe. Li Shiha's voice was earnest, advising Xin Lang not to act recklessly. Looking at Luo Chang with strange eyes and the angry Baya, and thinking about how his impression in his sister's heart had plummeted, Xin Lang felt like crying but had no tears. Brother, why don't you speak? Are you feeling guilty? Li Shiha's voice became more and more certain. Xin Lang had no choice but to say, Sister, I really didn't do anything bad. Li Shiha's voice rang out, I didn't say you were doing anything bad. Do you admit that you are doing something bad? Xin Lang. What kind of crazy logic is this? Xin Lang felt a little dizzy. Sister. Third sister. Can you hear me? My signal here is bad, I'm hanging up first. As a last resort, Xin Lang had to resort to the worst possible strategy and forcibly end the call. He really couldn't keep up with Li Shiha's train of thought, so he had to resort to force. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission to help Baya and obtaining a Super Punch exchange card one time. At this moment, the reminder sound of a nitpicker appeared in Xin Lang's mind. However, at this moment, he was no longer interested in this exchange card. Anyway, as long as the task is completed, it will deliver the reward itself. In the villa in Yunxiang City. Li Shiha looked at the hung-up phone and was so angry that his teeth were itching. She had never been hung up on by anyone before, but unexpectedly, Xin Lang let her experience it today. As a big star admired by millions of people, others would try their best to please her. How could they be like Xin Lang who doesn't know how to cherish her? You naughty brother, if you don't give me an explanation for this, I will never let you go. Binhai University. Luo Chang looked at Xin Lang, who had a helpless expression, and asked with a strange smile, Third brother, why haven't I heard you say you have a sister before? Just recognized him. Xin Lang answered casually. However, as soon as the words came out, Xin Lang realized something was wrong. If I say that, this guy will definitely misunderstand again. I guess he would mistakenly think that the third sister is the beautiful rich woman who supports him. Sure enough, when Xin Lang looked up, he saw Luo Chang's face full of smiles, and his smile was so bright, like a sunflower. Baya, on the other hand, had a look of disdain on her face. She pouted and said, I just had a good impression of you, but now it's gone. I didn't expect you to be such a disgusting person. Xin Lang. Looking at Baya's departing back, Xin Lang's heart seemed to be in a mess as if 10,000 alpaca horses were galloping through it. Now, even if Xin Lang had 3 mouths, he couldn't explain himself. Xin Lang was furious when he thought that Xia Yi had framed him behind his back. It was clearly this woman's own problem, but now she is trying to turn the blame on others. Xin Lang changed his mind and realized that the clear will be clear, and the turbid will be turbid. Xia Yi is just feeling sour grapes. Now, it is impossible for me to have any contact with her again. It's not worth getting angry about a woman like this. Xin Lang raised his hand and placed it on Luo Chang's shoulder, saying with a smile, let's go back to the dormitory. Luo Chang asked with a smile, Third brother, please teach your unique skills to your brother. Xin Lang, what unique skill? Luo Chang smiled mysteriously and said, how to please a beautiful rich woman. Xin Lang laughed heartily and said in a pretentious manner, that is our family's secret manual. It is because of this secret book that I was able to win the hearts of so many wealthy women. If you want to obtain this secret book, there is only one shortcut. Luo Chang asked curiously, what shortcut? Xin Lang laughed, call me dad, and we're a family. I can only pass this family secret book on to you with confidence. Luo Chang's face fell, fuck you. The two returned to the dormitory, and the eldest brother Wang Hai and the fourth brother Li Xingze were both there. Seeing Xin Lang coming back, everyone exchanged greetings. At the beginning, the topic was all about Xin Lang and the discussion was about the beautiful rich woman. Gradually, the atmosphere became depressing. Everyone knows that after today, the small group will disband. Finally, Xin Lang suggested, as usual, let's go have a farewell dinner. Now, Xin Lang still has more than 1 million in liquid funds. For the last meal, he planned to take his brothers to eat something delicious. Chapter 36 Baya repays her kindness. Once Xin Lang made the proposal, no one else had any objection. Besides, it was almost noon and time for lunch. The four of them left the dormitory, went downstairs, and walked towards the street behind the Binhai University. The name Banbian Street comes from the fact that the entire street behind the Binhai University is full of food and entertainment, occupying half of the street. Here, restaurants, KTVs and hotels are doing the best business. Among these, restaurants are the most numerous, and each store is doing a booming business. Among these restaurants, Ruyulu is a unique one. Generally speaking, the prices in restaurants around universities are relatively affordable. After all, they are close to universities and have plenty of people, so you don't have to worry about customer sources. But Ruyulu is completely different. The more expensive it is, the better. The prices of some food are outrageous. Although most of the students at Binhai University are either rich or noble, the pocket money given by their families is limited after all. Therefore, going to Ruyulu for dinner became a very luxurious thing. The four of them walked slowly on the campus, enjoying their last college days. Xin Lang said slowly, "Brothers, I'm going to take you to Rui Tower for a good meal today. No one is allowed to leave until their belly is full." Upon hearing this, the eyes of the other three people became hot. The eldest brother, Wang Hai, swallowed his saliva hard. "Xiaosan, considering our brother's appetite, if we eat this much, we will need 40 dishes. Once, Wang Hai treated everyone to a meal at Rui Tower. They ordered 14 dishes at the time. After paying the bill, the four of them in the dormitory ate instant noodles together for several months. Hearing the word mistress, Xin Lang felt a little helpless. When the girl got excited, she started shouting, and the third youngest, the third oldest and the third younger brother all jumped out. Xin Lang smiled proudly. "Boss, don't worry. Don't even mention 40 dishes. If you can finish them, I can arrange even 400 dishes for you." Xin Lang calculated that 40 dishes would cost about 100,000. 400 dishes are nothing more than adding a zero after 100,000. Of course, 400 dishes are definitely not enough to finish. "Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god!" The other three people exclaimed at the same time and looked at Xin Lang in confusion. They didn't expect that Xin Lang suddenly became so wealthy. A few seconds later, Xin Lang's ears exploded. "Third brother, you're not really being kept by a beautiful rich woman, are you? Could that rumor be true? Third brother, tell me how you met that beautiful rich woman? Your behavior really disappoints me. You've just stepped out of the campus and you've already fallen into the evil path. Tell me the address of that beautiful rich woman. I'm willing to sacrifice my life for justice. I'm willing to exchange my life's happiness for you to bring you back to the right path. Third brother, you are an excellent student with excellent character and academic performance. How could you do such a thing? Give me the phone number of that beautiful rich woman, and I will help you complete your unfinished business. Third brother, you know, my stomach has always been bad. I can't digest hard food, so I'm better off eating soft food. Could it be that your family's secret book is real?" The three of them surrounded Xin Lang and talked non-stop, making Xin Lang's ears buzz. "All right," Xin Lang roared, drowning out the voices of others. After everyone else quieted down, he said helplessly, "There's no such thing as a rich woman. That was all Xia Yi's false accusation against me. My sister has some money and gave me some for food." The last sentence was made up by Xin Lang. He knew that if he told these guys about the all-purpose exchange system, they would definitely not believe it. "It's better to say that my sister is more reliable." The other three raised their eyes. "Such a rich sister. Why haven't I heard of it before?" Just as they were about to ask further questions, a strange laugh sounded. "Hey, isn't this the son of our patriarch? Have you finished clearing the family property so quickly?" Xin Lang turned his head and saw a boy wearing luxury clothes walking towards him. This man is from the same major as Xin Lang. His name is Wang Shui and his family runs a factory. Wang Shui's performance was not bad, but he was always surpassed by Xin Lang every year. Over time, Wang Shui developed a deep resentment towards Xin Lang. He would make sarcastic remarks to Xin Lang from time to make himself feel superior. Behind Wang Shui, there are several men and women from the same major. Moreover, Xia Yi was among them. As soon as Wang Shui finished speaking, a girl shrieked. He said he was going back to inherit the family fortune. Who knows whose fortune he'll inherit? What kind of property could his family have? I think he's going to inherit the rich woman's fortune. The girl's voice fell. The group of people brought by Wang Shui burst into laughter instantly. Another girl said, "Some people are really scumbags. For money, he actually abandoned his girlfriend. A poor boy is always a poor boy. So what if he hooks up with a rich woman? I want to see how long you can stay with her. These girls are all Xiaoyi's best friends, so they will naturally speak up for her. Xiaoyi kept her head down, not daring to look up at Qin Lang. She framed Qin Lang just to clear herself, but she didn't expect to meet Qin Lang at school. Hearing these people's strange words, Qin Lang and the other three brothers' faces became very ugly. Wang Hai and Li Xingzi frowned and were ready to curse. Luo Chang clenched his fists, ready to fight. However, they were all stopped by Qin Lang. Qin Lang suppressed his anger and said calmly, "Xiaoyi, I just realized that you are really not worthy of me. It's ridiculous. I used to think you were the best girl, but now compared to you, you're nothing. Not to mention comparing with several god-level sisters, even compared with Baiya, Xiaoyi is far behind." Qin Lang sighed in his heart, "It's all because I was blinded by love in the past." When Xiaoyi heard Qin Lang's words, she lowered her head even lower. When her best friends saw this, they thought Xiaoyi was sad. One girl angrily asked, "Xiaoyi is not worthy of you? How dare you say that? I want to see, besides Xiaoyi who tolerates a poor boy like you, who else would be so blind as to fall for you?" At this moment, Qin Lang felt a fragrant breeze around him. This scent is somewhat familiar. Immediately afterwards, Qin Lang found that someone was hugging his arm. At the same time, a gentle voice sounded beside Qin Lang. "Why, do you want to quarrel? You're not qualified to scold my boyfriend? My boyfriend is not someone that anyone can match." Qin Lang turned his head and saw that it was Baiya. As soon as Baiya took action, she immediately stunned those girls. After all, Baiya is a very famous campus beauty in her junior year. There is really no comparison between Xiaoyi and Baiya. They didn't expect that Baiya actually liked Qin Lang. At this time, Baiya tiptoed slightly and put her red lips close to Qin Lang's ear. "I just want to repay you for the kindness I showed you at the school gate before, don't think too much. I don't like you." When she spoke, there was a smile on her lips, as if she was telling Qin Lang sweet words. But in reality, words and expressions vary greatly. Chapter 37 Dear. Qin Lang smiled faintly and said, "What a coincidence, I don't like you either." He smiled and looked very gentle. To others, this scene appeared to be Qin Lang and Baiya looking into each other's eyes and whispering sweetly. It seems that this is the most perfect match for a talented man and a beautiful woman. When Xiaoyi's best friend saw this scene, she didn't know how to refute it for a moment. After all, this slap in the face came too quickly. Wang Shui and the other boys looked at Qin Lang jealously, shouting in their hearts. Why? Why does Baiya fall for Qin Lang? Why can this poor boy capture Baiya's heart? Is it just because he has good grades? What's the point of having good grades? You'll still be working for me in the future. When they saw the sweet look of Qin Lang and Baiya, their eyes turned red with jealousy. Among the three brothers in Qin Lang's dormitory, except Luo Chang, the other two opened their mouths so wide that a duck egg could fit in. Wang Hai and Li Xingzi stared at Qin Lang blankly, their hearts trembling. They felt their knees go weak and they had the urge to kneel down before Qin Lang and ask him to teach them the secret of picking up girls. It's too exaggerated. We broke up yesterday. I got a new girlfriend today who is a campus beauty. He is truly a role model for our generation. At this time, Wang Shui snorted coldly and said sourly, "Baiya, don't be fooled by this guy. He just broke up with Xiaoyi yesterday and hooked up with a rich woman. Since you are our junior, I am kindly reminding you. Don't let Qin Lang fool you." When they heard Wang Shui's words, the eyes of the group of people behind him lit up. Well said. I just want to expose Qin Lang in public. He even pretended to be cool and said he was going home to inherit the family property. Pooh. Everyone knows that he is a pauper and all his living expenses are given to Xiaoyi for safekeeping. Damn, what's the point of pretending to be an elephant by sticking a green onion in a pig's nose? They looked at Qin Lang and Baiya with ill intentions, expecting Baiya to turn against Qin Lang on the spot. However, Baiya's next words will probably be remembered in their minds for the rest of their lives. I know. It's his ability to be able to get along with a rich woman. Qin Lang earns his living by his own ability. What right do you have to interfere? You guys are so arrogant, why don't you see any rich women supporting you? Only a man as charming as Qin Lang would be fought over by so many people. I just like the unique charm in him. Is that so? Honey. Baiya said these words in a sweet voice, and at the end she blinked her big eyes, looking very happy. Hearing Baiya's words, Qin Lang almost vomited blood. When the hell did I become a hooker with a rich woman? Also, you are playing my girlfriend now, can you be serious? Which girlfriend has such a big heart? This dear sounds a little familiar, doesn't it? The tone and manner were exactly the same as what he said to her at the school gate. Xin Lang distanced himself from Baya in disgust. He had a feeling that this guy was not here to help him, but to trick him. Really? Was she taking revenge on me for asking her to get off the car and hugging her at the school gate? As expected, most women are narrow-minded. Fortunately, my sisters are not like this. However, he didn't know. He took the initiative to hang up Li Shiha's phone, and Li Shiha had already remembered a score with him in his heart. Baya was secretly delighted when she saw Xin Lang's actions. Seeing Xin Lang's surprised expression, Baya let out a lot of the anger in her chest. Damn guy! I told you to kick me out of the car. I told you not to be gentle with women. I told you not to take advantage of me. Humph, this is cause and effect, the cycle continues. Thinking of this, Baya stepped forward and hugged Xin Lang's arm tightly, with an innocent look on her face. Looking at Baya, who was clinging to him again, Xin Lang was speechless. Just hug me. Anyway, I won't suffer any loss. As for the reputation. Alas. At this time, only Xin Lang and Baya were still making small moves. Everyone else was frozen in place. Baya's words were like a world-destroying thunder, constantly roaring and exploding in their minds. Their three views collapsed at this moment. Is there such a wonderful woman in the world? What kind of bewitching technique did Xin Lang use? He actually charmed the school beauty to the point of being dizzy. Wan Hai, Li Xingze, and Luo Chang looked at Xin Lang with admiration, looking him up and down. At this time, Xin Lang's image in their hearts had risen several levels. At this time, Baya pulled Xin Lang's arm and said sweetly, "Dear, let's go. Let's go eat." After saying that, Baya waved to the shocked girls behind her and said, "Let's go." These girls are Baya's roommates and best friends, and they are all beautiful. The girls stared at Baya blankly, their minds blank. What's going on with Xiaoya? She usually ignores the attentions of those rich and handsome men. Why is she so enthusiastic about this boy today? Her boyfriend? Impossible. I've never heard her talk about it before today. Moreover, she actually took the initiative to hug the boy's arm. If those handsome, rich and successful men pursuing her saw this, they would probably be so jealous that they would want to kill her. I can't figure it out. I really can't understand it. Xin Lang waved to Luo Chang and the other two, "Let's go." When Luo Chang and others saw Baya's girlfriends, they were instantly cheered up, straightened their chests, and quickly followed them. As soon as they walked out of the back door of Binhai University, Baya decisively let go of Xin Lang. Okay. We're even now. Xin Lang waved his hand casually, "Let's go, let's go." His movements were very free and easy, without a trace of nostalgia. Seeing Xin Lang's action, Baya didn't know why, but she always felt angry. I am naturally beautiful, but I can't arouse your interest at all? Baya was furious and pulled her sisters away. Seeing Baya and her best friends leave, Luo Chang and the other two became anxious. Third brother, what's wrong with you? As a man, how can you make your girlfriend angry? Go and get him back. Luo Chang and the other two looked at Baya and the others anxiously as they left, and seemed to be even more anxious than Xin Lang, the fake boyfriend. Xin Lang helplessly spread his hands and explained. She's not my girlfriend. She just helped me fight back against Xia Yi's best friend. Really? Luo Chang looked at Xin Lang suspiciously, not quite believing it. As they walked, Xin Lang explained to them what had happened. However, Xin Lang did not reveal Baya's true identity. After all, if someone intentionally conceals his identity, there must be a reason. The four brothers took a shortcut to Rui Tower, found a seat by the window, and prepared to have a big meal. Chapter 38: Xia Yi's Revenge. In order to eat his fill, Xin Lang ordered 40 dishes in front of the surprised gazes of Luo Chang and the other two. I ordered all the things I couldn't bear to order before today. Since becoming a 9th-rank warrior, Xin Lang's appetite has increased a lot. These 40 dishes are basically enough. Just as the four of them were bragging and waiting for their food, Wang Shui and others appeared at the stairs. Wang Hai muttered, "Why did they follow us?" Luo Chang clenched his fist and said solemnly, "If these people dare to speak foul language again, don't stop me. If we don't teach them a lesson they won't forget, they'll just keep doing the same old things." Xin Lang nodded, "We need to teach them a lesson. At this time, Wang Shui also saw Qin Lang and the others. Looking at Qin Lang's handsome face, Wang Shui was so jealous that he wanted to go crazy. This poor boy, after hooking up with a rich woman, actually dared to come to Rui Tower for dinner. If it were in the past, he probably wouldn't even dare to look at Rui Tower. For some reason, Wang Shui chose to sit at the table next to Qin Lang and the others. Qin Lang glanced at Wang Shui and others without saying anything. However, he had already made up his mind. If they dare to provoke me, I will teach them a lesson. As for Xia Yi, who was sitting at Wang Shui's table, Qin Lang simply ignored her. There is no relationship between the two anymore. Soon, the dishes ordered by Qin Lang were served. The waiter brought the dishes one by one until the entire table was full and there was still room for more dishes. Looking at the sumptuous dishes on the next table, Wang Shui was secretly amazed. Shit, did any of them win the lottery? Those dishes are all the ones I wanted to order but didn't dare to order. This table of dishes would cost at least 100,000. Who is so rich? Looking at the table full of delicious food, Qin Lang and the other three were almost drooling. Wang Hai chuckled and said, "For today's meal, I have to thank the third brother for his generosity." At this time, the chopsticks in Luo Cheng's hand had already started moving. He stretched out his chopsticks and said with a smile, "That's right, if it weren't for the third brother, I wouldn't dare to eat as much as I want in Rui Tower." Li Xingzi swallowed a piece of crystal shrimp and praised it highly. "It's so delicious. Third brother, I don't want to leave. I want to follow you and make a living." Qin Lang said with a smile, "Sure, I just took over a company, you can come anytime you want." Qin Lang saw that they were talking but their hands were moving incredibly fast. I suddenly became anxious. Damn it, I haven't moved yet. He growled and joined the battle directly. Wang Shui and others have been secretly paying attention to Qin Lang's table. After listening to Wang Hai and others, they gradually analyzed the situation. The person who is treating us this time is Qin Lang. As for Qin Lang's claim that he had a company, Wang Shui and others didn't believe it at all. Wang Shui and others felt very uncomfortable when they thought that Qin Lang, who had been extremely poor during his 4 years in college, had suddenly been reborn. This table would cost at least 100,000 yuan, but Qin Lang didn't even frown. How rich is he? They are so unbalanced. Why did Qin Lang change so much right after graduation? Among them, Xia Yi is the most unbalanced person. Looking at Qin Lang eating meat with big mouthfuls and laughing happily across from her, Xia Yi felt jealous. She was mad with jealousy. But she understood that with her own abilities, she could no longer shake Qin Lang in his current state. She took out her cell phone and sent a text message to Chen Chang, the young master of Rinshan Group. Qin Lang is in the Rui building at the back door of Binhai University. He has no bodyguards around him, only a few classmates. After sending the text message, Xia Yi's heart was pounding. She knew that because of Qin Lang's sister wanted to target Chen Chang's Rinshan Group. Qin Lang is Chen Chang's enemy. She sent the message to Chen Chang in order to kill someone with a borrowed knife. She had only one thought in her mind: if I'm not having a good life, then you can't have an easy life either. Looking at Qin Lang, who was laughing so happily, Xia Yi thought to herself, "You won't be able to laugh anymore later." After more than 10 minutes, one of Xia Yi's best friends finally couldn't help but feel jealous and said sourly, "Using the money given by a rich woman to treat my brothers to a meal, some people really value friendship and loyalty. You're eating so happily, is it true that soft rice is really delicious?" The girl's name is Yang Lu, and she is Xia Yi's best friend. After hearing Yang Lu's words, Qin Lang and the other three put down their chopsticks at the same time. Qin Lang narrowed his eyes and asked coldly, "What do you mean?" Qin Lang's anger gradually rose. These people are so weird and only make people sick. I didn't take it seriously once or twice, but he became more and more rampant. "Do you really think I'm a pushover?" At this time, Wang Shui smiled faintly. "Qin Lang, don't be angry. Yang Lu is a girl, don't make a big deal out of it." Yang Lu sneered, "It's meaningless. Everyone looks for jobs after graduation, but some people look for rich women. Wang Chang and I have been interning at Rinshan Group for 2 months and will soon be hired as full-time employees. After becoming a regular employee, my salary after tax will be 15,000 yuan. Our future is bright. And some people can only cling to others' thighs." Tisk. Wang Chang is the boy sitting next to Yang Lu, her boyfriend. Their family conditions are not ordinary, but there is no family property waiting for them to inherit. After graduation, they chose to find a job. Wang Chang laughed and said, some people are used to being poor and have narrow vision. In a few years, he won't be in the same class as us. Wang Chang's family background is better than Qin Lang's. Wang Chang has always considered himself superior to Qin Lang. Qin Lang has changed so much now that he can hardly accept it. Bang! Luo Chang slammed his fist on the dining table and looked at Wang Chang and Wang Shui coldly. Are you itching for trouble? These people provoked him again and again, and Luo Chang no longer wanted to tolerate it. Wang Shui looked at Luo Chang warily and said in a panic, don't do anything rash. It's against the law to hit someone. Wang Shui knew Luo Chang's strength and did not dare to conflict with him. At this time, Qin Lang took out a text message from his mobile phone. This text message was sent to him by Liang Ping, the new general manager of Renshan Group, and it contained Liang Ping's phone number. Beep beep beep. Qin Lang dialed the number directly. Liang Ping, check if there are Yang Lu and Wang Chang among the interns of Renshan Group. If there are any, fire these two people immediately. Hearing Qin Lang's words, Luo Chang's fists loosened. He looked at Qin Lang in surprise, not knowing what Qin Lang wanted to do. Wang Chang and Yang Lu burst into laughter at the same time. Wang Chang laughed loudly and said, what are you pretending to be? Are you pretending to be a domineering CEO? I'm dying of laughter. Do you know who is the head of Renshan Group? It's Chen Chang, young Master Chen. What the hell is Liang Ping? Qin Lang looked at Wang Chang with a sneer, raised his cell phone to him and pressed the speaker button. At this moment, a cold snort came from the phone. Mr. Qin, I'll check it out right away. Whether I am shit or not, he will soon get the answer. Chapter 39 Chen Chang is here. Hearing this cold snort, Wang Chang and Yang Lu looked at each other and then burst into laughter. So funny. They have been working in Renshan Group for 2 months. How could they not know who is the person in charge of Renshan Group? What is Liang Ping? I have never heard of it. Could it be that the person in charge of Renshan Group has been replaced in the past 2 days? It's impossible. Puff. The others at their table also laughed out loud, mocking Qin Lang's ignorance. Wang Chang laughed and said, Qin Lang, before you start showing off, can you please do some homework first? You don't even understand the basic information, why are you pretending? You're so pretentious, it makes me feel so embarrassed. Wang Chang is so happy. For the first time, he caught Qin Lang's loophole. Qin Lang smiled coldly, whether you are pretending or not, the answer will be revealed soon. I hope you can still smile so happily then. I hope he can still laugh by then. Sizzle. As Qin Lang finished speaking, a sharp brake sound was heard outside the door. Wang Chang was about to refute Qin Lang, but before he could finish his words, he was stopped by the sound of brakes. He looked out the window angrily, cursing in his heart, driving so fast, are you in such a hurry to be reborn? However, when he saw who got out of the car, his eyes lit up instantly. Oh shit. It turned out to be young Master Chen Chang. It's true that when you mention Chow Chow, he appears. But why is young Master Chen driving such a shabby van today? Where's his Ferrari, his weapon for picking up girls? But it's no big deal. His status is there, even if he drives a tractor, there will still be countless girls who like him. Wang Chang stood up suddenly and laughed wildly, Qin Lang, even God won't let you show off today. Young Master Chen Chang from Renshan Group is here. Why don't you try to act like one in front of him? After saying that, Wang Chang prepared to go to the stairs to greet Chen Chang like a lackey. At this time, when Xia Yi heard that Chen Chang had arrived, a look of resentment appeared on her face. She thought viciously, no one will have an easy time. Dang dang dang. Not long after, a burst of hurried footsteps was heard on the stairs. Soon, a man with sweat all over his forehead and an anxious look appeared in everyone's sight. This person is Chen Chang. Seeing this, Wang Chang quickly put on a smile and went over to greet him. Mr. Chen, why are you here? There's a liar here, pretending to be a senior executive of the Renshan Group. You can't let him go. Yang Lu looked at Qin Lang with disdain and sneered, now the real boss is here. I'd like to see how you fire us. After saying that, Yang Lu also stood up and walked towards Chen Chang. At this time, Chen Chang's face was full of anxiety and he was very worried. He saw Wang Chang walking towards him with a smile, and simply waved his hand and pushed Wang Chang aside. Get out of here. Chen Chang growled. Damn, where did this eyesore come from? At this time, Yan Lu also stood in front of Chen Chang. She called out coquettishly, Mr. Chen, you. As a result, before she could finish her words, she followed in Wang Chang's footsteps. Chen Chang pushed Yan Lu away and growled, "Get out." Chen Chang, with an anxious look on his face, had no time to care about these two scumbags. He raised his eyes and saw Qin Lang with an expressionless face. Chen Chang quickly quickened his pace and hurried towards Qin Lang. Behind Chen Chang, Wang Chang and Yang Lu stared at Chen Chang's back in shock. They were a little confused. What happened to Mr. Chen? I greeted him at the company before. He doesn't recognize me anymore? Yang Lu and Wang Chang felt very uncomfortable when they thought that their classmates had seen them being pushed away by Chen Chang. This feeling of trying to please is cold but is very uncomfortable. However, when they saw Chen Chang heading straight towards Qin Lang, they were delighted. Could it be? Young Master Chen is in such a hurry and doesn't want to waste time. Is he trying to cause trouble for Qin Lang? Thinking of this, Wang Chang and Yang Lu looked at each other with anticipation in their eyes. They folded their arms across their chests, looking as if they were enjoying a good show. They really wanted to see if Qin Lang could still pretend after seeing the Prince of Rinshan Group. Xia Yi was slightly surprised when she saw Chen Chang. Why did Chen Chang come here alone? Qin Lang's roommate Luo Chang is the former president of the Sanda Club. He comes here alone to cause trouble. Isn't this asking for death? When Wang Shui saw Chen Chang coming, he immediately stood up with a smile on his face. Although Rinshan Group is not a top group, it is still well known in Binhai. Because they are professionals in demolition and have connections in both the black and white worlds, everyone is willing to give them some face. Luo Chang and the other two clenched their fists and looked at Chen Chang, who was walking towards them with hostility. They had already made up their minds, if Chen Chang dared to take action, they would make sure that Chen Chang crawled out of Rui Tower. At this time, everyone's eyes were focused on Chen Chang. They were all waiting for Chen Chang's reaction. Next, Chen Chang walked in front of Qin Lang and his action stunned everyone. Chen Chang hurried to Qin Lang and bowed sincerely at a 90-degree angle. While bowing, he also shouted, "Mr. Qin, I'm sorry. Please let us go." At this time, Chen Chang felt very sad and wanted to cry. In just one day, their family not only lost the Rinshan Group, but also lost their once prosperous life. Because their various violations were discovered and their once dirty tricks were unearthed. Companies that had business dealings with Rinshan Group launched an attack together, forcing them into a dead end. The bank learned of this and asked the family to repay the debt in advance. Overnight, their family was dragged into a bottomless quagmire. In order to pay off his debts, he sold all his Ferraris. Chen Chang's behavior shocked Wang Chang and others. Wang Chang looked at Chen Chang's back in disbelief, his eyes full of surprise and confusion. What's going on? Why would Chen Xiao bow to Qin Lang and apologize? Moreover, he also called Qin Lang Mr. Qin. How so? Mr. Chen is the head of Rinshan Group. Why should he bow to a poor boy like Qin Lang? Wang Shui and others were so surprised when they saw the scene that they couldn't close their mouths. After all, Chen Chang is the head of a company and has status. Why would he bow and apologize to Qin Lang, a recent college graduate? Could it be that Qin Lang has another identity? Xia Yi also stared at Chen Chang blankly, feeling extremely shocked. Among these people, she was the one who felt the most deeply. Qin Lang, who was penniless yesterday, has become a person that even Chen Chang has to apologize to. Xia Yi felt filled with regret when she thought about missing out on Qin Lang, a potential stock. Qin Lang's roommates didn't react much. They were just a little confused. What was Chen Chang doing? As for who Chen Chang was, they had never heard of him at all. At this moment, an electronic sound rang in Qin Lang's mind. Ding! Chen Chang's emotions detected. Please make a choice now. Task 1, forgive Chen Chang and invite him to sit down and have dinner with you. Task reward, 9th rank warrior exchange card advanced. Task 2, tell Chen Chang to get lost and leave. Mission reward, 9th rank warrior exchange card intermediate. Mission 3, make Chen Chang tell the truth and restore the host's reputation. Mission reward, charisma plus 5. When Qin Lang saw the content of Task 1, he was speechless. Chapter 40 Intermediate 9th Rank Warrior. Depend on. Why is there an option called Task 1? Forgive him and ask him to sit down and eat. I'm losing my mind. It's good enough if you don't hit him. Task 1 is impossible to choose. But the reward for Task 1 is the highest. Is this damn system really against me? Also, what do the advanced and intermediate levels following the 9th rank warrior exchange card mean? Ding! Host, please be mindful of your words and actions. At each stage, warriors are divided into beginner, intermediate, advanced, and top-level warriors. The host is currently a beginner 9th grade warrior. If you obtain a 9th rank warrior exchange card intermediate, the host can exchange it to become an intermediate 9th rank warrior. So that is how it is. Mission 2. After hearing the explanation, Xin Lang did not hesitate and directly chose Task 2 in his mind. As for the content of Task 3, Xin Lang didn't care at all. As soon as he received the task, an electronic voice sounded in Xin Lang's mind. Ding! Mission 2 has been received. After receiving the task, Xin Lang raised his eyes and stared at Chen Chang. He opened his mouth slightly and uttered one word, "Get out!" There was a hint of anger in his voice, which frightened Chen Chang so much that his body trembled. Chen Chang said in a mournful voice, "Master Qin, please let me live. Now I have nothing, and there are a bunch of debt collectors out there." Chen Chang felt bitter. It only took him one day to go from heaven to hell. The current life of eating coarse food and being chased for debts every day is hell for him. Xin Lang sneered and said, "If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have done it in the first place. When you forcibly demolished other people's houses before, you never thought that this would be the outcome today. Get out of here, don't get in the way." This kind of person is arrogant and domineering when he is in a good position, and pretends to be pitiful when he is in a bad situation. Little did he know that today's situation was all caused by him. Such people can never be forgiven. If you can enjoy the scenery, why can't you bear poverty? Upon hearing this, Chen Chang's face turned pale. He trembled and said, "Mr. Qin, it was Xia Yi who seduced me when she saw me driving a sports car. She's not the one I'm pursuing. Besides, the person who really wants the land of Lushan Academy is not me, but Wang Tianyuan of the Wang Group. Wang Tianyuan entrusted our company to acquire that piece of land. I don't want that piece of land." Chen Chang thought about it and realized that he and Xin Lang had only two things in common. One is Xia Yi, and the other is the land of Lushan Academy. He thought that as long as he could clear himself of these two things, Xin Lang would let him go. However, Xin Lang shouted again, "Get out of here." "Let you go? You wish. After I let you go, will I let you harm others again?" At this time, Xin Lang found that everyone's attention turned to Wang Shuai's table. Xin Lang also turned around and saw that everyone was looking at Xia Yi in amazement. Wang Shuai, Wang Chang, Yang Lu and others looked at Xia Yi in surprise. "I was so surprised that I couldn't speak. Didn't Xin Lang dump you and hook up with a beautiful rich woman? Aren't you a victim? What situation is Chen Chang talking about?" Feeling everyone's gaze, Xia Yi bit her lips tightly, her face ashen. She didn't expect that the truth would be revealed so quickly. Moreover, these words were spoken by Chen Chang himself. She lowered her head, not daring to look at other people's expressions. At this time, Yang Lu said softly, "Xiaoyi, you." However, as soon as she opened her mouth, Xia Yi collapsed and said, "Don't ask. Don't ask anything. It's all my fault." The scandal was exposed in public and Xia Yi collapsed. She could no longer hold her composure. She lowered her head, stood up, ran out of Rui Tower, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Yang Lu and a few other girls chased out, but found no one there. It was not until then that Wang Shuai and his group realized that what Xia Yi said was all lies. The purpose was just to frame Xin Lang and gain everyone's sympathy. Thinking of what he had said before, Wang Shuai's face turned red with shame. Bite. Bite. Just then, two text message alerts sounded. Wang Chang and Yang Lu picked up their phones at the same time. When they read the content of the text message, their faces changed suddenly. Because they were all fired. Wang Shuai saw the reactions of the two and asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" Wang Chang looked at Xin Lang in shock and handed the phone to Wang Shuai. When Wang Shuai saw the content of the text message, he was stunned. "Damn it, I actually fired you." When everyone saw the news, they were all so surprised that they were speechless. They stared blankly at Xin Lang, who was sitting next to them, their hearts already filled with fear. Their breathing gradually became rapid. Could it be that what Xin Lang said was true? He actually owns his own company. Moreover, this company is Runshan Group. Owning a group company right after graduation. This is the dream of every graduate. Unexpectedly, Xin Lang actually achieved it in reality. On the other side, Chen Chang was still standing in front of Xin Lang, begging desperately. Xin Lang said coldly, "If you don't get out of here, I'll break your legs." At this time, the security guards of Rui Building noticed the situation here and rushed over. Amidst a commotion, Chen Chang was dragged out by security guards. After Chen Chang left, the scene finally quieted down. At this moment, an electronic voice sounded in Qin Lang's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the 9th rank warrior exchange card intermediate. The rewards are here. Qin Lang couldn't wait to say in his heart, exchange. Ding! Redemption successful. Congratulations host, you have become an intermediate 9th grade warrior. At this time, Qin Lang felt the changes in his body. He found that the heat flow in his body seemed to be stronger and his body felt warmer. He waved his hands and found that his speed and strength also increased. Feeling the changes in his body, Qin Lang's face flushed with excitement. If you continue to develop like this, becoming a master will be just around the corner. Opposite Qin Lang, Luo Chang and the other two looked at each other in surprise when they saw Qin Lang's flushed face. After some eye contact, Wang Hai, the dormitory leader, spoke. Third brother, think more positively. Xia Yi is not very good looking, there is nothing to be nostalgic about. Li Xingzi nodded and said solemnly, yes, bye-bye, the next one will be better. Luo Chang said in a muffled voice, I think Baya is good. You can consider her. They thought Qin Lang was angry about Xia Yi's matter, and they all tried to persuade him. Looking at his brother's eyes full of concern, Qin Lang was moved. At the same time, I feel a little helpless. These guys love to make up some unfounded things. Chapter 41 Qin Lang's roommates. Helpless, Qin Lang could only nod continuously. The brothers all meant well, so he naturally wouldn't refuse. As for Luo Cheng saying that Baya was good, Qin Lang didn't take it to heart at all. Baya looks innocent and pretty, but she is actually a bit sinister. Now, Qin Lang only wants to make money and improve his cultivation. He lived in poverty for 20 years and deeply understood the importance of money. Moreover, having money alone is not enough, one must also be strong. Otherwise, the money you earn is earned for others. The four thugs at the gate of Lushan Academy, Lu Chang from the Jinshan Martial Arts School in the restaurant, and by Fingxing outside the Yunxiang City Villa. These people, at some point in time, made Qin Lang feel powerless to resist. Qin Lang really doesn't like this feeling of powerlessness and not being able to control his own destiny. You must take control of your own destiny. On the other side, Wang Chang and Yang Lu would steal a glance at Qin Lang from time to time. They were very conflicted. They really wanted to admit their mistakes and apologize to Qin Lang, but they couldn't bring themselves to do it. They cannot get over the hurdle in their hearts of apologizing to someone they once looked down upon. Qin Lang naturally felt their gazes. However, Qin Lang pretended not to know and ignored them. Qin Lang is very mysterious now, and Wang Shui and others dare not mock Qin Lang anymore. Soon, the farewell dinner was over. The four brothers left Rui Tower. After returning to the dormitory, Qin Lang packed up his things and hugged and said goodbye to the other three people one by one. The four of them agreed to get together regularly in the future. Afterwards, Qin Lang left the dormitory with his things. After Qin Lang left, Wang Hai and the other two were stunned and speechless. Finally, Wang Hai said softly, the feeling that the third brother gives me now is a little different. He is confident and mysterious now. Luo Chang nodded, yes. I also sensed a hint of a strong aura from the third brother. I don't know if it's because of Xia Yi's incident, but he has really changed a lot now. Li Xingzi smiled and said, I feel the same way. But everyone has their secrets, that's normal. I thought the third brother was the most ordinary among us, but now it seems that he is not ordinary either. Well, the third brother is gone, and we don't have anything to worry about anymore. Big brother, second brother, I also want to go home and inherit the family property. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Li Xingzi smiled and said, here I come. Outside the door, an old man with silver hair stood respectfully. Seeing Li Xingzi, the old man bowed slightly and said respectfully, young master, you are finally willing to go back. The convoy is already waiting at the back gate of Binhai University. Let's go to the airport now. The plane sent by the family is also ready. Li Xingzi nodded and said goodbye to Luo Chang and Wang Hai. Soon after, a convoy of Rolls-Royces slowly started from the back gate of Binhai University and drove towards Binhai Airport. After Li Xingzi left, Luo Chang looked at Wang Hai and said with a smile, boss, the person who leaves last is the saddest. You're the boss, you have to give way to me. I'm leaving now, and you can wipe your tears alone without worry. Wang Hai laughed and cursed, fuck you. I'm not a sentimental person. Then, the two hugged each other tightly. Luo Chang picked up his luggage, waved at Wang Hai, turned and walked out of the dormitory. His steps were steady and light, and the luggage weighing hundreds of pounds seemed as light as a feather in his hands. As soon as he walked out of the dormitory door, his aura became more and more powerful with every step. It seemed that with every step he took, his cultivation became more profound. The aura he exuded at this moment was no longer comparable to that of a ninth-grade warrior. Luo Chang arrived downstairs of the dormitory building, where a strong man was waiting. The sturdy man has muscles all over his body, even more exaggerated than those strongmen on TV. Students or teachers passing by couldn't help but look sideways when they saw this man. After all, that body of muscles is really eye-catching. Seeing Luo Chang walk out of the dormitory building, the strong man stepped forward and said respectfully, "Young master." Luo Chang nodded slightly and strode towards the Bin High School gate. In the dormitory. At this time, the eldest brother Wang Hai was the only one left in the dormitory. Wang Hai sighed, packed up his things silently, and walked out of the dormitory step by step. At this moment, Wang Hai seemed still so ordinary, yet seemed a little different. Outside the school gate, Qin Lang carried his luggage to his Bugatti. At this time, there were several beautiful girls taking pictures next to the Bugatti. Seeing that they were taking pictures seriously, Qin Lang did not disturb them. He carried his luggage and waited quietly by the side. However, those beauties thought Qin Lang had some feelings for them. One of them looked at the luggage and the canvas bag in Qin Lang's hand and said disdainfully, "What are you looking at? Have you never seen a beautiful woman?" Seeing the girl's bad attitude, Qin Lang sneered and pressed the car key. In an instant, the car lights flashed and the car locks opened. The beautiful woman was stunned. Qin Lang threw his luggage into the car and started the Bugatti. At this time, other beauties gathered around Qin Lang's car window and said with a sweet smile, "Handsome guy." Before they could finish their words, Qin Lang stepped on the accelerator. Boom! Bugatti roared, shot out like an arrow, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. On the way to Yunchang City, Qin Lang suddenly thought of something. He asked in his mind, sophisticated, "There's something wrong with that mission reward just now. Does the host have any questions?" The electronic voice of the argumentative person sounded in Qin Lang's mind. Chen Chang later revealed the truth. "So, should I have completed task 3 as well? The host thinks too much." After that, there was no sound. "Depend on. Are you starting to argue now?" Qin Lang was speechless. Returning to the Yunchangchang villa, he shouted at the door, "I'm back." As a result, the villa was silent and there was no movement at all. "What's going on? Are all out? Didn't my third sister say she would wait for me?" He walked around the villa and found that there was no one there. Qin Lang took his luggage back to the room and called Li Shiha. "Third sister, I'm back, where are you?" When the call was connected, Qin Lang couldn't wait to ask. "You still remember to go back? I've been waiting so long that the flowers have wilted." There was a hint of dissatisfaction in Li Shiha's gentle voice. Qin Lang scratched his head awkwardly and explained, "Third sister, I had dinner with my classmates. However, I just finished my meal and when I thought you were still waiting for me at home, I rushed back." Li Shiha snorted softly, "You have some conscience. Bin Hai Sports Center, come here quickly." After saying that, she hung up the phone without giving Qin Lang a chance to speak. Listening to the beeping sound on the phone, Qin Lang was confused. "There's something wrong with my third sister, she seems to be in a bad mood. Who offended her?" Chapter 42 Concert. Bin Hai Sports Center. In a spacious room, Li Shiha looked at the hung-up phone with a smug smile on his face. "Stinky brother. Let you hang up on me. Let you mess around outside. Let you also experience the feeling of being hung up on. Senior sister, who is this? You're smiling so happily, could it be your lover?" A sweet female voice sounded beside Li Shiha. Next to Li Shiha stood a girl with an oval face. She has well-defined features and a pointed chin. It's not the cone-shaped face that internet celebrities have, but it's just the right point, which makes it look cute. At this moment, the girl was looking at Li Shiha with a smile, and there was an indescribable beauty in her. Li Shiha rolled his eyes and said with a smile, lying, "How dare you tease me, senior sister? I won't let you off." After saying that, Li Shiha pounced on Zhao Liying and started a fight with her. Soon, both of them had disheveled hair, flushed cheeks, and were panting. Just then, there was a knock on the door. "Shiha, I'm here to see you." This is a man's voice. Hearing this voice, Li Shiha frowned. Yun Shangcheng Villa. Qin Lang quickly ran onto the Bugatti and stepped on the accelerator to rush towards the Binhai Sports Center. He thought to himself, it's better not to let me know who pissed off third sister. Otherwise, I'll beat the shit out of you. He drove all the way and soon arrived outside the Binhai Sports Center. The security guard at the parking lot saw him driving a Bugatti and quickly raised the barrier to let him pass. After parking the car, Qin Lang came to the gate of Binhai Sports Center. At this time, there were security guards waiting at the gate. At the gate, many fans were walking around holding support signs. Those cheering boards all had images of Li Shiha on them. Seeing this huge popularity, Qin Lang was secretly amazed. The third sister's reputation is too great. In the past, he had only seen some videos on his mobile phone and thought there were a lot of people. Now that I'm at the scene, I'm truly shocked by the passionate atmosphere. Qin Lang listened and found that the fans were talking about Li Shiha every 3 sentences. Either they are discussing her latest songs or her latest movies or TV series. Qin Lang was about to walk into the sports center. At this moment, a female voice came from behind him. Qin Lang turned around and a smile appeared on his face. This girl is also a student of Binhai University and a classmate of Qin Lang. At the same time, there is also the class beauty in Xiaoran. Xiaoran, why are you here? Qin Lang walked up to Xiaoran and asked with a smile. And Xiaoran has a pure and elegant appearance, giving people a sense of beautiful beauty. And Xiaoran waved the ticket in her hand and said with a smile, I'm a die-hard fan of Li Shiha. What about you? Are you also her fan? Why didn't I notice it before? Qin Lang smiled and said, it wasn't before, but it is now. Puff. Hearing Qin Lang's strange answer, Xiaoran couldn't help laughing out loud. At this time, a wealthy-looking boy next to Xiaoran saw Qin Lang and Xiaoran talking and laughing, and a look of displeasure appeared on his face. He interrupted their conversation, extended his hand to Qin Lang, and said in a deep voice, hello, my name is Chang Dao, Xiaoran's boyfriend. Seeing that he was so polite, Qin Lang extended his hand in response. However, as soon as the two hands clasped together, Qin Lang felt a strong force coming at him. Qin Lang looked up and saw the sneer on Chang Dao's lips, and he instantly understood. He laughed secretly in his heart, exerted strength in his hands, and fought back vigorously. Damn it, I just said a few words to you nicely, and you can't stand it and want to punish me? If I don't show you some of my power, you won't know that the Horse King has 3 eyes. As soon as Qin Lang exerted force, the corners of Chang Dao's mouth began to twitch. Pain. Heart-wrenching pain. It feels like my bones are about to break. Chang Dao looked at Qin Lang in shock, his eyes full of surprise. He is a martial artist and knows how much strength he has in his hands. He didn't expect that Qin Lang, who was not a big man, had such great strength in his hands. Chang Dao gritted his teeth and said, nice to meet you. May I know what your name is, brother? Qin Lang exerted force in his hands and said easily, Qin Lang. What a good name. Chang Daochen exclaimed, almost saying the word it hurts. At this time, Xiaoran said with a little dissatisfaction, Chang Dao, we are still in the blind date stage, not boyfriend and girlfriend. Chang Dao wiped the sweat from his forehead and said through gritted teeth, not now, but in the future. After shaking hands for so long, Xiaoran also noticed something was wrong. She asked softly, what are you two doing? At this time, Qin Lang finally let go of Chang Dao's hand and said lightly, we hit it off right away, and I can't bear to let go. Looking at the sweat on Chang Dao's head, Xiaoran burst out laughing. She smiled brightly and said, Qin Lang, you are getting poorer and poorer. Looking at Xiaoran's bright smile, Chang Dao's eyes were filled with anger. He angrily said in his heart, ha! He rarely laughs when he's with me, but now he sees this guy and laughs so happily. There was a lot of viciousness hidden in his eyes as he looked at Qin Lang. At this time, ticket checking began at the gate and the crowd began to move. Chang Dao said in a deep voice, Xiaoran, let's go. Get ready to enter. Seeing that Qin Lang didn't have a concert ticket, he pretended to be surprised and asked, Qin Lang, aren't you a fan of Li Shiha? Why don't you have any concert tickets? If you have financial difficulties, I can help you pay for the tickets. No, the tickets are sold out now. You can't buy them even if you want to. Qin Lang, I'm sorry, I can't help you even if I want to. He said he was sorry, but there was no embarrassment on his face. Chang Dao suffered a loss at the hands of Qin Lang, so he wanted to get it back with his mouth. He felt that this was the time for him to show off in front of Xiaoran. Shang Dao thought that Qin Lang would be extremely embarrassed by his words. However, Qin Lang's performance disappointed him a little. Qin Lang smiled faintly. I don't need a ticket to watch the concert. Shang Dao felt a little unhappy when he saw his indifferent expression. Oh shit. Why are you pretending to be calm? What are you pretending to be? Who doesn't know that tickets for Li Shiha's concert are hard to get? No tickets required. Who are you to Li Shiha? I've never seen you pretend so well. Shang Dao sneered, really? Ticket checking has started now, go in and try. And Xiaoran noticed that the atmosphere between the two was not right, but she didn't know how to persuade them. Qin Lang nodded slightly and said with a smile, okay. I was just about to go in. After saying that, he made a phone call, come pick me up at the gate. Looking at Qin Lang's calm expression, Shang Dao looked disdainful. Show off. Do you think you can get close to a big star like Li Shiha? If someone doesn't know, they would think you have someone in there. Not long after, there was a small commotion in the direction of the gate. A dark-skinned fat girl appeared at the door. Chapter 43 Fan's Public Enemy. Wow, isn't this Li Shiha's assistant? Yes, that's her. Why is she coming out? Is Li Shiha coming out too? I don't know, and I haven't heard that Li Shiha will interact with us off-site. Did their schedule change? Hello, can you help me get an autograph from Li Shiha? I also want an autograph. It would be even better if Li Shiha could leave a lip print on it. Damn it, you're overthinking it. How dare you desecrate my goddess? Amidst a small commotion, the dark and plump girl Li Lu squeezed through the crowd and walked out. When he saw Li Lu, Shang Dao's eyes lit up. He feigned surprise and said, that person is Li Shiha's assistant. Did she come out specifically to pick you up? Shang Dao sneered in his heart, let me see how you get out of this situation. His purpose was to embarrass Qin Lang. Qin Lang raised his eyebrows. How could he guess this? He nodded as a matter of course, yes. I just called out. Poochie. Shang Dao couldn't help but laugh out loud. He felt that Qin Lang had been forced into a corner, with no way out, and began to talk nonsense. Such lies that can be exposed immediately can be told. It seems that this guy's mind is a mess. And Xiaoran looked at Qin Lang with some confusion. As far as I can remember, Qin Lang is not the kind of person who likes to brag. At this moment, Shang Dao had a bad feeling in his heart. Because the dark-skinned assistant looked around and then walked straight towards this side. Shang Dao shouted in his heart, damn it. Don't come over here, don't come over here. Don't come over here. He knew that if this little assistant was really called out by Qin Lang, then the mocking words he had said before would turn into a slap in the face, viciously slapping him. Who the hell wants to slap himself in the face? However, the opposite happened. No matter how Shang Dao shouted in his heart, the dark-skinned assistant still came. Looking at the reluctant assistant Li Lu, Qin Lang curled up the corners of his mouth into a smile. He hurried over and said with a smile, Sister Lu, thank you for coming here in person. Thank you for your hard work. Li Lu rolled his eyes and said unhappily, you know how hard I've worked, but you still let me come out to pick you up? Let's go, I have something else to do, I'm very busy. Qin Lang nodded repeatedly. There are so many people here, and they still have to come out. It's understandable that they feel a little resentful. Qin Lang turned around and waved to the stunned Xiaoran, I'll go in first. Then, he followed Li Lu and walked leisurely towards the gate. When they reached the door, the security guards looked at Li Lu and then at Qin Lang. Without saying anything, he let him go. And Xiaoran stared blankly at Qin Lang's back and didn't react for a long time. At this moment, her heart was already in turmoil. Qin Lang actually went in. Moreover, he actually knew Li Shiha's personal assistant. How did he do it? What am I missing? At this time, Shang Dao's face was full of gloom and his expression was terribly ugly. This slap in the face came too quickly. He didn't even have a chance to react. He turned and looked at Xiaoran. When he saw the intoxicated look in Xiaoran's eyes, the anger in his heart surged again. Hateful. If I don't get this revenge, I'm not called Chang. All the fans saw the scene of Qin Lang being taken in by Li Lu. Who is this person? Who is this person? Why was he brought in by Li Shiha's assistant? Damn it, the one who is close to the water gets the moon first. What if he competes with me for the goddess? From today on, this man is my love rival. Don't let me meet him. I swore a long time ago that I would marry Li Shiha in this life. I've even prepared the betrothal gifts, and now a love rival has appeared. Brothers, we need to unite and knock down the guy who just walked in. Yes, I absolutely cannot let him snatch my Shiha away. What do you mean by your Shiha? Shiha is mine. Xin Lang didn't know that he was being targeted by countless male compatriots at this moment. At this time, and Xiaoran was surrounded by people. Beauty, who was that man just now? What's his name? Yeah, what's his relationship with that fat assistant? Is that man Li Shiha's suitor? What, he's your classmate? Damn it, that scumbag, he has a beautiful classmate, but he still wants to steal my Shiha. Fuck, I'm going to wait for him here today and teach him a lesson. And Xiaoran looked at the excited crowd and wanted to defend Xinlang, but she couldn't argue with so many people. Her words of explanation were directly drowned in the rolling waves. I know. At this moment, a loud roar attracted everyone's attention. Cheng Dao had a sinister smile on his face and shouted, I know who he is. His name is Qin Lang. When Cheng Dao saw the crowd so excited, a brilliant plan immediately came to his mind. He wanted to use the power of his fans to target Qin Lang. Aren't you awesome? I'll show you how powerful the masses are. Qin Lang? Sweetheart? Damn, the name is so rude. Yes, the name is so disgusting, it must not be a good thing. Brothers, remember the name Qin Lang. Once there is any news, please tell each other in the fan group. Wait, brothers, don't get excited. What if that guy isn't Li Shiha's suitor? Let's not accidentally hurt good people, otherwise it will tarnish Li Shiha's reputation. That makes sense. Let's collect evidence first. When hearing Qin Lang's name, fans had different reactions. Among these fans, there are brainless fans and rational fans. Unfortunately, Qin Lang was unaware of their reactions. Qin Lang followed the fat girl Lilu to the backstage and had a smooth journey. After arriving backstage, Lilu said, Sister Shiha is in the lounge, please find her yourself. After saying that, he ran away. Qin Lang looked around curiously at the backstage. This backstage only gave Qin Lang one feeling: it was too messy. It's not that things are messy, but that there are too many people. There were people walking back and forth all the time, and they seemed very busy. Many staff members dragging props kept shouting excuse me and then pulled away with a small lane of props. Qin Lang saw a room with the words dressing room written on it, and pushed open the door curiously, wanting to see what was inside. As a result, he pushed the door open and just put his head in. Several screams were heard from inside. Ah! Who are you? Rogue. Immediately afterwards, several performance costumes flew onto Qin Lang's head. Qin Lang threw down his performance clothes, hurriedly closed the door, and ran away. Chapter 44. What do you think our relationship is? At this time, Qin Lang's face was flushed and his expression was a little embarrassed. Damn, why should I change my clothes instead of just putting on makeup in the dressing room? Isn't this just selling dog meat under the guise of selling mutton? It turned out that when he opened the door, he saw several slim women wearing only underwear trying on performance costumes. Qin Lang stroked his violently beating heart and thought to himself, curiosity really killed the cat. Don't be so curious anymore. After Qin Lang slipped away, several girls walked out of the dressing room carrying sticks. Where's that gangster? We can't let him get away. How abominable. I've memorized the appearance of that wretched man. Don't let me run into him. I saw it too, he's quite handsome. Bah, you nymphomaniac, there are so many philandering men out there who specialize in deceiving silly girls like you. The girls looked around but couldn't find Qin Lang, so they returned to the dressing room with resentment on their faces. At this time, Qin Lang had already found the lounge. Looking at the words lounge on the door, Qin Lang breathed a sigh of relief. This time he learned his lesson and did not rashly push the door open, but knocked 3 times. At the same time, he heard the conversation in the lounge. Shiha, after today's performance, I'll take you to eat seafood. A new seafood restaurant has opened in Binhai, the food is pretty good. This is a man's voice. Hearing this voice, Qin Lang was slightly startled. Who is this person? The third sister as suitor? Is this person my brother-in-law? For some reason, Qin Lang felt a little uncomfortable. He wanted to see which pig was so lucky to get the cabbages from his own garden. Wan Tianga, please get out. I'm very busy now and have something to do tonight. Please don't disturb my work. This is Li Shiha's voice. Hearing the tone of Li Shiha's voice, Xin Lang felt relieved all of a sudden. It turns out that this is not the third sister's boyfriend, but a bootlicker. Come in. Immediately afterwards, Li Shiha's voice was heard again in the lounge. Xin Lang pushed open the door and saw several boys and beauties in the lounge. And Li Shiha is naturally the most eye-catching and dazzling one among all the beauties. When Li Shiha saw that it was Xin Lang who came in, a smile instantly appeared on her pretty face, which had been full of indifference. You're here. Li Shiha looked at Xin Lang with a smile and greeted him with a sweet smile. Here I come. Xin Lang smiled and nodded, looking around the lounge. At this time, Wan Tiange, who was sitting opposite Li Shiha, frowned. Who is this boy who just came in? He seems to be very familiar with Li Shiha. Li Shiha had just been indifferent to him, but now when he saw this boy, his expression changed instantly and was full of smiles. My goddess can only smile at me. In an instant, hostility rose in Wan Tiange's heart. He looked at Xin Lang several times and analyzed his attire. In the end, he concluded that Xin Lang came from an ordinary family and had no taste in clothing. At this time, Xin Lang had already walked in front of Li Shiha. Wan Tiange immediately asked, Shiha, who is this? Who is he to you? Li Shiha was about to introduce Xin Lang but was interrupted by Xin Lang. Xin Lang sat next to Li Shiha with confidence. This was not the end yet. He stretched out a hand and put it around Li Shiha's shoulders. Then, Xin Lang said with a smile, What is our relationship? Can't you see it? When he came in, Xin Lang was racking his brains to think of a strategy to rescue Li Shiha. In the end, he decided to pretend to be Li Shiha's boyfriend. He had pretended to be the boyfriend of Mo Rushue and Baya before, so he was familiar with the matter and had a lot of experience. It's easy to assemble. It's all about practice. Seeing Xin Lang actually put his arm around Li Shiha's shoulders, Wan Tiange stood up suddenly with a very ugly look on his face. What is your relationship? Kid, take your dirty hands away now. Who the hell are you? How dare you touch Shiha? Wan Tiange was so angry that he almost exploded. I have been pursuing Li Shiha for so long, but I have never even held her hand. And this brat, he started hugging me right away, is he looking for death? Moreover, Li Shiha did not resist when someone put his arm around his shoulders. Wan Tiange's mentality was about to explode. Not only did Wan Tiange lose control of his emotions, but the other people in the room also changed their expressions when they saw this scene. They had only one question in their minds: what was the relationship between this boy and Li Shiha? Xin Lang saw Wan Tiange almost going berserk and didn't care at all. Even the third sister doesn't like you, and you're still acting like a scabby dog. What do you want to do? Xin Lang smiled slightly, and the hand that was around Li Shiha's shoulder moved down, changed its target, and hugged Li Shiha's slender waist. Soft and elastic. He smiled and asked, Why, can't you see the relationship between Shiha and me? Feeling the hot hand on his waist, Li Shiha rolled his eyes secretly. She pressed the back of Xin Lang's hand with one hand and pinched him lightly, reminding him not to go too far. Wan Tiange's emotions were obviously getting out of control. Xin Lang moved his fingers, meaning, don't worry, I'll take care of everything. Unexpectedly, as soon as he moved his fingers, Li Shiha's waist became itchy and unbearable. This is a personal physical problem and she can't control it. Puff. In order to prevent himself from laughing too much, Li Shiha immediately turned around, buried his head in Xin Lang's shoulder, and laughed non-stop. Little did she know that Wan Tiange became even angrier after seeing her reaction. Looking at Xin Lang and Li Shiha, who were huddled together and had a very close relationship, Wan Tiange was shaking with anger. He pointed at Xin Lang's nose and roared, Boy, get out. I want to fight you one-on-one. If I don't beat you till shit and piss are all over your body today, I'll take your last name. Wan Tiange felt hot all over, with a ball of fire hidden in his body. If he doesn't let out this anger now, he might explode. At the same time, several other boys who had been silent walked behind Wan Tiange at the same time. They were all Wan Tiange's friends, and they originally came to see how Wan Tiange tried to seduce Li Shiha. But he didn't expect to see Wan Tiange being slapped in the face. As friends, they naturally couldn't just sit back and watch. Boy, let's go. There are so many girls here, it's not appropriate. If you're a man, come out with me. One of the boys reached out and pulled Xin Lang's arm while talking. Seeing the big hand reaching out, Xin Lang sneered slightly. He flipped his wrist and immediately grabbed the boy's hand. Then, he exerted a little force with his hands, and immediately squeezed the boy so hard that he screamed like a ghost. Li Shiha heard the screams and realized that both sides had started fighting. All of a sudden, Li Shiha's face was covered with frost. She stood up suddenly and said bluntly, "Wan Tiange, get out of here right now. You'd better not make me angry. Neither you nor your mother can bear this consequence." Seeing Li Shiha suddenly become like this, Wan Tiange felt panicked. Li Shiha's anger is terrifying. Chapter 45 The Strongest 9th Rank Master. Wan Tiange's mother is a shareholder of Li Shiha's company. Therefore, Wan Tiange can come and go freely in the backstage. It was precisely because of this relationship that Wan Tiange began to think of pursuing Li Shiha. However, he always pursued Li Shiha by being thick-skinned and never dared to cross the line. Because, there was once a rich young man who wanted to take advantage of Li Shiha and wanted to use despicable means to deal with Li Shiha. As a result, for some reason, this matter was exposed in advance. At that time, Li Shiha had just entered the entertainment industry and logically had no backing. In the past, the consequences of things like this that hadn't happened yet were not serious. At most, the rich young man would have to pay compensation and apologize. However, Li Shiha, who had just debuted at the time, announced to the public, "This won't end like this." Many people disagreed at the time. As a newcomer who just debuted, what kind of connections and background can you have? That rich young man's family is not to be trifled with, as they have produced several business tycoons. Unexpectedly, shortly after Li Shiha said that, the family was investigated. All the activities of that family were exposed and displayed for everyone to see. All the main members of the family were thrown into prison and are still in prison today. Later, rumors came out that higher-level forces had taken action. The family that the rich young man belongs to has no power to resist at all. So, when Wan Tiange decided to pursue Li Shiha, his mother warned him not to anger Li Shiha. Seeing Li Shiha getting angry at this time, Wan Tiange's heart trembled. The anger in his heart dissipated instantly, leaving only panic in his heart. He was a little confused. Why did Li Shiha suddenly get angry? Is it because his friend went to catch that brat? Why does she defend him so much? Thinking of this, Wan Tiange felt a surge of sourness in his heart. Li Shiha was angry, and Wan Tiange didn't dare to stay here for long. He glared at Qin Lang fiercely and remembered Qin Lang's appearance deeply in his heart. He swore that he would never let this kid go. Afterwards, Wan Tiange left the lounge in shame with a few friends. After these people left, the coldness on Li Shiha's face gradually dissipated. While carefully examining Qin Lang, she asked with concern, "Brother, are you hurt?" She just saw that man dared to attack Qin Lang, and her emotions exploded all of a sudden, without even having time to check if Qin Lang was injured. Looking at Li Shiha's face full of concern, Qin Lang breathed a sigh of relief. To be honest, Li Shiha's expression just now scared him. He didn't expect that his gentle third sister could be so tough. That expression. Like a tigress protecting her cubs? Seeing Li Shiha become gentle again, Qin Lang smiled and said, "Third sister, I'm fine. I'm a 9th grade master. That guy just now couldn't hurt me." Li Shiha stretched out his fingers, as white as mutton fat jade, and tapped Qin Lang's brow. She frowned and demanded, "Speak. Where on earth did you go this morning? Also, why did you hang up on me?" Qin Lang was stunned. Is the third sister still upset about hanging up the phone? In desperation, he could only briefly explain what happened in the morning. After listening to Qin Lang's explanation, Li Shiha looked at him sideways. "I didn't realize you really like fighting. There are countless masters in the world. What would you do if you met a master one day? Don't act rashly from now on, do you hear me?" What else can Qin Lang do? He could only nod obediently. At this time, the other girls in the lounge gathered around. "Sister Shiha, you looked so domineering just now. Senior sister, you were so majestic just now. Senior sister, it turns out he's not your boyfriend. Looking at his expression just now, I thought he was really your boyfriend. Sister Shiha, your brother is so handsome." The girls sat next to Qin Lang and Li Shiha, chattering non-stop. Looking at the girls around him, Li Shiha suddenly smiled mysteriously. She put her red lips close to Qin Lang's ear and whispered softly, "Brother, didn't you just break up? Do you think these girls are pretty?" Li Shiha's voice was soft, with a hint of temptation. Feeling the warm breath beside his ears, Qin Lang felt itchy, as if a kitten was scratching his heart. "What does this mean, third sister? Would you like to introduce me to a girlfriend?" Just then. Ding. Li Shiha's thoughts detected, "Please select a task." Task 1, answer Li Shiha, none of them look good. Task reward, 9th rank master exchange card most powerful. Task 2, answer Li Shiha, you are the most beautiful. Task reward, charm +5. Seeing these two options, Xin Lang was a little confused. Judging from the mission rewards, he definitely wants to choose mission 1. But to be honest, the girls in front of me are all very beautiful. She is young, pretty, and has a childish look on her face. She must be a newcomer who just debuted. The most important thing is that Xin Lang was worried that if he answered his third sister with task 1, his third sister would think that his taste was too high and would not introduce him to a girlfriend in the future. As for task 2, Xin Lang didn't even consider it. My third sister is already very beautiful, so what is the point of saying all this? Besides, a charm of +5 isn't appealing at all. Task 1. Without much hesitation, Xin Lang made his choice. He tilted his head slightly and whispered to Li Shiha, third sister, none of them look good. Sure enough, as soon as Xin Lang spoke, Li Shiha frowned slightly. She looked at these girls in confusion. They were all very pretty. Is there something wrong with my brother's aesthetic taste? Li Shiha sighed and said, forget it. She turned her head and answered the girls' questions with a smile. Xin Lang sat quietly in his original position, his heart filled with joy. The power of the 9th rank master exchange card, the strongest, exceeded his expectations. As soon as the redemption card was delivered, he redeemed it directly. As soon as he completed the exchange, he felt hot all over, as if there was a fire hidden in his body. After asking the nitpicker, he finally understood where the problem lay. When he first saw this exchange card, he thought the word strongest was a state of mind. But the nitpicker said that the word strongest does not refer to realm, but strength. At the 9th level, Xin Lang is now the strongest person in the world. Damn it! After hearing the news, Xin Lang was so excited that he wanted to jump up. The strongest 9th rank in the world. In other words, if I meet a 9th grade master in the future, I can kill him instantly. Chapter 46, That Man Appears. In the following time, Li Shiha began to get busy. To hold a concert, Li Shiha needs to prepare a lot of things. Wherever Li Shiha went, Xin Lang followed. Like a little tail. Xin Lang followed Li Shiha lazily, having nothing to do. Just when Xin Lang thought that time would pass in such a boring way, he heard a sentence. A sentence that made his heart beat wildly. Brother, come on, I have to go put on makeup. Li Shiha turned his head to look at Xin Lang and asked him to go with him. Hearing this, Xin Lang instantly lost his composure. He asked tentatively, third sister, are we going to your private dressing room? Li Shiha shook his head, no. The space here is limited, so we only have one dressing room. The tools there are quite complete and very convenient. When Xin Lang heard this, his scalp suddenly went numb. What should I do? What if I run into the gunpoint of those girls? Before Xin Lang could hesitate, Li Shiha grabbed his clothes and told him to leave quickly. There was no choice, but Xin Lang could only follow slowly. He prayed in his heart. I hope those girls were just changing clothes there and then left. Otherwise, if they told my third sister that they were peeping at them, it would be hard to explain. Although I just glanced at it unintentionally, it was indeed a peek. Amit Ba. God willing. The gods of Luo Tian. Wulian Tianzuan. Xin Lang prayed to the gods in all directions in his heart, praying that the girls had left. As a result, when the door of the dressing room opened, Xin Lang was dumbfounded. Not one less. It's all there. Seeing the tools in their hands, Xin Lang felt so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. It turns out that these girls are makeup teachers responsible for makeup. What are you guys in makeup doing, changing into other actors' costumes? Is it fun? As soon as Li Shiha opened the door of the dressing room, the girls inside greeted her with smiles. After all, they felt honored to serve Li Shiha, the famous singing god. But when they saw Xin Lang behind Li Shiha, their faces changed instantly. For a moment, a hint of anger appeared on the girls' faces. Several girls dragged out a few sticks from behind the door and came to teach Xin Lang a lesson. The girls' attacks naturally could not threaten Xin Lang. He only needed to lower his head slightly or jump easily to avoid their attacks. But this is not a good thing. Xin Lang dodged while shouting, "Why are you guys doing this?" That was a misunderstanding. I didn't mean it. However, the girls didn't listen to his explanation at all. They brandished sticks and shouted, "It's better to deal with a scoundrel like you by just hitting him directly." Yes, I beat him so that he wouldn't dare to peek again next time. Misunderstanding. Do you think we are little girls who have just entered society? That's right, we won't be fooled by you. You didn't mean to do it, you just did it on purpose. There are so many girls, how can Qin Lang win against them? He looked at Li Shiha for help, but found that Li Shiha was dazed. Li Shiha was unable to react when she saw the usually gentle makeup artist suddenly become irritable. It took her several seconds to come back to her senses. She quickly stepped forward to stop the makeup artist's violence. When the makeup artist saw Li Shiha stepping forward to stop the fight, they quickly put away the sticks. Li Shiha's status is there, so they naturally have to give Li Shiha face. Moreover, Li Shiha was about to perform on stage. If something happened, it would be a big problem. A girl asked angrily, "Sister Shiha, why are you with this big gangster? Be careful, this guy is not a good person." Li Shiha looked at Qin Lang and became even more puzzled. She asked confusedly, "What's wrong? He's causing trouble again?" The girls answered in unison, "He was peeping at us changing clothes." After saying that, the girls looked at Qin Lang angrily, thinking in their hearts, "What a waste of this face. He is so handsome, but he has such a disgusting quirk." "What?" Li Shiha's voice suddenly rose 2 degrees. She suddenly turned her head to look at Qin Lang, frowned and asked, "Brother, what's going on?" She had already made up her mind that if Qin Lang really was peeping at other people changing clothes, she would definitely teach him a lesson and make sure he got rid of this bad habit. Qin Lang shook his head weakly. "Third sister, please listen to my explanation. When I came in earlier, I couldn't find where you were, so I had to wander around here. At the time, I saw there was a dressing room here, and out of curiosity, I wanted to come in and take a look. As soon as I opened the door. Needless to say, everyone knows what happens next." Seeing that the girls' expressions had improved, he immediately assured them, "I really didn't mean it. Besides, I didn't see anything. At this time, even if you saw something, you have to say you didn't see it." Moreover, he just took a quick glance and immediately slipped away when he realized something was wrong. "Actually, I didn't see anything clearly." At this time, Li Shiha's expression relaxed. Li Shiha glared at Qin Lang fiercely, then turned around to help him explain. With Li Shiha's intervention, the mediation work became much easier. Finally, after Qin Lang's repeated assurances, the girls forgave him. When Li Shiha finished putting on her makeup and walked out of the dressing room, Qin Lang, who was following behind her, let out a long sigh. Next, there will be a fan meeting before the concert. While following Li Shiha to the meeting room, Qin Lang received a text message. The text message was sent by An Xiaoran. "Qin Lang, what is your relationship with Li Shiha? You'd better not appear in front of Li Shiha's fans. They all think you are a suitor of Li Shiha. A lot of people are saying they want to block you, so you better be careful recently. Chang Dao has already exposed your name. Fans already know your name." The content of the text message is very long and complicated. After reading this text message, Qin Lang felt his scalp tingling. Damn it! I became the public enemy of my fans. How many fans does the third sister have? I guess there are too many to count. But why are they so excited? It is impossible for my third sister to marry them. I wonder what their expressions would be if they knew that I still lived with my third sister. When he reached the door of the meeting room, Qin Lang stopped. You still have to consider your third sister's future and avoid causing scandals for her. He leaned against the glass door of the meeting room, waiting quietly for Li Shiha to come out. Little did he know that a fan recognized his back in the meeting room. The fan took a picture of his back and posted it in the fan group. The fan also wrote, "That man appeared. Chapter 47 Are you teaching me how to do things?" As soon as this picture was posted to the fan group, someone recognized Qin Lang. "Is that Qin Lang? Where did you take that photo?" Soon, the fan who posted the picture replied, "I'm attending a fan meeting. He came with Li Shiha." As soon as these 2 sentences came out, the fan base was shocked. It's confirmed. No more running away. This Qin Lang is going after Li Shiha. Damn it, how dare you steal my dream goddess? In an instant, the lurking fans emerged one after another. How could the goddess of their dreams be taken away by others? Qin Lang was playing with his phone out of boredom at this time. He accidentally came across a short video that was going viral today. The location in the video is exactly the gate of Yunchang City. Countless strong men shouted respectfully, "Greetings, Master Qin." However, the video only captured these strong men, and did not capture the direct members of the Bai family and Qin Lang. In the comments section below the video, countless netizens left messages. A big shot has arrived in Binhai. This young Master Qin must be a top figure in China. With so many strong men welcoming him, the identity of that young Master Qin must be extraordinary. I really want to know who that Mr. Qin is. Why didn't this video capture the entire thing? It didn't capture what young Master Qin looked like. This Mr. Qin is of extraordinary status. I really want to meet him. Qin Lang was slightly stunned when he saw this video. Isn't this me? Ha ha. I didn't expect that I'd be so famous now. Bite. At this time, Qin Lang's cell phone rang. He clicked on it and saw that it was from Xiaoran again. Qin Lang, are you pursuing Li Shiha? Are you outside the fan meeting room now? Don't meet those fans, they are very unfriendly to you now. Seeing this news, Qin Lang raised his eyebrows. What was going on? How did Xiaoran know my location? Qin Lang thought about it and called Xiaoran directly. Xiaoran, what's going on? How do you know where I am? After the call was connected, Qin Lang asked the doubts in his mind. However, there was no response from Xiaoran on the phone, only a burst of noise. After a long while, Xiaoran's voice came from the phone. She lowered her voice, as if she was worried that others would hear. Qin Lang, I'm already at the venue. There were too many people just now, and I was afraid of exposing you. Now I've found a safe place where I can talk. Qin Lang, someone shared a photo of your back in the fan group. It must have been taken by a fan in the meeting room. They said you were pursuing Li Shiha and threatened to protect Li Shiha and teach you a lesson. Please pay attention to your own safety. Qin Lang was slightly stunned after hearing this explanation. Depend on. Is the power of fans so great? Xiaoran, send me the fan group number and I'll go in and take a look. Good. Soon, Xiaoran sent the fan group number, and Qin Lang successfully joined a fan group called Only Love Shiha. As soon as he joined the fan group, he changed his name to Master Qin. This was also a sudden idea on his part. Since Master Qin already has some fame, let's just use this name. You definitely cannot use your real name, or you might get criticized to death. Soon, the fans who were discussing how to deal with Qin Lang noticed the 3 words Master Qin. A fan asked, "Are you the Mr. Qin?" He was not sure, so he wanted to test it out. At this time, all the fans who were discussing heatedly just now stopped talking and waited quietly for Qin Lang's answer. If this young Master Qin is the young Master Qin at the gate of Yunchang City, that would be shocking. Such a person is actually a fan of Li Shiha. As fans of Li Shiha, they even feel a sense of honor. Qin Lang thought about it and decided to create a character for himself. Young Master Qin. These 3 words give off a feeling of being from a wealthy family and being very cool. So, Qin Lang replied coldly, "Which one?" In an instant, more than a dozen videos appeared on the group chat interface. The content of these videos is the same, which is the video of shouting Master Qin at the gate of Yunchang City. Seeing this scene, Qin Lang showed a wicked smile at the corner of his mouth. These fans are quite enthusiastic. He infiltrated this group in order to get into the fan group and control their every move. The fans are so enthusiastic, it's a good sign. After several minutes, Qin Lang replied, "It's me." During these few minutes, no one in the fan group spoke, and everyone was waiting for Qin Lang's answer. As soon as the 2 words Qin Lang were released, the fan group instantly became excited. Damn, it's really young Master Qin. I'm not seeing things. Is this true? It can't be that exaggerated. A person of young Master Qin's level is actually in the same group as me. Greetings, Master Qin. Greetings, Master Qin. Greetings, Master Qin. In the fan group, some people were amazed at first. In the end, everyone copied the 5 words "Greetings, Master Qin," and the screen was instantly flooded with them. These 5 words echo the content of the video. At this time, whether in the fan meeting room or in the audience seats of the concert, many fans were shocked and looked at the group chat message in surprise. And those fans who copied meeting Master Qin were extremely excited and passionate. It was as if they were also one of the strong men in Yunchang City. It seemed as if they had contributed to the shout of "Greetings, Master Qin" that resounded everywhere. At this moment, someone in the group chat typed, "You're not lying, are you? Prove yourself with evidence. If you are really Mr. Qin, you must have luxury cars and villas. You can take a picture of any of them. After seeing this news, some fans followed suit and began to question whether Qinlang was a fake. But most fans did not speak, waiting for Qinlang's answer. After several minutes, Qinlang slowly typed out 6 words, "Are you teaching me how to do things?" Since Master Qin has to maintain his cool demeanor, he can't talk nonsense. As soon as these 6 words came out, the group became hot again. How does young Master Qin do things? Do you need to tell him what to do? What is Mr. Qin's status? Do you still need proof? I'm already very satisfied if Master Qin can show up and chat for a few minutes. Seeing these group messages popping up continuously, Qinlang smiled and put away his phone. As long as they believe that young Master Qin is someone else, it will be fine. Just then. Ding! Over 1,000 people have been detected admiring the host. The host has been awarded the title of highly respected. Qinlang was delighted when he heard the electronic voice of the nitpicker. Is this possible? Ha ha! What rewards will there be? Qinlang rubbed his hands excitedly, waiting for the reward to arrive. As a result, he waited for several minutes, but there was no movement in his mind. What's going on? Where's my reward? Did you embezzle it? Qinlang asked himself. He has always felt that argumentative people are unreliable and often go against him. Now it's finally exposed? Bite. A familiar electronic sound rang out. Qinlang was delighted. Is the reward going to be reissued? However, after hearing what the argumentative person said, he was so angry that he wanted to hit someone. Host, please be careful with your words and actions and do not slander this system at will. Chapter 48, that's what I meant. Damn it! There is no reward at all for getting a title of highly respected? There's no use in having this title. Tangible rewards are king. Then where is my reward? Qinlang asked in his heart. It has been detected that more than 1,000 people have evil thoughts towards the host, so the reward will be offset. Well, is there such a thing? Qinlang was dumbfounded after hearing the argumentative person's explanation. Needless to say, these evil thoughts must also come from those fans. As expected, water can carry a boat, but it can also capsize it. After about 10 minutes, Li Shiha came out. Qinlang immediately followed and the two walked side by side. Li Shiha was speechless and said, "Brother, guess what question they ask the most?" Qinlang said without hesitation, "I'm sure he's asking if you have a sweetheart or if you have any suitors recently." Li Shiha opened her eyes wide and looked at Qinlang in surprise. "Brother, how did you know?" Indeed, the most common question fans ask is, "Do you have any suitors recently? Are you planning on getting married?" Hearing these questions, Li Shiha felt extremely overwhelmed. Moreover, this problem is particularly prevalent today. Qinlang smiled mysteriously and said, "Third sister is so beautiful, your fans must be concerned about your love life. They all want your favor." Li Shiha touched his cheek and lamented, "I just want to make a living by my talent." Qinlang. He found that Li Shiha's private image was very different from what was portrayed in the media. She has the face of a cold goddess, but in private she is very lively and funny. Just like that, the two of them left the meeting room talking and laughing. Qinlang didn't notice that a fan took out his phone again and took a picture of him and Li Shiha leaving side by side. Soon, the concert began. Qinlang was seated in the first row of the audience. Before, he had only heard Li Shiha's songs on the internet. This was Qinlang's first time to hear Li Shiha sing live. The god of song is worthy of being the god of song. As soon as the song opens, people can be deeply immersed in the mood of the song. Although the live listening experience is not very good, the sense of immersion and the beauty of being immersed in the melody are completely different from listening to music on a mobile phone. The most important thing is that the atmosphere on the scene is very warm, which makes people feel a resonance unconsciously. After the song ended, Li Shiha went backstage to change into his performance costume. The fans were still savoring the song they had just heard. At this moment, Qinlang's cell phone suddenly rang, and messages kept popping up one after another. He clicked on it and saw that it was a message in the class group. Many people in it are posting videos of today's concert. These are the people who grabbed the concert tickets. Moreover, they also intentionally or unintentionally show the area they are in. Because the closer the concert area is to the front, the better the viewing experience will be and the more expensive the ticket price will be. Among them, one named Lu Danning was the most proud. Lu Dunning's father was a nouveau riche, and Lu Danning also learned some of his father's habits. He always thought that as long as he showed off his wealth ostentatiously enough, others would admire him. Now, he is frantically posting videos of the scene in the class group, bragging about how much money he spent on this position. Bragging about how great the viewing is from this location, it's money well spent. Xin Lang clicked on his video and saw that his location should be in the third zone behind him. The ticket price for that seat is around 70,000 to 80,000 yuan. For a newly graduated student, spending 70,000 or 80,000 yuan to watch a concert is indeed quite extravagant. Xin Lang didn't want to pay attention to him. Given his current condition, there is nothing to argue with Lu Danning. Lu Danning is no longer in his eyes. Later, and Xiaoran posted a video in the group, complaining that she couldn't see Li Shiha on the stage clearly from her position. Lu Danning suddenly became excited and kept making sarcastic remarks about Xiaoran. Seeing this scene, Xin Lang frowned. It's so rude of a grown man to pick on a girl. So, Xin Lang picked up his phone, took a video, and sent it to the group. Soon, the class group exploded. Xin Lang, are you in the first row of the concert? Fuck, Xin Lang, how come you're so rich? That rumor can't be true, right? Your seat in the first row must be worth at least 500,000. Xin Lang, you've become rich. These exclamations came in waves, instantly drowning out Lu Danning's words. After the group chat messages stopped for a moment, Xin Lang slowly sent a message. The viewing experience in the first row is actually average, not as good as Lu Danning's in the third row. This sentence is a naked mockery. Mocking what Lu Danning said before. The first row is only 7 or 8 meters away from Li Shiha, so how could the viewing experience not be as good as the third row? When the other people in the group saw the two people arguing with each other, they all shut up and watched the fight from the sidelines. At this time in the third area, Lu Danning suddenly stood up and looked towards the first row. Sure enough, he saw a familiar shadow in the first row. While Lu Danning was shocked, he also felt a little dissatisfied. He sent a message in the group, "Why don't you go to the stage and watch it?" He was deliberately provoking Xin Lang and embarrassing him. Because Li Shiha never allows fans to send flowers or other things to his concerts. Xin Lang saw the message and replied with a sneer, "That's exactly what I meant." Chapter 49 Sister's Favor. Then, Xin Lang stuffed his cell phone into his trouser pocket, picked up a bouquet of flowers beside him, and strode towards the stage. Lu Danning almost laughed out loud when he saw Xin Lang stand up and walk towards the stage in the third area. Ha ha! This idiot! After being provoked by himself, he actually walked towards the stage. Don't you know Li Shiha's rules? Today I want to see how you make a fool of yourself in front of so many people. Thinking of this, Lu Danning quickly raised his mobile phone to record the whole process. At the same time, others also noticed Xin Lang's actions. Seeing Xin Lang rushing towards the stage, the audience burst into laughter. That guy is a fake fan. He actually wanted to give flowers to Li Shiha. Doesn't he know Li Shiha's rules? This is probably another clown trying to grab attention. Stupid guy, if he could walk onto the stage, I'd take his last name. That fat assistant is not to be trifled with. I once saw her throw a 100-pound man 5 or 6 meters away with just one move of her hand. This guy is quite thin. I estimate he will be thrown 10 meters away. Everyone looked at Xin Lang walking towards the stage and talked about his back. At this time, some fans discovered the clue. Damn, this silhouette looks so familiar. Damn, this guy is the Xin Lang from before. He's holding a bouquet of flowers. What does he want to do? Present flowers to Shiha? Has this idiot never heard of Shiha's rules? If Shiha accepts his flowers, I'll be a huge idiot. This guy actually pursued Shiha in front of us, bah, a dog licker. At this time, Xin Lang was walking towards the stage. In front of the stage, Fat Girl Lila led a group of bodyguards in a row. Stay in front of the stage. At this moment, Xin Lang said in his heart. Exchange for a primary singing talent exchange card. He had obtained this redemption card before, but had never redeemed it. Ding! The primary singing talent exchange card has been successfully exchanged. As soon as the argumentative person finished speaking, Xin Lang felt the area from his throat to his chest warm and comfortable. Xin Lang was slightly surprised. Awesome! It works so quickly. Arriving in front of the stage, Li Lu stood in front of Xin Lang. Li Lu put his hands on his hips and said unhappily, "What are you doing again?" She had just heard that Xin Lang was actually peeping at the beautiful makeup artist changing clothes backstage. This guy is indeed not a good person. It seems that I did not wrongly accuse him yesterday. Be careful with this guy next time. At this time, the audience saw Lila stopping Qin Lang and almost burst out laughing. Ha, I told you, there's no way the assistant would let him in. You don't even know the rules of Shiha's concert, and you still want to pursue Shiha? Dream on. He was ridiculed in front of so many people, and he still had the nerve to pursue Shiha? Even if he bribed his assistant, Shiha would never accept his flowers. He would be humiliating himself. Ha, I just love watching this kind of face-slapping scene, I never get tired of it. Qin Lang raised the flowers in his hand and said with a smile, "Give flowers to my sister." Lilu pursed his lips, turned his body and made way for a passage. There's no way, this guy is Sister Shiha's younger brother. Sister Shiha and Sister Gong Lu dote on him too much, and sooner or later they will spoil him. Li's turning around made the laughter in the audience stop abruptly. The people who were laughing wildly just now were stunned in an instant. What's going on? The fat assistant must have been bribed by this guy. Why let him take the stage? Is it because he is handsome? The audience looked at Li Lu, who was holding his head high and chest out, looking quite proud, and felt uncomfortable as if a fly had been eaten in his mouth. This slap in the face came too quickly. Everyone believed that Qin Lang would be sent back. But unexpectedly, Assistant Li Lu let him go. And Qin Lang has already stepped onto the stage. At this time, the audience still had a last glimmer of hope in their hearts. That is, Li Shiha refused Qin Lang's flowers, making Qin Lang embarrassed. But soon, the audience's hopes were dashed. Li Shiha not only accepted Qin Lang's flowers, but also waved the flowers to everyone present while singing. Moreover, the smile on her face became extremely bright after she received the flowers. Li Shiha's smile was extremely bright, but the audience was crying in their hearts. Why? Why did Li Shiha accept flowers from that boy? What's so special about that kid? Isn't it just that he's more handsome and looks more sunny? The fans are full of resentment. At this time, Qin Lang stood on the stage, looking at Li Shiha who was singing, and a light flashed in his heart. The third sister, who was singing seriously, was so beautiful that it was unfair. Her presence on the music scene is a mountain that is difficult for other female singers of the same generation to climb. At this time, Li Shiha, who was singing, saw Qin Lang still standing stupidly on the stage, and quickly signaled him to get off. It doesn't affect the singing. Li Shiha has good singing skills and stable breathing, so there is no need to worry about being disturbed. It was because Li Shiha saw Qin Lang standing next to him, looking at him and smiling foolishly, and he was speechless. This silly brother, is he not stunned by what he sees? At the same time, she felt a little secretly happy in her heart. The fact that she could make her younger brother stunned was enough to prove her charm. Of course Qin Lang was not stunned. At this moment, the beautiful Li Shiha was right in front of him. How could he bear to look away? Qin Lang understood after receiving Li Shiha's eye contact. He nodded slightly, indicating that he had received Li Shiha's meaning. Then, he did not step down from the stage immediately, but made a move that left everyone speechless. He took out his cell phone, held it in front of him, raised his cheek 45 degrees, and then adjusted the position of the phone's camera to take a picture of himself and Li Shiha on the phone. Seeing Qin Lang's actions, Li Shiha sighed helplessly in his heart. However, she still sang while putting her head close to Qin Lang's shoulder and cooperated to complete the selfie. After doing all this, Qin Lang slowly walked off the stage and returned to his seat. At this time, those fans or audiences who had previously mocked Qin Lang were collectively dumbfounded. They never expected that Li Shiha and Qin Lang had such a good relationship. So good that it can break the rules set by Li Shiha himself. And the news in the class group has been bursting out like a volcano. There was no need for Qin Lang to speak now, as the other students in the group had already scolded Lu Danning so much that his face turned blue. Chapter 51 verses 9. In an area far away from the stage. And Xiaoran saw Qin Lang taking a selfie on the big screen and was so amused that she covered her mouth and laughed. Beside Xiaoran, Cheng Dao looked at Qin Lang on the big screen with a gloomy face, feeling jealous to the point of going crazy. Why? Why is the famous cold goddess Li Shiha so indulgent towards him? Why doesn't Xiaoran also look at him differently? Cheng Dao has been loved by his family since he was a child and is the little emperor of the family. He has always been the center of the family. He had never experienced such a painful experience as today. The more Cheng Dao thought about it, the angrier he became. He was really angry. He is the kind of person who will take revenge today instead of waiting for the next day. Thinking of this, he picked up his phone and sent out a few messages. After the previous handshake, he knew that Qin Lang had a foundation in martial arts. Judging from Qin Lang's hand strength, Qin Lang should be a 9th grade warrior. 9th rank warrior? Humph. I wonder if you, a 9th grade warrior, can defeat 9 9th grade warriors? As time went by, the concert came to an end. During this process, Qin Lang was listening to music with peace of mind. He discovered that Li Shiha's singing seemed to be naturally highly infectious. As long as you listen carefully, it is easy to step into the world created by the singing. Until the end of the concert, Qin Lang still felt a little unsatisfied. After the concert, Qin Lang went backstage and found Li Shiha resting in the lounge. As soon as he stepped into the lounge, Li Shiha opened his eyes. "Brother, sit down. I'll take a rest first. I'm so tired." Li Shiha said weakly, then closed his eyes again. Seeing Li Shiha's tired look, Qin Lang felt a little distressed. Even an Iron Man couldn't stand singing for so long. What's more, the third sister is a delicate girl. Qin Lang whispered, "Sister, you take a rest first. I'll drive the car to the door, and then we'll go home." Li Shiha nodded and said with a smile, "Go quickly." Qin Lang turned his head and gave Li Lu a few words of advice, then walked out of the lounge. When he walked out of the gate of Binhai Sports Center and headed towards the parking lot, he always felt that someone was staring at him. But he found no conclusive evidence. Just when he thought he was being suspicious, many strong men appeared around him. He glanced around and saw an acquaintance among them. The acquaintance was Cheng Dao. At this time, Cheng Dao saw that there were so many people on his side, so he was not in a hurry to deal with Qin Lang. He wants to completely defeat Qin Lang both mentally and physically. Cheng Dao pinched his finger bones and approached Qin Lang with a sneer. "Qin Lang, you didn't expect that. We meet again so soon." Looking at Cheng Dao, who was getting closer and closer, Qin Lang said coldly, "Why, do you want to kiss me?" It turned out that Cheng Dao had been getting close to Qin Lang's face in order to show his power and to demonstrate his oppressiveness. According to Cheng Dao's experience, Qin Lang should have taken a step back in horror at this time, and then looked at himself in fear. But Qin Lang not only did not move, there was no trace of fear on his face. Looking at Qin Lang's calm appearance and listening to his chilling words, Cheng Dao felt very annoyed. This guy, doesn't he see that there are so many people here? Why are you pretending to be calm? The more Cheng Dao thought about it, the angrier he became, and he grabbed Qin Lang's hair with his claws. He wanted to grab Qin Lang's hair first and then slap him a few times. This trick is very useful. He has used it to subdue many unruly rich second generations. Some people are just mean and will only behave themselves after being beaten. Just as Cheng Dao reached out to grab it, an electronic voice sounded in Qin Lang's mind. "The host is being attacked, please pay attention to defense." Hearing this, Qin Lang rolled his eyes. "Someone's hand has already reached out to my eyelids, and you only remind me now. Do you think I'm blind? Defense? It doesn't exist. The best defense is offense." Since Cheng Dao took the initiative, Qin Lang naturally wouldn't be polite. Thunder fist. Qin Lang groaned in his heart. He threw a punch. Cheng Dao's hand just touched the tip of Qin Lang's hair and he could no longer move forward. Because Qin Lang's punch had hit Cheng Dao's chin. Woo! Bang! A muffled cry of pain was heard. Cheng Dao was knocked down by a punch and fell to the ground with a bang. At this moment, the whole audience was silent. Cheng Dao's helpers never expected that Qin Lang would dare to fight back. Moreover, he solved the problem with just one punch. Doesn't he want to live anymore? Boy, you are so bold. You bastard, you want to die. You bastard, I'm going to kill you today. Idiot, do you know who he is? In an instant, the helpers rushed forward and attacked Qin Lang together. Behind Qin Lang and others, a large group of male fans were stopping to watch. They also came to ambush Qin Lang and prepare to teach him a lesson. As a result, Cheng Dao and others got there first. One of the male fans regretted, "We were walking too slowly just now. If we had walked faster, we would have been the ones to teach Qin Lang a lesson." Another person echoed, "Yeah. But the other group is so tall and strong, we won't be able to defeat them." Seeing Qin Lang surrounded by 9 people, they believed that Qin Lang would be beaten up. Hey, Qin Lang actually dared to take the initiative. He's so bold. That's right, he's ruined. Of course. Seeing Qin Lang actually take the initiative, fans couldn't help but shake their heads. This guy is too crazy. It will definitely be repaired badly. Sure enough, after Qin Lang made his move, the other 8 strong men pounced on him. Seeing this scene, fans exclaimed. That Qin Lang won't be beaten half to death, right? It's possible. I'll have to stay in the hospital for at least 3 months. However, before they could finish their exclamation, they witnessed a scene that they would never forget. The 8 strong men who besieged Qin Lang suddenly scattered like blooming petals. Boom! 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 There were 8 consecutive loud bangs, and 8 strong men fell to the ground at the same time. The strong men fell to the ground at the same time, wailing. Today, Qin Lang is the strongest 9th grade warrior, and this strength is real. Seeing this scene, fans were stunned. What just happened? What the hell is going on? Was that scene just now a dazzle for me? What made them even more confused was that after Qin Lang dealt with the 8 strong men, he turned around and walked towards them. Chapter 51, Scare Off Fans. Gurgle. The fans swallowed hard, feeling a little flustered. What does this guy want to do? He won't realize that we want to deal with him, right? What to do? It's over. Getting closer. Let it be. Seeing Qin Lang getting closer and closer, the fans were frightened. Qin Lang walked up to them, clasped his arms, said nothing, and looked at the fans with squinted eyes. He naturally noticed the expressions of his fans. Looking at the fans' trembling expressions, Qin Lang felt secretly happy. Is this the feeling only the strong have? These fans are just ordinary people, and it is impossible for him to really take action to defeat them. These fans have never practiced martial arts and have poor resistance to blows. What if they blackmail me? However, you can scare them and teach them a lesson. Qin Lang's expression was not ferocious, just cold. But in the eyes of his fans, his expression seemed a little ferocious. After all, he had just dealt with 9 strong men. The scene where the strong men exploded in all directions at the same time was something that fans would remember for the rest of their lives. Gurgle. You want, what? A male fan standing in the front couldn't stand Qin Lang's momentum anymore, so he asked the question. His voice was trembling violently, and it was obvious that he was extremely panicked. Seeing someone taking the lead, the others also spoke up one after another. What's with that expression on your face? Why are you looking at us like that? You hit someone, and why don't you run away? Don't worry, we won't report you. Yes, you should leave quickly. If you don't leave now, you won't be able to leave. The fans acted warm-hearted and urged Qin Lang to leave quickly. Only then did Qin Lang slowly speak. What do you do? His voice was cold and contained a hint of chill. When fans heard this tone, a chill instantly ran down their spines. Does this guy want to kill people to silence them? Depend on. I'm just passing by. I don't know them. I went out to buy some soy sauce and ended up here without realizing it. I have night blindness and didn't see anything just now. Hey, how did I get here? My mom is calling me home for dinner, so I'll leave first. In order to escape, the fans' already fragile cohesion collapsed in an instant. Only then did Qin Lang see what it meant to be like the 8 immortals crossing the sea, each displaying their magical powers. The reasons given by these fans are more bizarre than each other and are hilarious. If it weren't for the need to maintain his current cold expression, Qin Lang would have laughed out loud. Stop! Seeing the fans trying to escape, Qin Lang shouted. Qin Lang's loud shout was like a bolt of thunder hitting the fans, freezing them in place. I know who you are. I also know your purpose. If you want to hit me, then be prepared to be hit. Since you didn't do anything this time, I'll let you go for once. If you have such thoughts next time, be prepared to have your hands and feet broken. Seeing that he was almost frightened, Qin Lang gave a warning. Yes, we won't dare to do that again. Of course. I'll go home right away. How dare we have any evil thoughts? I dare not. Qin Lang's words scared the fans into breaking out in cold sweats. It turns out that he knew everything. Could it be that there is a traitor in the fan group? No, that person must be found. After scaring this group of fans, Qin Lang drove them away. Immediately, he walked to Cheng Dao's side. At this time, Cheng Dao was leaning against the flower bed, with blood foam coming out of the corner of his mouth. And at his side, a few bloody teeth rolled down. Qin Lang's punch hit Cheng Dao's chin, not only knocking him unconscious, but also breaking all of his good teeth. Seeing Qin Lang coming over, Chang Dao immediately looked at Qin Lang with resentment and roared. Just wait for me, little bastard. I'm going to kill you sooner or later. Hearing Chang Dao's scolding, Qin Lang's face instantly darkened. Is this because he has never experienced the beatings of society? Does he really want to die? He walked up to Chang Dao and kicked him in the arm. Crack! Ah! Chang Dao covered his arm and screamed in pain. Qin Lang squatted down with a gloomy expression. Are you trying to say that your family is awesome? Are you going to tell them how awesome your dad and mom are, and ask them to avenge you? Or maybe you want to mobilize some connections and have them kill me? Idiot! What does that have to do with you? You are just a piece of trash who can't even control your own life. Qin Lang sneered, murderous intent flickering in his eyes. My dad once said, don't cause trouble, and don't be afraid of trouble. If something really happens, just eliminate it completely. Even a lion uses all its strength to fight a rabbit, not giving its opponent a chance to breathe. Judging from Chang Dao's expression, he will definitely take revenge in the future. But when it came to killing him, Qin Lang couldn't bring himself to do it. Qin Lang had no kung fu before, and he had many impulsive thoughts in his mind. But now that he really has the ability to control the life and death of others, he dare not act impulsively anymore. He couldn't get over the hurdle in his heart. At this moment, Chang Dao was filled with fear. He didn't expect Qin Lang to be so decisive. The murderous intent in Qin Lang's eyes frightened Chang Dao so much that he crawled backwards frantically. Don't kill me! Don't kill me! I was wrong. I apologize. Please spare my life. Chang Dao's family is full of people who practice martial arts. He had seen many warriors and many ruthless people since he was a child. Qin Lang's eyes clearly show that he is a ruthless person. Looking at Chang Dao begging desperately, Qin Lang sighed in his heart. More than 10 years of education has taught him to respect life. Let him go. If he dares to provoke me again next time, I will send him to the hospital and make him lie in bed for the rest of his life. Thinking of this, Qin Lang kicked Chang Dao on the chin to vent his anger. Let you go and kick you, that's fair. Puff. Chang Dao spat out a mouthful of broken teeth again, and then fainted on the ground. As for the other 8 strong men, they were all lying in their respective positions crying. After Qin Lang left, the 8 strong men limped to their feet, walked to Chang Dao and checked his injuries. Qin Lang walked to the parking lot and drove the Bugatti to the gate of the Binhai Sports Center. As he approached, he saw a group of people gathered at the gate. Faintly, he also heard a delicate scolding, "Get out!" This voice is very familiar, it's Li Shiha's. Something happened? Qin Lang frowned and quickly ran towards the crowd. As he approached the crowd, he heard a familiar male voice. Shiha, just accompany Master Chen to sing a few songs. It's just singing. I assure you, there's nothing else. Chapter 52 The Young Master of the Chen Family. Qin Lang pushed through the crowd and saw Li Shiha standing in the middle of the crowd with a cold face. In front of Li Shiha, Wan Tiange was persuading him non-stop. The staff around him did not dare to speak because of Wan Tiange's identity. Qin Lang frowned and patted Wan Tiange's shoulder. Wan Tiange waved his hand impatiently and asked angrily, "Who is it? Don't bother me." However, he did not turn around and still faced Li Shiha. Qin Lang, who had just beaten someone up and whose murderous intent had not yet completely dissipated and whose fists were still warm, smiled. The smile is extremely cold. Qin Lang grabbed Wan Tiange's hair and turned his face around. I. After spitting out this word coldly, Qin Lang raised his hand and slapped him. Bang! The harsh sound of slapping broke the silence. Ouch! Wan Tiange covered his face, looked at Qin Lang in horror, and stepped back repeatedly. When Wan Tiange's helpers saw this, they all took out their weapons and prepared to beat Qin Lang. At this time, a fat figure appeared among the helpers. It's Li Lu. Although Li Lu has a round face and looks fat, she moves at an alarming speed. Qin Lang only felt a flash before his eyes, and all the helpers flew out and then fell heavily to the ground. Seeing this scene, Qin Lang felt emotional. Is this the strength of a 5th-grade master? The speed is terrifying. Boy, do you know what you are doing? If you anger Master Chen, you'll die. Wan Tiange covered his face and roared at Qin Lang. Before the concert started, Wan Tiange was rejected by Qin Lang and Li Shiha and left the Binhai Sports Center. Thinking of the ambiguous relationship between Qin Lang and Li Shiha. Thinking of the intimate look when Qin Lang embraced Li Shiha. Thinking of how Li Shiha got angry at him because of Qin Lang, Wan Tiange felt a fire burning in his chest. I have been pursuing her for so long, but Li Shiha has always been rude to me and refused to even put on a smile. However, Li Shiha allowed this boy whom he had never seen before to put his arms around his shoulders and waist. When Wan Tiange thought of these comparisons, he felt extremely depressed. He really didn't dare to offend Li Shiha. But he didn't dare, but someone else did. He directly found Qianlong, the eldest son of the Chen family, one of the four great families. Qianlong was born into the Chen family, one of the four major families in Binhai, and is a famous playboy in Binhai. After Wan Tiange found Qianlong, he took the initiative to recommend Li Shiha to Qianlong. Who doesn't know Li Shiha's reputation? Qianlong naturally accepted it with pleasure. He usually uses his family's huge influence to play games with some second and third tier actresses at most. He really wanted to taste a famous and beautiful woman like Li Shiha. As for the mysterious force behind Li Shiha, Qianlong didn't care at all. In Binhai, no one questions the authority of the Chen family. What mysterious force? Bullshit. When you come to Binhai, if you are a dragon, you have to coil up for me, and if you are a tiger, you have to lie down for me. The power that the Chen family can mobilize in Binhai is beyond the imagination of outsiders. Li Shiha, in Binhai, no one can stand up to the four major families. If you don't want the situation to get out of control, come with me to see Master Chen immediately. Don't act so noble in front of me, I see through you. All you women who think you're beautiful are the same as hell. Wan Tiange sneered, with a hint of sarcasm on his lips. Qin Lang looked at Wan Tiange, who still refused to give up, and rushed over in 3 or 2 steps. He raised his leg and kicked Wan Tiange, knocking him down. Qin Lang walked to Wan Tiange and squatted down. He whispered, "Don't seek death." His voice was soft, but his words were filled with murderous intent. After saying that, he got up and left. The sisters are all very nice to Qin Lang and really treat him as their own brother. Although Qin Lang knew in his heart that they were not his biological sisters. However, Qin Lang really enjoyed the feeling of being their younger brother. If anyone wants to hurt them, Qin Lang will be the first to disagree. No matter who that young Master Chen is, Qin Lang is not afraid. Wan Tiange was horrified as he watched Qin Lang's departing back. He had a feeling, Qin Lang, who spoke gently just now, was even more terrifying than Qin Lang in a furious state. Thinking of this, Wan Tiange no longer dared to stay any longer. He got up in a panic and quickly took his people away. Before leaving, he glared at Qin Lang's back fiercely and thought to himself, "If I can't deal with you, I'll let young Master Chen deal with you." This also echoes his original intention, to use Qianlong to destroy Li Shiha. Qin Lang came to Li Shiha and asked with concern, "Third sister, are you okay?" Li Shiha shook his head and complained, "Why are you fighting again? Didn't I tell you not to act rashly?" Qin Lang scratched his head and explained with a smile, "Some people are just itchy. You can't convince them with words, you can only use fists to reason with them." Wrong logic. Li Shiha rolled his eyes at Qin Lang. After she finished speaking, she pulled Qin Lang's sleeve and yawned, "Let's go home quickly. I'm dying of exhaustion." Afterwards, the two got into the Bugatti and drove towards Yunchang City. Li Lu drove a commercial vehicle behind them to protect their safety. Binhai Dihao Entertainment Club. A group of dusty-looking people came to the magnificently decorated entertainment club. The leader of this group was Wan Tiange. In front of a top-grade private room, Wan Tiange asked the person behind him to stay outside, and he pushed the door open and walked in. Inside the box, several strong men in black were guarding the 4 corners of the box. A row of beauties were sitting on the soft leather sofas in the box. Among the beauties, a man dressed very sexy was surrounded by girls and was playing games with 2 of them. The 2 beauties who were being embraced were reluctant to accept the man, and occasionally let out an exaggerated giggle or two. Hearing the door open, the stylishly dressed man slowly turned his head and just in time saw Wan Tiange pushing the door open. This sexy man surrounded by flowers is Qianlong, the eldest son of the Chen family. When Qianlong saw Wan Tiange coming in, he immediately left the 2 beauties behind and walked quickly towards Wan Tiange. "Brother Wan is here, please take a seat. How's Li Shiha? Is she waiting outside for me to go out and greet her in person? That's as it should be. After all, she's an A-list celebrity. A little temper is fun. Afei, cheer up and go out to greet our big star." Having said that, Qianlong was about to walk out. Looking at the excited Qianlong, Wan Tiange's face turned bitter. "Mr. Chen, Li Shiha didn't come." Wan Tiange said this weakly, then lowered his head, not daring to look at Chen Long's expression. Not coming? He. Didn't he come? Chen Long repeated Wan Tiange's words, and the smile on his face slowly disappeared. He sat back down among the beauties and waved his hand slightly. A fei, break one of his legs and throw him out. Yes. A man in black shouted, grabbed Wan Tiange's neck and dragged him out. Chapter 53, Mr. Qin, let's have a discussion. Break a leg? Wan Tiange was stunned. Don't. I haven't done anything harmful. No. Don't want. Mr. Chen, please listen to my explanation. There's a reason why Li Shiha isn't coming. Let me explain. Wan Tiange struggled frantically, trying to break free from Ah Fei's big hand. However, the black-clothed man Ah Fei's big hand seemed to be made of steel, and no matter how Wan Tiange struggled, it was of no avail. Ah Fei, let him go. I want to hear his excuses. Chen Long looked at Wan Tiange with a sneer and a cold look in his eyes. After hearing Chen Long's words, Ah Fei slowly let go of Wan Tiange. After Wan Tiange was released, he kept nodding and bowing to Ah Fei, saying thank you repeatedly. Then, Wan Tiange walked up to Chen Long and said respectfully, Mr. Chen, please listen to me and explain what happened at that time. At that time, I persuaded Li Shiha and he agreed to come. But at the entrance of Binhai Sports Center, one of Li Shiha's admirers rushed over and attacked me without saying a word. Look! Look at my face, it was beaten by that man. As he spoke, Wan Tiange revealed his face to prove his innocence to Chen Long. Chen Long looked at Wan Tiange's red and swollen cheeks and believed it most of the time. Because there were 5 clear finger marks on Wan Tiange's face. However, he said, I remember you brought some people with you, right? Can't you guys handle it? Where does the other party come from? Chen Long is no fool, as he has been able to dominate Binhai for so long. Although the Chen family is not afraid of any trouble, it is better to have less trouble than more. He needs to find out the other party's background. Seeing Chen Long's disbelief, Wan Tiange quickly explained, that man must have learned kung fu. We can't beat him. Besides, Li Shiha has a fat assistant who is also very powerful. He must be a master. Master? Chen Long sneered disdainfully. In Binhai, no matter how skilled a master is, he has to behave himself. Go on, tell me everything. Yes. Wan Tiange responded repeatedly. That guy should be in his early 20s, like a college student. Judging from his skills, he should be a 9th grade master. After saying that, Wan Tiange stopped talking. Chen Long waited for 2 seconds, but there was no further response. No more? Gone. Chen Long raised his hand and slapped Wan Tiange hard in the face. You piece of crap, you can't even handle a fucking college student in his early 20s? That's it? I thought he brought so many people with him. Wan Tiange covered his face with his hands in grievance, tears flashing in his eyes. He is also a master-like figure at home, and his parents obey him in everything. Where have you ever suffered such injustice? He really wanted to slap Chen Long back, but when he thought about the consequences of doing so, he became obedient again. If I really do this, I probably won't be able to see the sun tomorrow. Chen Long muttered, damn it. A college student who hasn't even grown all his hair yet dares to imitate others in picking up girls. You're still trying to steal my woman. What's that kid's name? Chen Long said the last sentence to Wan Tiange. Wan Tiange quickly replied, his name is Qin Lang. I have a very good relationship with Li Shiha. Chen Long nodded and looked at the strong man in black. Ah Fei, go check that guy's background. Find out where he lives. Once you find out, break his limbs. He has no sense of taste. Is Li Shiha really something he can pursue? Okay. Ah Fei nodded and turned around and walked out of the box. Seeing that Ah Fei had already set out, Wan Tiange was delighted. In Binhai, it is extremely easy for the Chen family to deal with someone. Now, Qin Lang and Li Shiha are in trouble. Half an hour later, Ah Fei came back. Ah Fei reported respectfully, Master, there is a result. That guy studied at Binhai University and just graduated this year. His father's name is Qin Shaotian. He doesn't have a job and just idles around all day. I couldn't find his mother's information. He probably wasn't registered. Also, I just checked the surveillance footage at the entrance of the Binhai Sports Center. Qin Lang finally left with Li Shiha in a Bugatti. What's a little tricky is that their destination is Yunxian City. That's the Bai family's territory, it's not easy for us to interfere. Bugatti? Chen Long narrowed his eyes. Those who can afford a Bugatti must not be ordinary people. Also, being able to afford to live in Yunxiang City means that this kid's family must be quite well off. At this time, Wan Tianga said bitterly, Mr. Chen, that Bugatti and the house in Yunxiang City must have been bought by Li Shiha. How could that guy, a recent college graduate, possibly afford these two things? That boy is most likely Li Shiha's gigolo. Damn it! I was wondering why Li Shiha kept rejecting me. I was wondering why she and that guy were so close. So that's how it is. Chen Long nodded, agreeing with Wan Tianga's statement. He looked at Ah Fei and said in a deep voice, if we can't cause trouble inside Yunxiang City, then we should send people to guard the gate of Yunxiang City. As long as he dares to come out, we will find an opportunity to deal with him. Damn it! A poor boy like me can actually eat a white swan like Li Shiha. It makes me angry just thinking about it. Chen Long was very unhappy. If he is unhappy, someone will be in trouble. Ah Fei nodded, okay, I'll arrange it. Yunxiang City, Villa. Wang Hu looked at Qin Lang in shock and asked in a lost voice, Young Master Qin, your strength has improved again? Qin Lang and Li Shiha had just returned to the outside of the villa when Gong Lu came back. Wang Hu, who was traveling with Gong Lu, was stunned when he saw Qin Lang. What speed is this? This isn't practicing kung fu, this is riding a rocket. The cultivation that others have to work hard for several years to improve is as easy as eating and drinking water for Qin Lang. This can no longer be described as genius. This is simply perverted. Qin Lang smiled and nodded, yes. I don't know why, but I just felt warm all over, and then my strength increased. Qin Lang naturally wouldn't tell anyone about the system, as this was his biggest secret. Feeling warm all over? And then the strength increased? Damn it! Listen. Is this human language? Wang Hu looked at Qin Lang for a long time without saying a word. This kind of talent can only be described as defying the heavens. At this time, Wang Hu suddenly said, Young Master Qin, let's have a sparring match. His expression was serious and his words were solemn. Chapter 54, One Punch Knocks Wang Hu Away. What? 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 3 exclamations rang out simultaneously, each voice filled with disbelief. Gong Lu and Li Shiha looked at the serious Wang Hu, and a hint of anger appeared in their eyes. Wang Hu is a 5th grade master. No matter how talented my brother is, he can never beat him. Gong Lu and Li Shiha didn't understand what Wang Hu said. Qin Lang showed a puzzled look on his face, thinking to himself, could it be that Wang Hu thinks I am too talented and is jealous, so he wants to beat me up to vent his anger? Damn, he looks honest, but I didn't expect he is such a petty person. Among all the people, only Li Li's eyes lit up, as if he had guessed what Wang Hu was thinking. Seeing everyone so surprised, Wang Hu explained. Normal people cultivate step by step, gradually strengthening their bodies so that they can keep up with their own progress. And young Master Qin's strength has increased too quickly. His organs may not have adapted to this sudden change yet. They need to be tempered to adapt to his current strength. Also, when I spar with young Master Qin, I will lower my strength a bit, only slightly higher than young Master Qin. This way, we can put pressure on young Master Qin's body while keeping it within his tolerance. After he said this, Gong Lu and Li Shiha finally understood his intention. As long as it is beneficial to Qin Lang, there is no problem. The 2 girls looked at Qin Lang together, their eyes shining brightly. Brother, this is all for your sake. Just have a fight with Wang Hu. Brother, since this sparring session is beneficial, then accept it. As they spoke, the 2 girls came to Qin Lang with a gust of fragrance, hugged Qin Lang's arms, one on each side, and held Qin Lang in the middle. At this time, Qin Lang was still complaining about Wang Hu's first words in his heart. Normal people practice. Damn it, isn't it abnormal for my strength to break through faster? Even at this speed, I still think it's too slow. It would be so cool if I could become a top-notch expert in one step. However, Qin Lang was also a little worried. Would it really be as Wang Hu said? If there are any sequelae, there is no point in exchanging it. It is safer to practice slowly on your own. He quickly asked in his mind, sophisticated, is what Wang Hu said true? If it's true, you have to compensate me for my losses. He was also a little nervous. At this time. Ding. Fake. While helping the host improve their strength, this system has already comprehensively improved the host's physical quality. The situation Wang Hu described only applies to those who practice independently. I see. After hearing the explanation from the nitpicker, Xin Lang felt relieved. At this time, a fragrant breeze blew to my nose. Immediately afterwards, Xin Lang's arms were controlled by his two sisters. After hearing what his two sisters said, Xin Lang smiled helplessly. Eldest sister, third sister, no need. I feel fine, nothing's wrong. Xin Lang was helpless. It was just like when you were not sick but your sisters insisted that you were sick. Mr. Qin, it's normal that you feel okay now. But when the problem really comes, it will be too late. Wang Hu still had a stern face and looked very serious. From his point of view, he was indeed considering Qin Lang. We must spar. The two sisters cried out at the same time, their almond-shaped eyes widening as they stared at Qin Lang. Seeing that his two sisters were so determined, Qin Lang had no choice but to give in. Afterwards, Qin Lang and Wang Hu stood opposite each other on the lawn outside the villa. Gong Lu and Li Shihe stood behind Qin Lang. Behind Wang Hu stood his bodyguards. Li Lu stood in the middle of the field and became the one giving orders. The two sides stood facing each other, waiting for the competition to begin. Start! Li Lego shouted, indicating that the game had begun. Wang Hu took a step forward and bowed slightly. Master Qin, I have already controlled my strength to the top 9 level. In the next competition, young Master Qin must give it his all. In his opinion, Xin Lang is now a 9th grade warrior, and the strongest one is no more than the top 9th grade. Moreover, Xin Lang's physical functions have not kept up with his cultivation, and the strength of the top 9th level is enough to beat Xin Lang. Xin Lang also bowed and advised, Brother Hu, you should use the strength of the 8th level. Otherwise, you'll get hurt. He is now the strongest 9th grade warrior in the world, and can be said to be invincible in the 9th grade realm. Wang Hu raised his eyebrows and thought to himself, young Master Qin also has the common problem about standing genius's conceit. Too much self-confidence. After all, I am a 5th rank warrior. Even if my strength has been reduced, my vision and experience are still there. Wang Hu shouted, fight first, then talk. After saying that, he rushed towards Qin Lang first. Seeing that Wang Hu refused to listen to advice, Qin Lang had no choice. Let us fight. Both sides rushed out with fists and pounced on each other. As soon as the two sides came into contact, Wang Hu's face changed. Is this the strength of the 9th rank? With such a heavy punch, is young Master Qin born with supernatural powers? The two sides had just exchanged a punch when Qin Lang's second punch landed on Wang Hu's chest. Looking at the rapidly swinging fist, Wang Hu's eyes had already reacted, but his body could not keep up. Boom! Qin Lang punched Wang Hu in the chest, sending him flying. At the same time, a sound like beating a drum came from Wang Hu's chest, making people's scalps numb. Fortunately, Wang Hu's ability to withstand blows and body strength have not changed, and he is still at the level of a 5th grade master. Otherwise, Wang Hu might have vomited blood from this punch. Looking at Wang Hu flying backwards, Gong Lu and Li Shihe's eyes lit up. My younger brother is so awesome. It turns out that his talent is really ridiculously high. The bodyguards behind Wang Hu were dumbfounded. The fact that Brother Hu can become a 5th rank warrior is enough to show that he has great talent. Unexpectedly, with his talent and the strength of a top-level 9th grade warrior, he was killed instantly by Qin Xiao. How abnormal must Qin Xiao's physical fitness and talent be? Wang Hu rubbed his chest and slowly stood up. You know what, it really hurts. Wang Hu stretched his muscles and said with emotion, Master Qin, your talent is truly amazing. In time, your name will be praised throughout China. Qin Lang smiled slightly and said, no, who can say what will happen in the future? Brother Tiger, I said it's okay, right? Now that the results are out, let it be. Knock off. Unexpectedly, Wang Hu shook his head solemnly, that doesn't count. Your strength has not been fully utilized, and your body has not yet fully exploded. Now, I am going to compete with you at the level of an intermediate 8th grade warrior, and try my best to unleash your full strength. That way, your body can quickly adapt to your current strength. Coming again? Qin Lang was speechless. However, he changed his mind. You might as well give it a try. Can the strongest 9th grade warrior defeat an 8th grade warrior? Chapter 55 Mixed Doubles. Qin Lang thought about it and decided that it would be safer to consult a nitpicker. Argumentative, with my current strength, Do I have any chance of winning against Wang Hu was at the intermediate 8th level? As soon as he asked this question in his mind, an electronic voice appeared in his mind. Bite. Guaranteed win. A sure win. Am I so awesome now? How come I don't know this myself? Ding. The host's physical fitness has been fully enhanced, and body coordination has reached its optimal state. Wang Hu's talent is average. The host can fight against Wang Hu in his top-level 8th grade state. Qin Lang was greatly encouraged by the argumentative person's words. Now I feel relieved. At this time, Gong Lu behind Qin Lang spoke. Wang Hu, take it easy and don't hurt my brother. Hearing Gong Lu's words, Wang Hu felt a little helpless. The fight hasn't even started yet. We still don't know who will win or lose. Wang Hu had a feeling that even though he had raised his strength to the intermediate 8th level, it was still a bit risky facing Qin Lang. Xiaolo, please watch out for a while and don't let your brother get hurt. Li Shiha also spoke. Hearing this, Li Lu nodded perfunctorily. Li Shiha didn't notice that Li Li's eyes were flashing with a high fighting spirit. If Wang Hu had not already formed a battle formation with Qin Lang, she really wanted to take action herself and have a good fight with Qin Lang. She always felt that Qin Lang was a bit dirty and was obsessed with her beauty. In the field, Qin Lang and Wang Hu stood opposite each other. Wang Hu bowed slightly towards Qin Lang. Mr. Qin, please give me some advice. Qin Lang immediately followed suit and bowed slightly to Wang Hu, please. After thinking for a while, Qin Lang said seriously, how about you think about it again? Raise your strength to high-level 8th rank or top-level 8th rank. Wang Hu gritted his teeth. Young Master Qin is really too arrogant. With his personality, he can easily suffer losses outside. Today, I will help him get rid of this bad habit. Teach him a good lesson. Wang Hu slowly shook his head and said in a deep voice, no need. Fight first. After he finished speaking, he waved his hand slightly in front of him, and his aura changed. At this time, Wang Hu's momentum was gradually rising, and his strength had reached a new level. He shouted in a deep voice, Mr. Qin, I'm coming. After saying that, he twisted his toes and a large piece of grass mixed with soil flew backwards. Wang Hu's body suddenly rushed forward and headed straight towards Qin Lang. Qin Lang saw Wang Hu attacking and did not dare to be careless. When a lion fights a rabbit, it uses all its strength. What's more, Wang Hu is not a defenseless rabbit. Qin Lang shouted in his heart, Thunder Fist. After saying that, he circulated the heat in his arms and rushed towards Wang Hu. Looking at the two people approaching quickly, Li Shiha couldn't bear to watch the scene and hid behind Gong Lu. Li Lu looked at Qin Lang happily, hoping that he would be beaten up by Wang Hu. The bodyguards behind Wang Hu stared at the field intently, looking forward to the result of this competition. No one noticed that on the branches of a huge camphor tree on the top floor of Yunchang City, an old man was sitting cross-legged on the tree. And this old man is none other than Bai Fengxing, the guardian master of Yunchang City and the younger brother of the head of the Binhai Bai family. Bai Fengxing watched the competition below seriously, sighing repeatedly. This boy will become a great man in the future. If the Bai family can establish good relations with them, they will surely rise to prominence. Now that chaos is brewing outside the region, I wonder how long China can hold out. This child will surely shine amidst the chaos. On the lawn. Bang! The two fists collided. Long. Afterwards, Qin Lang and Wang Hu punched each other in the chest and both retreated at the same time. Qin Lang took 3 steps back. Wang Hu took a full 10 steps back. Qin Lang rubbed his chest, it hurt. I felt like all my internal organs were shaking. Moreover, my chest felt tight and my breathing was a little difficult. He slowly circulated the heat in his body, and the abnormality in his chest gradually improved. Qin Lang was so focused on checking his own body that he didn't notice that everyone around him was stunned. Gong Lu looked at Qin Lang's back and was greatly shocked. My younger brother actually has the strength to fight against enemies of higher levels. Moreover, facing Wang Hu, who was 1 level higher than him, he actually had the upper hand. Is it necessary to be so exaggerated? Li Lu opened his eyes wide and looked at Qin Lang in disbelief. Is this wretched guy so powerful? Li Lu raised his hand and rubbed his chubby chin, thinking to himself, no. We can't let this guy get too arrogant. We must put an end to this evil spirit of his. Otherwise, I don't know how many girls will be harmed in the future. Wang Hu was stunned on the spot. He looked at Qin Lang, then looked at himself, his face full of surprise. As an 8th grade warrior against a 9th grade warrior, he was actually at a disadvantage. This is so fucking embarrassing. Just how strong is young Master Qin's talent? This is really embarrassing. Wang Hu looked back at his men behind him. Sure enough, the bodyguards all had strange smiles on their faces. Wang Hu has a great reputation and they have never seen Wang Hu suffer a setback. Now that I see it, I feel inexplicably comfortable. At this time, Qin Lang's voice came over. Brother Tiger, I say no. My body is very adaptable. There was a smile in Qin Lang's words. If others hear it, it will sound like they are asking for a beating. Why not? It must be used. At this time, Li Li's voice rang out. Li Lu walked over to Wang Hu and said loudly, I think brother Hu is a bit overwhelmed by himself, so I'll come and help him. Qin Lang, you wouldn't dare, would you? Li Li's eyes flashed, and a fighting spirit burst out from his body. Looking at Li Lu, who was eager to try, Qin Lang instantly understood Li Li's plan. This guy just wanted to take the opportunity to beat me up. Mixed doubles? I won't suffer such a loss. At this moment, an electronic voice sounded in Qin Lang's mind. Ding! Li Li's challenge detected. Please select the following task. Task 1, accept Li Li's challenge. Mission reward, 1 million in cash. Task 2, reject Li Li's challenge. Mission reward, charm plus 5. Task 3, accept Li Li's challenge and challenge Wang Hu. Mission reward, the second move of the mountain shaking fist rising dragon fist. After reading the task, Qin Lang just wanted to drag the argumentative person out and beat him up. This damn system always issues this kind of tasks at this time. Isn't this just ruining my plan? Among these 3 rewards, only the reward for task 3 is attractive to Qin Lang. 1 million in cash? Qin Lang is not short of money now. Charm value? Boring. Only strength is what Qin Lang desires most now. The first punch of the mountain shaking fist, the thunder fist, is so powerful, the rising dragon fist should be even more powerful. Mission 3. There is no choice but to grit my teeth and choose task 3. Xiao Le, stop messing around. At this time, Li Shihe spoke. She was worried that Qin Lang would be beaten too badly, so she couldn't help but speak out to stop Li Li's challenge. Hearing this, Qin Lang turned around and smiled, comforting her, third sister, it's okay. That's exactly what I was planning. Then, Qin Lang looked at Li Lu and said loudly, why don't you dare? However, you must also suppress your strength to the intermediate 8th level. Qin Lang calculated that since his strength could compete with the top 8th grade, then competing with 2 mid-level 8th grades should have no problem. Li Lu was secretly delighted when he saw Qin Lang agreed. She waved her hand lightly, of course. Then, the 2 guys, each with their own ulterior motives, smiled at each other. Everyone has their own little calculations going on in their minds. Chapter 56, the second move of the mountain shaking fist rising dragon fist. Outside the villa, on the lawn. Wang Hu and Li Lu stood on one side, and Qin Lang stood on the other. Li Lu clasped his fists slightly and laughed, I'm here. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Lu rushed out. She was very fast. In just a few seconds, she had crossed a distance of nearly 10 meters and arrived in front of Qin Lang. Looking at Qin Lang's handsome face, Li Lu thought to himself, I'm going to beat you into a pig's head today. Then, she shouted secretly, Taizu Dragon Fist. Taizu Dragon Fist is the unique boxing style of Li Li's family. The Li family had an emperor in their ancestor. This emperor was born in troubled times and was constantly engaged in wars. This Taizu Dragon Fist was learned by the emperor on the battlefield. The changes are not big, but the damage is huge. Li Li's punch was aimed directly at Qin Lang's handsome face, intending to beat Qin Lang into a pig's head. When Qin Lang saw Li Lu being so active, he became serious and immediately got into boxing stance and took the initiative to meet him. He shouted in his heart, Thunder Fist. The heat on his arm flowed slowly, the internal strength surged, and he threw a punch towards Li Li's chubby face. After both sides threw punches, they realized that the other's fists were hitting their faces, and they were a little surprised for a moment. However, no matter how surprised he was, his punches were merciless. Both of them have stubborn personalities and are waiting for the other to change its tactics first. As a result, after both fists hit the face, neither side changed their tactics. Fuck! Ouch! 2 screams of pain rang out at the same time. Qin Lang was punched in the cheek by Li Lu and staggered back 4 or 5 steps. Li Li's punch was so powerful that half of Qin Lang's face was numb. After a brief numbness, there was a sharp pain. Qin Lang grimaced in pain and tears came out. Li Lu was even worse off. He was knocked to the ground after being hit by one punch. Because Qin Lang was taller than Li Lu, when Li Lu swung his punch, in order to make his fist more powerful, he jumped. Therefore, when Qin Lang's thunder fist hit Li Li's face, Li Lu had no place under his feet to absorb the force. He was immediately knocked to the ground, losing his balance. Seeing Qin Lang and Li Lu punching so hard, Wang Hu, who had inexplicably become a bystander, had twitching mouth and eyelids twitching. He wondered in his heart, maybe these two guys had a grudge against each other before, and now they are openly fighting to get revenge. Gong Lu and Li Shiha, who were standing at the edge of the lawn, saw this scene, pursed their lips tightly, and looked pained. Both Qin Lang and Li Lu are younger than them. Although Li Lu is Li Shiha's bodyguard and assistant, they also regard Li Lu as half a sister. Now seeing Qin Lang and Li Lu fighting each other, they thought it was just like a fight between disobedient brothers and sisters at home. At this time, Li Lu, who was lying on the lawn, looked at Wang Hu behind him and shouted, "Brother Hu, what are you doing? Hurry up and beat this guy up." She had discovered that after she lowered her cultivation to the intermediate 8th level, she could no longer gain any advantage over Qin Lang. At this time, Li Lu had a mouthful of grass in his mouth. His already chubby face was now swollen, making him look even rounder and looking quite disheveled. Wang Hu was speechless. Our original intention was to help Mr. Qin exercise, but we have to give him pressure little by little, okay? What you said sounds like calling for help in a street fight. However, Wang Hu also realized that Qin Lang had excellent physical fitness and should be able to withstand the combined attack of two people. So when Li Lu finished speaking, Wang Hu rushed towards Qin Lang. Then, a three-way battle began. At first, Qin Lang couldn't adapt to the siege of the two people and was hit quite a few times. Among the punches Qin Lang received, many of them seemed to be equipped with radar and were all directed at Qin Lang's face. Needless to say, all of this was done by Li Lu. Li Lu felt deeply resentful towards Qin Lang, who had no sympathy for women. When Li Lu thought of Qin Lang's first heavy punch, he was so angry that his teeth were itching. From the time she started practicing martial arts as a child until today, she had never suffered such a loss. So, whenever Li Lu got the chance, he would punch Qin Lang in the face to vent his resentment. After Qin Lang adapted to the attacks of the two, he became more and more proficient in using his strength. The attacks from the two made him grow rapidly. Those moves that had only been practiced in the mind were now being practiced step by step. His thunder fist became more and more proficient, and every time he threw a punch, there was a dull sound. Gradually, Wang Hu and Li Lu felt the pressure. At this time, Qin Lang began to fight back. He usually accumulated the heat of the mountain shaking fist in his arms, and then suddenly exploded it, knocking Wang Hu away. After that, he began to suppress Li Lu unilaterally, and the target of every punch was Li Li's fat face. As time went on, Qin Lang was able to handle both Wang Hu and Li Lu with ease. Even Wang Hu and Li Lu were beaten quite a lot. In the end, Li Lu saw that not only did he not gain any advantage, but he was beaten up instead, so he started yelling that he would stop fighting. At this point, the competition proposed by Wang Hu ended with Qin Lang and Li Lu hurling harsh words at each other. This competition lasted for more than an hour. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the second punch of the mountain shaking fist rising dragon fist. As soon as the competition was over, the reward for the argumentative person came. Qin Lang felt happy thinking that these beatings were not in vain. In the villa, Qin Lang and Li Liang were lying on the sofa. Both of them were beaten with black and blue faces, and they kept groaning in pain. Gong Lu and Li Shiha were busy around the two of them, constantly applying medicine on their faces. However, Gong Lu and Li Shiha had never done such delicate work. Their hands trembled, and the slightest force caused them to scream in pain. Qin Lang looked at Li Shiha, who was applying medicine to him, and said softly, "Third sister, be gentle." Li Shiha glared and scolded, "Who told you two to fight so hard? There were several times when you almost came to blows." After saying that, Li Shiha exerted a little force, causing Qin Lang to grimace in pain. Qin Lang was lying on his back on the sofa, and Li Shiha needed to bend over to apply medicine to him. Li Shiha's soft hair gently fell in front of Qin Lang's eyes. The faint fragrance of hair went straight into his nose. Looking at the beautiful Li Shiha in front of him and smelling the fragrance on Li Shiha's body, Qin Lang felt as if he was in a fairyland. But the pain on his face told Qin Lang that there were dangers in the fairyland. Qin Lang at this moment was both in pain and happy. Chapter 57 Lost. After applying the medicine, Qin Lang returned to his room. Only then did he have time to play with his phone. When I opened my phone, I saw that all the classmates who I had hardly contacted before came out. These people saw the video in the class group and saw Qin Lang interacting with Li Shiha at the concert, so they wanted to ask about the situation. Many people wanted to get Li Shiha's autographed photo through Qin Lang. Qin Lang just gave a few polite replies to these classmates. After that, he ignored her. Afterwards, Qin Lang turned his attention to the Only Love Shiha fan group. I haven't been here for a while, and the fan group is already buzzing. It turned out that after being threatened, the fans who were stalking him believed that there was a traitor in the group. At this time, the group was conducting an investigation to find the person who tipped off Qin Lang. Since Qin Lang's identity in the group was young Master Qin, his fans automatically ignored him. What is the status of Mr. Qin? How could it be a traitor? He definitely wouldn't bother to tip off Qin Lang. Finally, several fans who had been lurking in silent for a long time were suspected of being traitors and were kicked out of the group chat. Thinking of those scapegoats who took the blame for him, Qin Lang's face broke with laughter. However, his smile agitated the injury on his face, causing him to gasp in pain. After eliminating those scapegoats, the group leader began to discuss plans against Qin Lang. Qin Lang smiled as he watched the fans speaking enthusiastically, taking in all their plans. Qin Lang found it interesting and sent 3 words, "What's wrong?" Unexpectedly, as soon as his news came out, the group was in an uproar. Young Master Qin has appeared. Good evening, Mr. Qin. Master Qin is also a fan of Shiha. He certainly doesn't want to see Shiha taken away by someone. Please, Master Qin, take action and punish the evil thief Qin Lang. Please, Master Qin, take action and punish the evil thief Qin Lang. Please, Master Qin, take action and punish the evil thief Qin Lang. Please, Master Qin, take action and punish the evil thief Qin Lang. In an instant, the last sentence flooded the screen. When fans thought of Mr. Qin's profound and mysterious identity, infinite hope rose in their hearts. After seeing this message, Qin Lang burst out laughing. Ha ha! Let me hit myself? Although the wound on his face made Qin Lang extremely uncomfortable and tears came out, he still couldn't help wanting to laugh. He smiled and sent a sentence, "I have something to do now, let's talk later." Then he left the group chat. Squeak! At this time, Qin Lang's door was pushed open. Qin Lang laughed so loudly that he startled Gong Lu and Li Shiha. As soon as they opened the door, they saw Qin Lang crying and laughing, and thought that Qin Lang had been beaten to insanity. Gong Lu sat down beside Qin Lang's bed with a heartache, and said worriedly, "Brother, what's wrong with you? Don't scare your sister." Li Shiha sat down on the other side of the bed and said sadly, "I shouldn't have let you go to the competition. You got beaten like this." Looking at the 2 sisters beside him, Qin Lang smiled and explained the whole process. After hearing the explanation, the 2 sisters felt relieved. Li Shiha rolled his eyes and said speechlessly, "You little brat, you scared me to death. Don't mess around in the fan group. If you ruin my sister's reputation, I'll hold you responsible." Qin Lang nodded repeatedly and said he didn't dare. But he was thinking in his heart that his 3rd sister had so many fans, maybe they would be useful in the future. The 2 sisters were worried that something might happen to Qin Lang, so they suggested that they stay in Qin Lang's room tonight to take care of him. Qin Lang naturally didn't want to. "I am a young boy and very shy." Afterwards, under Qin Lang's repeated urging, the 2 sisters reluctantly returned to their rooms. The next day, early morning. Qin Lang got up early and practiced the Thunder Fist outside the villa. He found that after yesterday's battle, he had become very proficient in the Thunder Fist. Only then did he begin to practice the second move of the mountain-shaking fist, the Rising Dragon Fist. Qin Lang had only one feeling about the Shanglong Fist: cool. The final blow of the Rising Dragon Fist involves a downward swinging punch, much like the Lushan Rising Dragon Fist in the game. This move should be used to hit someone's chin. But who would just stand there and let you hit them on the chin? So Qin Lang felt that this move was a bit useless. After finishing a set of punches, Qin Lang walked back to the villa. He ran to the bathroom to take a look and found that the wound on his face was healing very quickly. Apart from some swelling and bruising in some places, everything else has basically recovered and is not as exaggerated as yesterday. Afterwards, everyone had breakfast and each had their own things to do. Qin Lang's main task today is to visit Rinshan Group and get familiar with it. After all, as the biggest boss of Rinshan Group, he still needs to understand his own company. Then, everyone left. Qin Lang drove the Bugatti out of Yunchang City and headed towards Rinshan Group. He didn't know that the moment he appeared at the gate of Yunxiang City, someone was targeting him. There are 3 waves of these people in total. Yibo is Li Dabiao's subordinates in the south of the city. They have been targeting Qin Lang for a long time. Yesterday they saw Qin Lang's Bugatti coming out and hurriedly drove after him. As a result, Qin Lang's Bugatti accelerated too fast and left them behind in a few minutes, and they couldn't even see the back of the car. Seeing Qin Lang appear again, several motorcycles sped out and headed towards Qin Lang. Another group of people, wearing training clothes, stood in the square opposite Yunxiang City and pretended to practice martial arts. In fact, they have been paying attention to the movements at the gate of Yunxiang City. These people seem to be very agile and are a group of warriors. After Qin Lang appeared in the Bugatti, all the warriors stopped practicing and tried their best to confirm whether the person in the Bugatti was Qin Lang. Finally, a man with a stern face among these warriors waved his hand, and several off-road vehicles came out and followed Qin Lang from a distance. There are many weapons on the back seats of these off-road vehicles. The last wave of people was a group of strong men dressed in black. The leader was none other than Fei, a subordinate of Chen Long, the eldest brother of the Chen family. When Fei saw Qin Lang appear driving a Bugatti, he waved his hand and several sports cars immediately followed. Qin Lang had no idea that there were 3 groups of people following him who wanted to do something bad to him. He just thought that today was a nice day with clear and sunny weather and was a good day to go out. In a good mood, he stepped on the accelerator hard. Boom! Boom! The engine suddenly accelerated and drove towards Runshan Group at high speed. A few minutes later, among the 3 waves of people following Qin Lang, only a few sports cars were still following. Those motorcycles and off-road vehicles had been lost long ago. Chapter 58 Liangping. Half an hour later, Runshan Group appeared in Qin Lang's sight. After parking the car in the parking lot, Qin Lang walked towards Runshan Group. To be honest, it was Qin Lang's first time being a boss, and he was a little nervous. But when he thought about the fact that this huge group belonged to him, Qin Lang felt proud again. I didn't expect that. Being able to own a company right after graduation was something I couldn't even imagine a week ago. Qin Lang walked to the gate of Rinshan Group with a heroic and confident look, and was about to step into Rinshan Group. Hey! What do you do? You look so shifty, what are you trying to do in there? Are you handing out advertisements, doing door-to-door sales, or stealing things? At this moment, a loud roar rang in Qin Lang's ears. What? Qin Lang turned his head and saw a fat man with big ears walking slowly towards him. The man was wearing a security uniform and had a very rude attitude. Qin Lang looked at his clothes and found that they were not shabby. This is the new clothes my elder sister bought for me. I just put it on today. Moreover, this was an exclusive custom-made item that my eldest sister had ordered from the best private custom shop in Binhai. There are no logos on the clothes and they fit the body very well and are very comfortable to wear. Qin Lang smiled slightly and said, "What's wrong?" Of course I went in for business. Being a leader for the first time, Qin Lang tried his best to appear more amiable. After all, these are the people who make money for themselves. Something's going on. What can you do? Get out of here. The security guard looked at Qin Lang and saw that he was not wearing any branded items, and his attitude was still very arrogant. Qin Lang was very unhappy with the security guard's attitude. This security guard is completely unreasonable. Has he treated visiting guests like this before? If this kind of person is not fired, will he be kept around for the new year? The smile on Qin Lang's face slowly faded, and gradually a sneer appeared. He looked at the fat security guard and sneered, "Are you sure you want to kick me out? Don't you want to know what I'm doing in there? Don't you want to know who I'm going to see when I go in?" This was Qin Lang's last chance to give the security guard. "I don't care who you are. Get out of here." The security guard looked at Qin Lang and had already determined that Qin Lang was a door-to-door salesman. Damn, the young people who have just graduated from school don't know the rules. When I went to someone's house to do business, I didn't even know how to start a discussion. You don't even want to throw away the fucking bricks, but want to draw out the jade? Haven't you heard that it's easy to see the king of hell but hard to deal with little ghosts? You want to walk through this door without even taking care of me? Don't even think about it. I will teach you a good lesson today. The fat security guard had already made up his mind to wait for Qin Lang to leave in disgrace and then call him back. At that time, we have to give him some benefits before letting him in. However, Qin Lang's reaction was beyond the security guard's expectations. Qin Lang took out his phone and said coldly, I'm at the company gate, and a security guard won't let me in. You take care of it. After saying that, he hung up the phone. When the security guard saw that Qin Lang did not follow his routine but directly called for help, his heart skipped a beat. Really? Does this guy know anyone in the group? The security guard immediately changed his expression and put on a smile. Little brother, are you friends with any leader of the group? There was a hidden meaning in his question. If you can tell from Qin Lang's answer that the person on the phone just now was not the leader, then it's not a big deal. If that person is the leader of the group, then apologize to the leader and the matter will basically be over. After all, his uncle is the Minister of Security. Who dares not to give face to his uncle? Qin Lang immediately understood the intention behind the fat security guard's words. He sneered, you'll know when he comes. Qin Lang sneered and didn't even look at the fat security guard. Seeing Qin Lang's expression, the fat security guard got angry. You're just a fucking kid, what kind of leader can you know? I give you face back. The smile on the fat security guard's face gradually disappeared, and a sneer appeared on his face. Then I want to see who is coming. I want to see how high that person's status is to make you act so arrogant. After saying that, the fat security guard stood beside Qin Lang, staring at him as if he was guarding against a thief. At the same time, he sent a voice message to his uncle, Uncle, there's a disturbance at the gate, please bring someone to check it out. Qin Lang glanced at the fat security guard and understood. It turns out he has someone up there. No wonder it's so rampant. Not long after, a tall, thin man wearing gold-rimmed glasses and looking very gentle appeared in their sight. The man walked quickly to Qin Lang and said respectfully, Mr. Qin, you are here. Qin Lang nodded without saying anything. This man is none other than Liang Ping, the current general manager of Renshan Group and a capable subordinate of Gong Lu. In order to help Qin Lang get started, Gong Lu specially sent him to assist Qin Lang. Liang Ping saw Qin Lang's expression, his eyes moved, and he reacted instantly. He looked at the fat security guard and asked coldly, you won't let young Master Qin in? I remember the company didn't have any rules prohibiting outsiders from entering the company. The fat security guard looked Liang Ping up and down, but had no impression of him. He guessed that he was just an ordinary employee. Young Master Qin? Less hammer. I guess they are just a few low-class people praising each other. Seeing Liang Ping's bad attitude, he immediately raised his head and said, it's me. What's wrong? I think he's acting sneaky, I don't want him to go in. What's wrong? He emphasized the last what's wrong, sounding extremely arrogant. Liang Ping was almost laughed out loud by this guy. Don't you want to? Do your wishes matter? He said coldly, you don't have to come tomorrow. Go to the HR department and resign now. The fat security guard sneered, who do you think you are? If you ask me to resign, I will resign? Grass. Do you know who my uncle is? If you want to come in, come in. If you don't want to come in, get out. Thinking that his uncle was about to arrive, the fat security guard was no longer afraid. How can a small employee pretend to be a big boss? Liang Ping smiled. I was so angry that I laughed. He asked coldly, who is your uncle? The obese security guard tilted his head back and said smugly, I was afraid I'd scare you if I told you. My uncle is Hong Min, the head of the security department. Just then, a series of footsteps sounded. A large group of security guards armed with rubber sticks, led by a burly man, walked towards the gate in a menacing manner. Who dares to cause trouble on my territory? This man spoke with a bandit-like tone. A few hundred years ago, he was definitely a bandit leader. The fat security guard was delighted when he saw the person coming. He strode forward and complained first, Uncle, it's the kid at the door. I think he's a sneaky guy and he's not a good person. I didn't let him into the company, but he insisted on breaking in. Later he even called someone. The guy with glasses who came later is not a good person either. He even threatened to fire me. Damn it, don't you see how much he weighs? General Manager. The burly man was stunned when he saw Liang Ping. Bang! Then, he looked at the fat security guard viciously and slapped him in the face. Idiot! That's the new General Manager Liang. What? General Manager? The fat security guard was stunned. Chapter 59, Fire Him Too. The obese security guard never expected that his encounter with the new general manager would turn out to be like this. I just scolded him. Thinking of his tone and expression just now, the fat security guard wanted to slap himself a few times. It's over. It's all over now. The fat security guard had a sad face and could not cry. He has no education and no skills, so it is difficult for him to find a job. Runshan Group is a group company with very high requirements for security. If it weren't for his uncle Hong Min's secret manipulation, he wouldn't even be able to be a security guard for Runshan Group. Looking at the fat security guard with a face full of regret, Liang Ping smiled coldly. He sneered and said to the head of the security department, Hong Min, your nephew is so powerful. The power in his hands is softer than weeds, yet he wields it like a steel gun. The Runshan Group is too small to accommodate a great god like him. Tomorrow, I don't want to see him again. After saying that, Liang Ping turned around and walked to Qin Lang. He was about to invite Qin Lang to join Runshan Group when Hong Min's voice suddenly sounded behind him. Boss Liang, this punishment is too severe. Hong Min looked very unhappy. If he can't even protect his own nephew, how can he win the support of others and what prestige can he have in the future? Moreover, Hong Min himself is a rebellious person. He has a hot temper and is very loyal. Protecting his own people is the foundation of his life. Hearing this, Liang Ping paused and slowly turned around. He looked at Hong Min expressionlessly and said indifferently, "Go on." Hong Min gritted his teeth and said in a deep voice, "It's just a small matter, why is Mr. Liang making such a fuss? Besides, you just took office. It's not appropriate to fire this and that right after arriving. Everyone in the group is staring at you. Mr. Liang should manage the company well and improve its performance. I'll handle the security department's affairs myself." Hong Min is an old employee of Runshan Group and has been working there for several years. In the past, Chen Chang would never care about such trivial matters. Now that the new general manager has arrived and is shitting and pissing on his head, he naturally can't stand it. Therefore, there was a strong threat in his words. His meaning was very clear: you're a newcomer, why are you acting so arrogant? If you want to continue to be the general manager, then do it in an orderly manner. Everyone in the group is watching you. If you insist on firing someone, you will bear the consequences yourself. Liang Ping was able to become Gong Lu's capable subordinate, so he must be a shrewd person. He said indifferently, "Are you threatening me?" He naturally knew that Hong Min wanted to tie up the rest of the group and threaten him. However, he didn't buy it. Hong Min said calmly, "It's not a threat, it's just a matter of fact." Hong Min knew very well that he must win this fight today. This is a battle between the new team and the old team. Fire him too. A cold voice came, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and saw a handsome face. The person who said this was Qin Lang. Qin Lang looked at Hong Min indifferently and said in a cold voice, "You can go now." Damn, who gave a security chief the courage to complain to the general manager? Liang Jr.? If you don't want to do it, get out. I saw a young man in his early 20s threatening to fire me. Hong Min was furious. He said angrily, "Who are you? Do you know what this occasion is? Do you have a say? You haven't even grown all your hair yet, and you dare to speak nonsense here? Get out of here." Hong Min was really angry. What a tactless thing. If he didn't have to fight against Liang Ping now, he really wanted to teach this kid a lesson. Liang Ping's face changed when he heard Hong Min's words. This is Mr. Gong's most beloved younger brother. Giving him a group company right after graduation, who else can be so generous? And he also heard that this company was just a small gift, just to let Qin Xiao get familiar with management. In the future, President Gong will give young Master Qin an even bigger gift. This is a gift from Mr. Qin, and it is also my opportunity. Liang Ping said harshly, "Hong Min, if you can't speak, just shut up. You are the one who has no right to speak here. Mr. Qin is the new chairman of Runshan Group. Let alone firing a mere security chief like you, even firing me, Liang Ping, would be a piece of cake. Since young Master Qin has ordered you to be expelled, then you and your nephew should get out too." Chairman? Chairman? This kid who hasn't even grown all his hair yet is actually the new chairman. In an instant, Hong Min suddenly felt that his brain was not enough. This kid became the chairman at such a young age? Shouldn't our chairman be Gong Lu from Lanue Group? How could it be this kid? What is going on here? Hong Min stared at Qin Lang blankly, his mind in a mess, and he was so shocked that he couldn't speak. The fat security guard next to him was so frightened that he collapsed to the ground. He thought that his uncle could resolve the matter if he stepped forward. But I didn't expect that the man with glasses was actually the new general manager of the group. However, what surprised him the most was that this boy whom he had always despised was actually the chairman of the group. Chairman. He is a person sitting high in the clouds. Cleaning yourself up is as easy as crushing an ant. The obese security guard is desperate. The security guards behind Hong Min were also stunned. What are we doing? Beat up the chairman of your own group? Beat up your boss? Am I crazy? The security guards quickly hid the rubber sticks in their hands behind their backs and kept a distance from Hong Min. It would be fine if he was just a general manager. Damn, even the chairman has come out. Who the hell would want to hang out with you? This kind of person, even if you leave the job, there are still ways to deal with you. Hong Min noticed the little movements of the security guards around him, and his heart sank to the bottom in an instant. His eyes changed and his face was gloomy and uncertain. Finally, Hong Min walked up to Qin Lang with a shy smile and said respectfully, "Chairman, I." Qin Lang just glanced at him and said calmly, "Get lost." A simple get out instantly shattered all of Hong Min's pride. Hong Min was almost furious when he was scolded by a boy in his early 20s. The smile on Hong Min's face disappeared instantly, replaced by a deep coldness. He growled, "Don't regret it, boy." Qin Lang just glanced at Hong Min and didn't say anything. This is a typical case of getting angry out of shame. Just then, a loud roar sounded not far away. "Are you Qin Lang? Come here." Qin Lang looked back and saw a group of big men in black appearing on the roadside in front of the entrance of Rinshan Group. This group of big men in black stood on the side of the road like black towers, looking quite imposing. Hong Min was shocked when he saw the man leading the group. It turned out to be Ah Fei, a subordinate of Chen Long, the eldest son of the Chen family. Judging from Ah Fei's expression, something bad must be happening. Hong Min looked back at Qin Lang, and a cold smile gradually appeared at the corner of his mouth. Chapter 60. I'll let you know. Everyone in the circle knows the name of Chen Long, the eldest son of the Chen family. Ah Fei is Chen Long's thug. Ah Fei came out to help Chen Long deal with things. In Binhai, anyone who provokes Chen Long usually ends up badly. In the eyes of 99.99% of the people in Binhai, the Chen family in Binhai is a giant that cannot be provoked. Hong Min sneered in his heart, the small Rinshan group is nothing in front of the Chen family. Not to mention the Rinshan group, even the Lanyue group would have to think twice about going up against the Chen family. I'm going to see how you die today. At this time, Qin Lang frowned slightly. Who were these people? You don't dare come over? Hee, then I'll come find you. Seeing Qin Lang standing there without any reaction, Ah Fei became angry and walked over with his men. These people are aggressive and full of murderous aura. At this time, the security guards of Rinshan Group also realized that these strong men in black were here to cause trouble. They looked at each other and nodded slightly. This is a great opportunity to show up in front of the general manager and chairman. Moreover, these people seem to be here to cause trouble for the chairman. If I help the chairman get rid of these people, a bright future is right in front of you. The security guards immediately picked up rubber sticks and rushed towards the group of people in black. What do you do? Are you allowed to call our chairman's name? You are so brave to come to our Rinshan group to cause trouble. Get out of here quickly, or we won't be polite. The security guards did not know Ah Fei, nor did they know where these men in black came from. Therefore, they were not afraid of Ah Fei and these strong men in black. Seeing the security guard's performance, Ah Fei was slightly stunned. Then, he sneered and asked, "Don't you know me?" A sturdier-looking security guard said in a muffled voice, "Who the hell are you? Do I need to know you?" This security guard is very big, probably weighing about 200 pounds. As soon as the big security guard finished speaking, his feet left the ground and he was lifted up. It was Ah Fei who took action. Ah Fei grabbed the big security guard's neck with one hand and lifted him up with just one hand. "Don't you know me? Okay, I'll let you get to know me today." After saying that, Ah Fei swung his arm, and the big security guard weighing over 200 pounds was thrown out by him. A parabola passed through the air. Crash! Crack! Crack! Bang! A series of chaotic sounds rang out. The big security guard flew 7 or 8 meters and smashed the glass door at the entrance of Rinshan Group, knocked over a row of cabinets, and finally fell heavily to the ground. Seeing Ah Fei's terrifying strength, the remaining security guards swallowed hard. At this point, they all wanted to die. If I had known these men in black were so powerful, I shouldn't have taken the initiative to do this. At this time, the strong men in black behind Ah Fei pushed away a group of security guards and drove them into the corner. Don't move, be quiet. Whoever dares to move will be killed by me. If you want to live, be obedient to me. Damn it, you still dare to fight me? The burly men in black pushed and cursed at the security guards, staring them so much that they dared not say a word. Seeing how vicious these men in black were, Liang Ping quickly looked at Hongmin and said in a deep voice, Hongmin, you haven't resigned yet. You are still the head of the security department. This matter requires you to come forward and solve it. Need me? Hongmin sneered. Didn't you fire me already? What else do you need me for? Weren't you quite arrogant when you fired me just now? Now you want me to work for you, are you dreaming? Hongmin felt somewhat proud and very happy. Okay. Retribution comes so quickly. Seeing Hongmin's smug look, Liang Ping's face turned pale with anger. Grass. At this time, Hongmin changed the subject. I have some friendship with the leader Ah Fei, and I can talk to him a few words. But, you want me to come forward and solve this matter? Please. If you ask me, maybe I'll agree. Hongmin laughed out loud, very proud. At this moment, he just felt extremely comfortable in his heart. When he thought about the general manager and chairman, who were usually high and mighty, about to beg him humbly, he felt as if he had taken a magic pill and his whole body was clear. Hongmin raised his eyes proudly and looked at Qin Lang. He wanted to see how ugly Qin Lang's face was. However, he was disappointed. Qin Lang's face remained indifferent, without a trace of panic. At this moment, Qin Lang was asking himself, argumentative, how strong are these men in black? Ding! The leader, Ah Fei, has the strength of a high-level 8th grade warrior. There are also 3 9th grade warriors and 6 entry-level warriors. Hearing this, Qin Lang felt relieved. However, he still confirmed, can I beat this Ah Fei? Ah Fei's talent is not even as good as Wang Hu's. The host can easily beat him. Call. That's good. Now, Qin Lang was completely relieved. Qin Lang felt Hongmin's gaze and immediately smiled coldly. You? Who do you think you are? After saying that, Qin Lang took the initiative to walk towards Ah Fei. Qin Lang's words hit Hongmin hard. Hongmin looked at Qin Lang's back and the smile froze on her face. In an instant, his chest was filled with rage. Bastard! Damn boy! Little bastard! I want to see how you die today. If you offend Shenlong, no one can save you. On the other side, Liang Ping followed Qin Lang closely, and earnestly advised him, Mr. Qin, don't go. These people don't look easy to mess with. What if something happens to you? I'll call President Gong right away and ask her to come forward and resolve the issue. Qin Lang smiled slightly, patted Liang Ping's shoulder, and then said with a smile. Don't call my sister, she's already very busy. Don't worry. I know what's going on. Then, Qin Lang walked up to Ah Fei and stood opposite him. Qin Lang asked indifferently, are you looking for me? Ah Fei curled his lips, if not you, who else should I look for? Qin Lang smiled coldly, did you know me before? Ah Fei said disdainfully, I don't know him. At this moment, Qin Lang showed a sly smile on his face, as if his evil plan had succeeded. He roared, okay, I'll let you get to know me today. This is what Ah Fei said to the big security guard before, and Qin Lang now returns it to him. After saying this, he suddenly activated his internal energy that had been accumulated for a long time. He acted quickly, grabbed Ah Fei's throat, and threw him over his shoulder. Boom! Aha! With a loud bang, Ah Fei was thrown heavily to the concrete floor by Qin Lang. The intense pain drove Ah Fei to scream out in pain. However, his neck was pinched by Qin Lang, and he could only let out strange cries of pain, which made him feel extremely uncomfortable.